few economic releases just coming out here at 8:30. We're waiting U.S. initial jobless claims on the week-over-week basis. 259,000 expected there. Still no number populating, however. The U.S. current account balance, meanwhile, negative 219.3 billion versus negative 218 billion, just coming across as well. Chicago National Activity Index, negative 0.15 versus negative 0.1 expected there. There's that jobless claims number higher once again this week, 264,000 versus 259,000, 1.7 on the continuing claims versus 1.78 there. So basically in line with expectations. Next stop, 9:55 on the calendar. We get Fed's Bowman making some comments. Powell back in Washington once again today, starting at 10 o'clock. We'll keep that in mind, see if anything happens. Yesterday was kind of uneventful as far as comments coming from his testimony in front of the U.S. Senate Banking Committee. Keep in mind, he's in Congress next week as well. So not only today, day two in the Senate, but next week in Congress. And then we also get U.S. existing home sales coming up at 10 o'clock. Busy day, lots to consider as we get going on a Thursday that follows a bit of a negative showing for the overall market. If you remember yesterday, it was tech that led basically all day long, specifically some of the semiconductors, pretty weak. We are seeing a little bit more stability here this morning, but we'll see what happens as far as Intel, AMD, NVIDIA. No real significant news to maybe provide some upside catalyst for them today. We'll touch on Intel, though, however, after what came across yesterday. I was watching this. Ford picking up a $9.2 billion loan from the government on their battery production facility. So it did pop a little bit on that, but didn't really get going back to 14. We'll touch on Ford. We'll touch on Tesla coming up. Once again, more potential downside after yesterday's move for Tesla today on a downgrade. A ton to cover. We'll get right into it. It's Thursday, June 22nd, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Market liking those numbers that just came across there at 8:30. Both the S&P and NASDAQ back to the upside. I mean, we're still negative on the morning, but trying to get going here a little bit. There's the SPY, not as much volume as the futures, trying to get a little bit higher. Still negative for both, though, as I mentioned, NASDAQ and S&P. If you missed it, again, higher once again for the U.S. initial jobless claims there, 264,000 versus 259, and then 1.75 million versus 1.78 million on the continuing claim. So there or thereabouts. A couple weeks in a row now that we've seen this number come out on the upside, which, remember, that's what Powell wants to see still. Yeah, there was a narrative that the Fed wants you to lose your job. That was being pushed last year, and that was quickly quashed. But yeah, he said it yesterday in his testimony in front of the House Service Financial Committee, basically saying that there is a slack now coming into the job market, this being reflected in the data today. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Again, coming up at 10 o'clock, day number 2, testimony in front of the U.S. Senate Banking Committee. So yesterday was kind of boring. There wasn't really much that came from that as far as comments. Everything he was saying, heard, the market has heard already and seemed to digest it once again. Neil is back in the building this morning, and it's a sad day. We have to take a minute and pause and acknowledge Neil's BlackBerry is no longer with us. What? As of yesterday.
I didn't know about this.
So it's a sad day for Neil's BlackBerry today.
I'm sorry.
No, I don't know.
So I mean, whatever. It's not a big.
It's like Lizzo, About Damn Time, right?
That's an overrated song.
Is it?
It's About Damn Time.
You're saying something about Queen Lizzo? Wow.
I hear that. I don't know. I hear that way too much. I think the song's overrated. But you know what? The litmus
attack him, Lizzo lights.
Go ahead, attack
whatever
him.
they're called.
No, it's okay. It's a good song. I just don't know if it's. I hear it so often that it's About Damn Time song. Way too much. But I had to eventually. My litmus test was the second an app I wanted. I downloaded and did not work properly. The minute that happened one time, I'm like, yeah, I'll give it up. And then move on. And that's what happened. It was like a workout app that I tried to put on there, and it wouldn't even let me subscribe to the service that I said I was too cheap to pay for, which I'm now going to pay for because they're good workouts. But yeah, welcome to the show. It is going to be a wild one, I do think. Bit of a obvious down day yesterday. But the futures are on some good levels. There's some positivity to think about. Bitcoin's above 30,000. That's good. Definitely going to be solid there. And if you point out both the ES and the NASDAQ, if you just go back to last week's support, we are pretty much bouncing off at that 15,000 mark on the NASDAQ. So it's not all doom and gloom. Of course, if we open up beneath there and don't manage to hold on, not necessarily a good sign. Powell day 2, we're not going to, I don't think we'll hear anything crazy or unexpected or even that necessarily interesting. But you always have to keep your ear to the ground anyway. So lots to look at, lots to trade. Excited to be back. Couple of days left in the week. I think it's one bear, one bull. It could go either way, especially off 15,000 level like we have here. So that's where you want to be watching. Probably going to be looking at some Coinbase. I cannot believe that actually was it. It almost got to 60 yesterday. I was looking at the charts. I'm like, oh my goodness, that was a pre-market level off that 60. I like that 60 for shorts, but maybe it gets there today. Certainly possible.
Yeah, yesterday we had, right now Bitcoin is above 30,000, 30,086 right now. So that should be watch today. We'll watch GBTC. We talked about that a little bit yesterday and things you can trade if Bitcoin was moving around. We do have Bitcoin futures and there are a few things like that as well. But yeah, it's going to be a good day one more time. We're going to be looking to short some Amazon. We have the sticky note out already. Yesterday's $7 move on AMD that we had top to bottom. See, I type in AMD, it doesn't even show up. That's hilarious. Okay, so we'll type in, oh, yep, AMD.
It's number 5, it's a 7.
No, it didn't even show. It didn't even show up. Look, AMD. Oh, there it is. It's there now. AMD right there. So today I'm down to 112 again, but we've already been down here. We're going to look to short a few more of these names today as we are now below this 115 that we called yesterday. We also called 15,000 yesterday on the NASDAQ when that was up there and went down 200 plus points. Feel like we could do some more damage here today in these names. Let's wait to see what happens. But right now we're looking to fade some of these pops if there is ever any pops. But good morning to everybody out there. Should be another big day here today. It's only 8:37. We still got an hour before the market opens up. Not much here on the imbalance locator. So, you know, we're going to have to just trade what we see today. AMD is actually up on the day. So that's going to be something that's going to, you know, exciting for now. I still think we fade these pops. Looking at Amazon, like we said, some Apple and the rest of them. Shopify we talked about at 64 short as well. So, all right, over to the desk now with Sharif. You've got Raheem's.
I've got Raheem's notes. I got his cheat sheet.
Now you're telling everyone I got notes.
We'll get to Raheem is in the building this morning. We'll talk a little metals this morning, specifically AI-related metals. We started the conversation last time he was here, so he's got some really interesting names to discuss as far as opportunities maybe for the metals side of things. But anyways, this is that Ford note that I was talking about. So SK Innovations is their battery unit. So they picked up a $9.2 billion U.S. government loan for plants specifically. Looks like both Kentucky and Tennessee possibly coming through as far as locations are concerned. But Ford's still negative here on the morning. That came across right there. We popped up above 14. But we'll see if Ford can get going.
Yeah, Ford hedging its bets. We know that it had sought a joint venture in Southeast Asia with, I believe, Samsung or LG, one of those two. So they're looking to do this all over. We know in Ontario, there's a huge Volkswagen plant that's opening up here that's receiving federal money as well as provincial money. So lots of these ones I anticipate opening up all over North America, Brendo.
Yeah, not a small chunk of change either. $9.2 billion coming through for Ford, guys, for battery plants.
$9 billion.
The best part about it is when you get a loan from the government, you don't have to pay it back. So that's the best part about it. So Ford right now does have that $9.2 billion cash money sitting into there for that. And that, you know what, you know, build American, you know, and that's what happens. So we'll see. I saw Tesla got the top 4 cars or something built in America last year were all Teslas. But Ford right now, I don't know. You know, we've talked about this. I just think that the market's gotten way too overheated. And there's a lot of names, and these aren't overheated batteries, thank God, this time for Ford. It's overheated stock, I just think. It's from 11 up to 15. We've seen Tesla pull back. You're seeing Ford pull back. And I just think you see Lucid is at 52-week. I think it's actually all-time lows, I feel like, for Lucid. But Ford, you know, continues to... you know, get a lot of talk there. We saw Mad Money was there on the Ford plant the other day talking all about Ford. And I still like what they're doing with the F-150. The F-150 is the most sold truck in the United States. And now that it's electrified, I think that should be better. They got to get more on the road. Once that happens, then yeah, it's upside from here. I like Ford. I think it is a 4% dividend. I like that yield. I think if it's going to pay you to wait on it, I think that's very, very reasonable. And then the downside for Ford here is 11.50. So, I mean, there's not too many stocks, I feel like anyways, that you can buy around $13, $14 with a downside of around 11.50. And you'll be more confident to buy some more shares down here as well. So I've been sitting on cash. You guys know that we've put some money into cash over the last couple of weeks. We've bought Ford. The last time I bought it was $11.51. We actually were able to get that price down there off open one morning. We talked about that. I have not sold anything on the upside. I look to buy some more if it does dip down. So I like Ford. I think this is a good story for them. Surprised it's down when I read this, but you know, Tesla getting downgraded, like we said, and then some of these other names, man. This is the worst of the bunch. I feel like we have to look. I mean, I'm not even including Nikola or Workhorse or any of those names, but just like car manufacturers that we think has a chance at some point. Lucid, well, you can't see that because of the surge trader, but that's okay. Lucid right now, yesterday, I'm going to double check it when we throw over to the desk, but I'm pretty sure this $6. I thought it was $6.50 or something previously, but this 603, I'm pretty sure is all-time lows here for Lucid. So as the Saudis focusing on the PGA Tour and maybe not enough on Lucid.
It's like 606 was
Hold
low.
on a second. I'm just going to go to a monthly. Yeah,
It was 6 and change.
I just wasn't sure about it after it de-SPAC'd and all that stuff. But there's the SPAC there at 10. And then, yeah, ripped up to, wow, $55. Unbelievable.
I'm paying for
And then, yeah, right there. You're right there. They're there right now. So, yeah, that's the low for Lucid of all time.
Pay for some locates for a 6 break on Lucid.
You still want to go short it?
Well, no, but if it breaks $6 and doesn't show any strength, I mean, what are you going to do? Like, underneath that number is probably short. I was actually going to just quickly mention General Motors. Like, we were looking at Ford just now, which if you look at the 200 period on Ford, it's like up here somewhere in the pattern. But GM, they're both down slightly. The market's down a little bit here. It's breaking 37. The 200 period moving average is at 36.5. Obviously, it's not as strong as Ford has been recently. And after it just gapped down, this is not really an obvious flat bottom break because that's not 37 even, but close enough. It's held support just under 37. You're gapping under that for the first time in a couple of days. If this were to get into this channel and break down, that's your 200 period moving average break, and you could be trend back into the 50 period on GM. So that is worth watching. But I am going to pay for Lucid locates. I know the last time it was down here, there was an obvious long off of 6. Goes without saying. But what was that bounce? It didn't even get back above $7. It couldn't even break 7. Like, what is that telling you? Like, you find a double bottom like that, which it's not even a double bottom, it's more than that. You couldn't even break $1 above. So maybe we break 6 today, maybe we don't. But yesterday was that line in the sand. It bounced off 6 and gave you 15 pennies. That's actually not that bad of a trade. 6 breaks, yeah, I'm going to pay for some locates here. I'll take a shot at it.
Is with us, Managing Director of OCI Groups, once again for a discussion on. We'll continue the conversation that we started. If you were with us the last time he was here, we were talking a little AI action. Good to see you, by the way.
Likewise.
And when it comes to what is going to be required to produce some of the tech that is going to come from this, and I mean, you can go semiconductors right through to the actual physical, robots that are going to be making you dinner on a nightly basis and doing your vacuuming at some point.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I thought you were just going to stop at making you. Look, I guess I'm out of this seat. They have an AI figure.
That too.
I have an AI figure that'll talk to the audience for me. Hopefully not. So what the big push is obviously into the rare earths and into all things related to battery metals. And so obviously when people think battery metals, they think lithium, they think nickel, cobalt, and then copper, zinc are the base metals that you're going to need to fill all of these things. So estimates suggest that we're going to need $15 trillion worth of these metals by 2050, and estimates suggest that currently we have discovered up to 3.6 billion. So we're a fifth of the way there, which means mining companies that are in these spaces are going to, in theory, see increased demand, shortage of supply. You know what that does. And in theory, again, if all this works, then these companies that are into identifying cobalt, copper, zinc, nickel, lithium should be in a good position to develop assets, raise money to continue to develop the assets, and be in a good position over the next 25 years. Now, using AI to find those metals is another thing we could do.
Yeah, we'll tease that a little bit, maybe come back to it. But this is a broad spectrum and a broad area that we can kind of focus on. So we'll touch on a few mid-cap size companies today, and then maybe come back to some smaller names at a later date. So let's touch on Lithium America. This is one that LAC is one that is dual listed, both in Toronto and down in New York as well. Tell us a story here. What do we need to know?
So yeah, Lithium Americas is an interesting play. I mean, you look at their stock chart between 17 and 33 bucks over the years, trading around 21. Assets are in Argentina and Nevada. And they just actually got their first production last week out of Argentina. So that should bode well for them as they actually now get into actual physical production. And interestingly enough, they are planning on splitting out their two main businesses, their Argentina assets and their Americas assets, and putting them into two separate public companies. So that, in theory, could give a lift to the stock. Or if you have a preference for either the Americas or the Argentina story, there's a way to play both of that as well. So.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was sitting here trying to zoom out on this chart because there's a huge level at 24 that if you go out to a higher time frame, this is taking a long time to load, but if you go to a higher time frame, 24, 25 in Toronto, but if you go to the US listed one, the level's the same. Obviously, they trade the same. There we go. That's a little bit more clear. But I mean, it's sitting here right now on this shelf saying, hey, might be a good opportunity.
Yeah, and it traded about 1 million shares yesterday, so, which isn't a bad amount for a $20 stock. So.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Next one is a little bit smaller, but on the venture exchange here in Toronto, PME.
Yeah, and again, another one, if you look at that chart, between $2 and $17 over the course of the year, so it's not a bad run, if you want to look at that. It's gotten its market cap up, trades about 100,000 shares a day. They dual listed into Australia as well at the end of the year. Focused on, specifically on the lithium and battery metal side. Based in Quebec and with another asset in Idaho, but trading around 16 bucks. Stock's done phenomenally well. So that's one just keep an eye on the smaller
Unreal.
side.
Yeah, what is this? 20 cents to 20 bucks. Not bad. Not bad.
If you're on the right side of the trade.
Patriot Battery, battery metals.
Yep.
Patriot Battery Metals, the name of that one. PMET on the Venture Exchange.
Yep.
ERO, the next one here in Toronto.
Yeah, so that was a copper name I thought might be interesting just because it's not one of the typical, when you talk about copper, it's not the first name that comes to mind. But it's a smaller name, trades around the $20 level, and again, it's seen a good run between $8.50 and $21 in the last 52 weeks. They are planning to double their capacity over the next 3 years, and copper and Brazil. You put those two sentences together, generally you have good things happen if you ask anyone from Ballet or anyone down in that neck of the woods. So yeah, so it's a name that doesn't typically catch your bell, but it is one that is interesting. It does trade at slightly lower levels at about 50, 60,000 shares a day,
right.
But it has gotten up to 20 bucks from down at 9, 10.
Chart looks great. Yeah, right at recent highs for that one as well. And then a couple other ones that people might be a little more familiar with, at least on the Canadian side of things, FM.to and then S.to.
Yeah, so First Quantum has been one, I think we've actually talked about it when they had their issues with the Panamanian government. Panama had said that they wanted them to sort of potentially stop doing what they were doing. They were negotiating back and forth. They have now agreed to terms. And First Quantum will be contributing $375 million of income to Panama over the next 20 years at a minimum. And they've gone back into production, so that's good news for First Quantum. Trades at around 33 bucks, so the stock did obviously run up on the back of that good news. Trades about 2 million shares a day, copper, zinc, and nickel, and they are in Panama like we talked about, and then other countries like Zambia, Turkey, Finland, and Spain.
These have all obviously had, I mean, all these charts look very similar. These have all had just amazing, not only this year, but starts to the year, but going back to the past couple, the last one here, S in Toronto, which is Sherritt?
Sherritt, yeah.
Holding a little bit higher, but a little bit relative weakness here versus the rest.
And Sherritt's a name, again, that you probably, especially our friends in the States, definitely wouldn't have heard of because it trades at a lower range, 200 million market cap. But the thing that's interesting about Sherritt is very high quality nickel with some cobalt, and their competitive advantage is they're in Cuba. So not a lot of Americans can do business in Cuba. Sherritt can, so that's their competitive advantage there. They're one of the few players there. They process up here in Canada, and that gives them their competitive advantage.
Interesting. Just to go back to that recap, that 15, what did you say, the estimate?
$15 trillion.
15 trillion, and that's over the next
25 years.
25 years, and we are at
3.6.
3.6 billion.
Trillion. We'll be
trillion.
Currently, we're estimated to be at 3.6 trillion by 2050. We need 15 trillion.
Unreal.
Yeah.
So way more opportunity, way more to come from lithium specifically.
I think lithium. So I think the play that you're looking at is you want to look at the lithium plays. Nickel, Tesla entered into a forward contract on $1.5 billion worth of nickel because they're going to need nickel.
Yeah.
They're going to need lithium. And then again, just the amount of copper and zinc that you're going to need for any of these things put together. They all sort of come as a package as well as cobalt. So if you want to look at rare earths, that's another thing. But I think these are just to give you some, and the reason that you say all these things sort of track together is because they are all related to the commodity price because they are all producers. But I think what we'll start to see if we start talking about some of the smaller names, how those ones have really ran up, like a PMET, who was at 20 cents, who would have been on no one's radar a year and a half ago and is at 20 bucks, right? Or 17 bucks.
Everyone focusing solely on, and rightfully so, on the NVIDIAs, the chips, in this space.
You need the stuff.
But you got to make those, and this is another way to look at that. So tons of opportunity still, and will remain that way for the foreseeable future. Rahim Alani's Managing Director of OCI Groups here in Toronto. Thank you again.
You're welcome, and shout out to my little nephews. It's their last day of school today, so they watch us every day. So enjoy your summer, guys.
Summer holidays, guys.
Not for us, for them.
I feel like that's the last day of school early.
They watch it every day.
They watch it. How does that even make sense if they're in school? But okay, that'll work.
I like that.
Put us on in schools everywhere.
I don't even know when my kids' last days are. What day is it today? Thursday?
No, it's next week, man.
It's a week today.
Of course it
Ours
is.
It's a week today.
It's the end of June is the last week of school.
Why is that? Why shouldn't it be today?
So I think, that doesn't make any sense. But hey, we'll take it. Definitely going to be fun. I want to get to this, a jelly. I don't know, AGLE. I don't know, the biotherapeutics company, whatever it is. Definitely a small floater here, making a bit of a move to the upside. It's up like 500%, but it's a penny stock, right? So 10 cents to about 60, bit of a double top forming. Now, I want to pop the daily chart up. When was the last time it made a run at $1? Well, when it came underneath $1, that support turned it right into here, like 62.5, 63 cents. So it's at the level on the daily chart where there was last a little bit of a mini breakout, and then it resisted. Obviously, if it gets to $1, I always like that for a resistance point. But yeah, AGLE just popped up, double top right around that 60 area now, which is big resistance on that one. So yeah, maybe another small capper here to watch. If it can hold above 50 cents at the open, I think that gives you an opportunity to maybe jump into this on a low floater. These low float runners are all over the place, man. 54 million share float. Now I know 54 million is a big float compared to some of these 800,000 or whatnot, but this is a penny stock. A penny stock with a float that small is essentially non-existent. It's already done over 35 million shares here. So it's going to do more than the float by the time we get to the open.
All right, so we just, once they start mining those asteroids that you don't want to be invested into any mining company whatsoever. So right now, I don't know if there's going to be a cage fight, an MMA fight, or no fight at all, but are you guys on Team Zuckerberg or Team Elon right now? Right now, Team Elon crushing it. I'll put this in the chat. Your Team Elon, Randy? No surprise there. I think Zuckerberg will destroy this guy. Zuckerberg's actually...
He's the only one that actually knows how to fight.
Been trained and everything like that.
But Elon's South African.
Okay, thanks. Elon's South African, so?
I don't know if that means anything.
Right, I think it means
Randy.
absolutely nothing. I don't know. I mean,
he's got the...
Zuckerberg is petite.
It's a weight advantage matters too in a fight, right?
This is what I'm wondering. And if he gets trained properly, Elon is... I'm pretty sure the size is not even...
Elon
Elon's
will
much
probably
bigger.
get like Rogan to help him or something. He'll get trained by Rogan or something.
Yeah, well, you know who he already got trained by? Again, this guy's so controversial about that. Andrew Tate is already offered to
already,
train him up. But I think Andrew Tate is like in Turkish prison right now or something.
How's he going to pull that off?
Romanian
Romania?
prison?
Romania, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how Raheem knows that, but yeah, there it is right now.
Is there a big difference?
Anyways, who do you think wins, Elon or Zuckerberg, Raheem?
Zuckerberg's been doing some trading.
I know. Yeah.
Elon's got the size advantage.
Elon's got the size. Zuckerberg's got like the age advantage.
He's got some wiriness too.
They both can afford training for sure, I'd hope.
That's what they're both going to train. Zuckerberg is going to care too much that he loses. Elon will be wild.
They should do like a virtual fight. Like he puts on the Oculus, Elon Musk puts on something else, and they kind of battle. I don't know, but right now 100 votes, it's 84% Elon Musk right now.
Yeah, of course.
So 84% right now, Elon.
about
So
right.
go over there, vote it, and we'll see what we think. But yeah, we didn't get to ask Raheem about mining asteroids, because I think that if they can do that, then the trillions of dollars per asteroid would
90 quintillion.
No, it's 90 quintillion is the estimated. Okay. Anyways,
They've cast Ben Affleck too.
yeah. Whatever you do, don't look up. On that one, guys. So great movie there on Netflix. But yeah, okay, guys. Someone encourages me to make my own stand-up show. No, look, I don't really have any content whatsoever. This is just all flowing here. If I ever got on stage, I think I would definitely flop on that one. Yeah, I guess, anyways, okay, let's go. We're going to figure out all of this. We're going to talk about some day trading. Thanks to Raheem Milani for stepping up one more time here today. And shout out to his nephews and to everyone that is watching the show. This should be broadcasted at every TDSB. Yeah, because it's almost like an assembly every day. There should be from like 8:30 to 9, something like that. Get some education. Yesterday, Max turned these guys into bulls. We'll keep them as one bull, one bear here today.
Well, that's what I saw. I'm like, that didn't. But
Yeah,
that
Max
didn't
turned
make
it
much
around
sense
yesterday.
given yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
All right, does it feel warm in here today?
It's getting a little hot.
It's getting hot in her, that's for sure. I know, we're lame, we suck, man. All right, back over to the desk where
Raheem likes it.
Sharif has replaced Raheem. Let's go talk some stock, guys.
Something, I was just checking, this thermostat is D-A-I-K-I-N. Dakin? Deacon? I don't know. It does not do a great job for whatever reason. But anyway, a few analyst moves here for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades across the board. Shell, Kellogg, Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dollar Tree, Tesla, TripAdvisor, Equinix? Sure. Tesla, obviously the notable one here. Morgan Stanley's note, however, worth mentioning. Yes, it's a downgrade, but one of those ones where they go higher on the price target.
Yeah, price to perfection, at least that's what the analyst is saying. So, it's had a fantastic run, up over 100% on the year. We know that there's going to be a lot of CapEx coming up. We know but possibly something in India now after having met with Prime Minister Modi day before yesterday, I believe. And now we heard about Mirabel, Spain. There's so many areas, a lot of cash on hand, but is this the right time to spend?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we all know what the daily chart looks like, so price to perfection, possibly. Something tells me it still has more to go. This one, however, just popping up in front of me as well, Root, back to $15 here, where it kind of stalled out initially this morning on that first push back to 15.5, 16. If you missed it yesterday, if you were with us late in the day, this thing popped up and halted on that $19.34 alleged buyout offer that came through, which goes back to this high. If you go out to the daily chart, or around that high, if you go out to the daily chart, this thing reverse split, a monstrous reverse split to get it back above $1. And here we are essentially talking about someone buying the company at a huge premium. So 200+% premium this would be for Root.
Yeah, shout out to them. I mean, I don't know too much about the deal, Brendo, and I really haven't shopped there in a while. So to be honest with you, I really can't add.
You know what?
all that much.
My first instinct was the same as yours, that it was that company, but it's actually an insurance company.
Oh, okay.
So, and it's another insurance company trying to buy out this little tiny company. I was just going to double check. 7 million float on Root, as what I see right there. So 7 million shares after the reverse split. So we'll keep Root in mind today. I know. Why don't we jump into the futures here and get a check of how the overall market's
Yeah, 4,400 is the area we're holding here, Brendo, on the ES September contract, and we're right there now, 43.98. You know, we're breaking a little bit below it, but 4,400 definitely is the level I'm keeping my eye on. Yesterday's close, not far removed from where we are now, 44.09. So we're definitely breaking the zone. 4,400 was the area we've been talking about, that 44.25 to 4,400. We're definitely there now. If we get support here, I'll look long. You can go into 25, you can go into 50, but I guess a lot of it will depend on Fed Chair Powell and what he says in the Senate.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday there was a couple of times where some volume came in, but there was really no follow through whatsoever on the comments that we got from Fed Chair Powell yesterday. I mean, if you missed it, there was really nothing said that we haven't heard before. I mean, it was just last Wednesday the guy was, you know, taking Q&A at the press conference after he held interest rates. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open here. About a half an hour to go, 30 minutes to go before the bell. If you haven't done so yet, watchlist.tradertv.live gets you that. You just enter your email address and it's free. Why not? Join the 32,000 plus, getting that every single day, free from us. You saw on the board there, Tesla top of the list this morning. Morgan Stanley coming out saying it's had a huge run, it's priced to perfection, maybe time for a little bit of a pullback.
Yeah, I mean, hey, why not? It's down 3% on the day. Yesterday, it took a shellacking as well. I'm going to play the price action. I'll keep my eye on the levels, but just keep in mind, you know, extended plays do require healthy retracements.
What do we think here, guys? Tesla, downside today?
Yes, more downside for Tesla.
Already down 3.
Yeah, we're talking about Paris and Rome and everything with Raheem here.
I know.
And speaking about Paris, Tesla was going to build a plant in France, apparently. So
Well,
that's he was meeting all over the place, and Sharif was actually upset because Elon Musk was not invited to this dinner. Yeah, I know. What's up with that? Who knows? Okay, so he doesn't need to get invited to any dinner. He'll just make his own dinners. And that was what the President Modi, of course, was talking about that. Look, we had Tesla yesterday. We talked about this. What goes up must come down. I mean, people are going to downgrade this stock. And it's kind of like Palantir. It's kind of like a lot of these names where they're just victims of their own success. And I know that sounds ridiculous to say that, but like they're getting downgraded today from 200 to 250 price target upgrade, but downgrading the stock, saying it's run too far too fast and that it's fairly valued up here, right? Well, what the hell does fairly valued even mean? I mean, as far as Tesla is concerned, we're not looking at the PE because that's never made any sense, so that's not fairly valued. What are we looking at? Future possibilities here and what Tesla has to offer? I mean, we saw Rivian come on board, Ford come on board, GM come on board with their charging stations. I just talked about they have the top 4 selling American-made vehicles in the U.S. With all 4 of their models being rolled out there. I like Tesla. I think you need to wait for it to come in. I think it can come in here in a 220, 230 before it's time to buy it. Of course, these names are overheated. The NASDAQ's been going up, and everyone piled into Tesla. So no surprise that we get this move yesterday back down a little bit. And every single time it made dramatic moves down, we were able to find bottoms before we started to go back upside. So there are buyers here. It's not like it's straight line, but when it starts to fall, you have to be very, very patient with this name. Yesterday, we tried to grab this name. Where was it at? 268? I think, because we had some bottoms here yesterday, right around here, that we were looking at, and that's that 268 bottom. Max and I both had this name before letting it go and losing about $1 or so for me anyways. Maybe it was about $1.50 on that. We held a little bit for the bump back up and was able to make a little bit of that back on the way up. So I just look at yesterday's closing price at 258 or 260. Would like to see it get back there, but right now you're bouncing off a very, very special level of 250. So when you're talking about day options, zero strikes, today options, 250 options that are going to expire at tomorrow, weekly options. We're at the end of the month already. I feel like there's going to be a lot of action here around this 250 pivot point, and we just need to watch to see if it breaks, how far do we go, and if it holds, then how many shares do we want to take on the hold? So I would say you're going to look here. I feel like you're going to get a lot of action at 250. It's already bounced. We have too many wicks here. I got to edit those, but we have too many bounces already off 250. I feel like once this market opens, you probably crack it, and then we go lower. I'll take the short the first time, but we'll have to wait to see where it bottoms. And maybe it's 250. If it bottoms at 250, we can get out of the way, right? It goes short, we take the 250 short. Then if it bounces back up a buck or two, you can get out. VWAP rate now is 252 basically. I mean, it's 250, 150 or so. Now you're starting to make that move back up. Remember the employment number came out a little bit weaker than expected on the jobless claims. So higher jobless claims, that's good for the market. That gets that little bump up there. So if the Fed is going to be dependent on, data, then today should be better for no hikes. I don't know if it was good enough to get a cut. I don't think it was. But we're going to have to watch out for that. But here's Tesla bouncing off 250. So it's not rocket science to trade today. I feel like you just wait for 250 to see what happens, and then you short anything around 260 yesterday's close.
Yeah, I look at that close price as if it comes into play, and there hasn't been a long, then that's a bit of a fail, because if we hold 250, it's just too obvious. So, that's the line. It's going to be your line in the sand. If 250 gets broken, I have 42 for possible support underneath. Just looking at the last time we were kind of at these prices and got under, it was not much movement. I got to get rid of those wicks too, but 242. Go all the way back to the 9th. It was the last, so back to the 9th, and you have a 42 bottom. That held support on the move all the way up to that 280 mark. So if we get under 50s, I think the short gets to there. At least it has room to get to there. And at the open, it looks like we're $3 above 250. So that sets up the first trade being a dip buy if 250 can hold. That's the only line to look at. Sometimes we talk about, will EVs go on? I like to mention Rivian. We already mentioned Lucid at $6. That was bouncing off $6 yesterday. Rivian is back underneath 15. And if there is a pop in Tesla, let's say it gets to that 260 number, then you could see Rivian getting back toward that 15. A little frustrating. What are you going to do? You got to take a day off every now and then, but that 16 level, like Rivian, every time it gets up above 15.8, it's just rejecting 16 and giving you gorgeous short opportunities. Now we're looking at the 15 because we're obviously $1 lower. Underneath $14, we'll cross that bridge if we get there. But if Tesla starts popping upside, I probably look at Rivian at $15 for a fade.
We were just trying to clarify what a green belt is in relation to black belt. It looks like it's one step below. I don't know. Correct us if we're wrong, but Zuck is a green belt apparently in jiu-jitsu as well. So maybe a curve. Let's talk some big tech here. Very weak yesterday across the board, chips specifically. This came out yesterday. FTC files a lawsuit against Amazon saying they're enrolling millions of consumers into their Prime paid subscription program without them even knowing, which is kind of strange. Bank of America comes out this morning and says it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I'm not really sure what they're doing there, if that was done purposely or accidentally, but we'll see how that story develops. The one that I want to see, though, is this Google complaint to the FTC about Microsoft anti-competitive practices. Is that pot in the kettle all over again? But here's the thing. The CEOs tonight, they're going to be at the same dinner table, Brenda. So should be an interesting dinner talk conversation. Oh, to be a fly on that wall. Guys, what do we think here?
They're going to talk about how rich they are. That's what. No, but I mean, come on. Like, the analogy I gave was, what's the big deal? They have dinner together. That's like Barkley and Jordan having dinner together in the finals. When Barkley actually made the finals. But Amazon looks interesting here only if it breaks out of this range. So if it breaks 124, let's just put it that way. Yesterday's bottom, it broke 124, barely got to 123.85. It's been holding that support for a week now. So lower highs all the way through with the same 124 even bottom. The fact that it broke and recovered, look at the run it had off this level. So there's interest off the 124. You're already bouncing away from it here today. Were it to get upside, 26 was good. Looking at yesterday, but I don't know, there's overhead resistance on 126. Like if it gets to 126 half, 127, even then, it's like every 50 cents to $1 kind of looks like it could be something on Amazon until you get to the more obvious tops. So I'm looking at that 124. If that breaks down, I think you have to have a look at it. That AGLE, it's not agile, but I feel like I'm just going to keep calling this Aglia. I have no idea how to pronounce this. AGLE is now above 70 cents. It just continues to run here. This makes a crack at $1. I've paid for locates. I'd initially be looking for a failed breakout at $1. I'd rather be looking for a dip buy off 50 to get in at the open, and then maybe it's easier to structure a long trade in here. But yeah, this one's really continuing to go. Very low float, by the way. It's now done 1-to-1 if it's float over 50 million shares. But Amazon, it might not be a trade in that one particularly for me today. I think you're looking elsewhere. I mean, maybe even like something like Meta, which has, I think it's got room to either side of the range. If we have a pop up, I love the 84, 85 zone. And then you can see all kinds of support in the mid 70s where it was able to bounce off a couple of sessions ago. So, I kind of think that this is one. If it breaks 280 upside, there's room for it to get to resistance. And if it can't break 280 at the open, Meta's got a couple of dollars worth of room in both directions off this 80 level. So you just want to be able to join the trend, and then you have some room to go. Amazon, a bit boring.
Yeah, so I'll take the other side of it. I have Amazon as the #1 idea for today. Right here on the sticky note, shout out, of course, to the High Park girls team right there. Yeah, I have it as the #1 stock on here. 126 short sell. I don't think this lawsuit is that big of a deal, but I do think the market heads lower today, and Amazon just keeps on creating higher lows as we go. So this 126 area, if we can have the ability to get that, then I think that's worth a try. So we're going to try to short that through 126. Again, just negative news. I mean, there's not too much negative news out there, period, right now. Oh, man, maybe I can just get rid of this real quick right now. 124.95. I got rid of it on the other day, oops, and there goes the crash. So the data editor works, and then it doesn't and crashes okay, hold on a second. I'll just use e-signal quickly here. All right, so this is what it looks like, and this is what I'm talking about when you're looking at Amazon, right? I mean, this is 126.50. The last 3 days, we haven't been able to break it. We've come up here, tried it, no. This is what I'm talking about. You got a high there. That's obviously a new low right there. But then we do make a higher high, but then we start going boom, 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 into here, into here, into here, into here, into here, and now we're right here again. So, if you're drawing some lines here, I like this trajectory to the downside. I feel like if we do get a pop up to the 200 period or anything around this 126.50, I really like the short on Amazon. So I'm going to take that as my #1 idea. And if we lose on it, we have that 126.50 top that we talked about to get out of. So I don't even know if we get up to 126 today. That's the short that I like if that does come in. We also have, we're going to talk about the chips in a minute. So we also have AMD and Intel on my mind. So for right now, I'm sitting at 126 flat to see if we can get something on Amazon. We probably don't break that. We probably don't go up there today. I think we maybe just head to the downside. And then you have that 124 that looks pretty sweet to break lower. So I don't know. Right now we're stuck in the middle. It's either going to be a 124 break lower or a 126 short. I don't think I like it right here at 125. So let's just wait to see what happens with Amazon as this day goes on. But I don't like that FTC report. I think it's gone really far here, really fast on Amazon. And yeah, just nice upside movement. The 50 period is down here at 115, just like AMD is broken lower. Look what's happening here. This doesn't want to take 130 either. So yeah, I think the next move for Amazon is lower. So we're going to look at the short here. I don't know if it's going to be, I don't think we've got to get a $7 winner like we did on AMD yesterday for sure. But hey, if this market gives anything up here, I think Amazon does have a good opportunity to get to the downside. So other than chips, I do like Amazon a lot today to the short side.
Yeah, of Qualcomm just popping up here, 1% to the upside. Not much follow through, not much volume behind this, but it's on this note. Reports suggesting Meta has given the company a role in supplying chips for future AR projects. So that caused that pop there for QCOM. Still kind of stuck in the range, though, if you go to the daily chart. Overstock higher this morning on this note. They won this auction for Bed Bath & Beyond's IP. Featuring their digital assets, which is, I guess, the e-commerce side of their business as well. So nice look for OSTK here. There is still a short percent on this one.
Yeah, apparently it was an uneventful auction. There was not as much bidding as anticipated. It seems as if the real part of Bed Bath & Beyond is the Bye Bye Baby brand. Apparently that's going to be done in a separate auction, and it's supposed to be a lot more demand for that one. So stay tuned if you're interested in something like that.
I was just double checking. Yeah, it's about 8 or 9%, depending on where you look, for the OSTK short float, guys.
Yeah, the short float's okay. The news isn't that bad. It's just there's not really any volume right now. So while it might set up that, okay, well, 9% short float, not a gigantic float overall at like 40 or 50 million, 44 million total shares, but it's done less than 300,000 here pre-market. So even if it looks like it could be a breakout candidate at 23, that's not something. It's not something I would just set a break. If this was doing, I don't know, even 1 million shares pre-market, 2 or 3 times what it's doing right now, then yeah, 23 breakout, see what happens. Just kind of let it run, give yourself 50 cents worth of risk. There's plenty of room for it to go, but not much of activity here in the pre-market. That's what you want to see. I mean, there's a reason why I keep looking over and seeing AGLE, which by the way is at like 90 cents now. That's running. Like, that's an actual runner. So maybe this picks up on volume at the open. If that happens, okay, then put that idea in the back burner. Above 23, it has some room to run. And I don't mind the short float. As far as analyzing whether it's a good thing that they're picking up anything at a discount, generally speaking, when you get things at pennies on the dollar, it tends not to be a bad thing. So it's probably great for them. Just don't see a trade here without volume.
I was checking out, yeah, BBBYQ not doing much. I was going to look at Coinbase because Bitcoin's up to 30,200 now again. Coinbase not doing a whole heck of a lot in the pre-market. We saw Coinbase yesterday. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. We were looking at Coinbase yesterday, but there's the move when we sort of took 30,100. 200, 300. I'll have to check to see what the high was yesterday, but it did happen right around here, right around noon to 1 o'clock Eastern, and then there goes Coinbase right up there again. So I'm kind of surprised that it's not up again here today. Like I keep saying, buy the actual crypto rather than the exchange, but Coinbase back up to 60 looks like it's going to be a good opportunity. Not back up to 60, but I want to fade Coinbase, so let's wait to see if there is any opportunity in that today, especially if we get to that 60. But we're going to watch Bitcoin, and here's a chart of BTC right now, just going straight to the upside, 30,100 to 30,200 in the last minute or so, right there for Bitcoin. So it's starting to get heated up. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond here. We do have some pre-market trading happening. We don't quote it, of course. But this is what it looks like on the daily chart. I'm never going to say buy a pink sheet name like as an investment or anything like that because they're over here for a reason. But it does seem like it wants to hold the 16, 17 area. Now they're selling off. I don't know where this is going to go. And the volume's not huge on Bed Bath & Beyond since it's been down here. I don't feel bad for anybody that's been holding the shares because the writing's been on the wall for this name for a very, very long time. Neil was talking about one of his friends in shipping that's been talking about Bed Bath & Beyond for a while. And I think all of us realize that this name's been in trouble. So now that it's down here to 18, 19, 20 cents, I feel like if you are going to trade it, maybe there's some opportunities down there, but I don't know. I mean, it came like as if you had an opportunity to buy it at 4 or 5 cents. I mean, I don't even know if that's true or not. But
that seems crazy.
Yeah, I don't.
Maybe
probably
you did.
not. Maybe you did. I don't know if there was liquidity down there. You guys tell me, because if anyone bought it at 4 or 5 cents and got out at 28 cents, that's better than any meme craze this name ever had. That is almost 10x. Right there from the top, let's 8 for sure, from top to bottom. I don't know what its craziness was at the time, but Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't know if it has any more juice left in it, but if you want to take a shot, like $16 or $17, I don't think that that's worth it. SIVBQ right there. Again, 40 cents. This name always is hovering around 40 cents, but just another name that we've talked about. This was only $300. Now it's down to 40 cents. So right there, nice move up to $1.50 when it came over. Now you're bouncing off 30 cents as well. So just a couple pink sheet names there. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. It's 9:18. Let's go over some chips.
Like graphic. Anyway. We'll talk about Boeing here and SPR to the downside a little bit this morning on this note of a strike possibly coming through for Spirit Aerosystems. If you didn't know, Spirit is Boeing's main supplier 8.5% right now, just grinding along 27. So they're going to have to shut down their main plant for the foreseeable future as they figure this out.
And that's not good. The Paris Air Show was, I think it's just concluded, or it's winding down. In any event, it looks as if these planes are sold out into 2030.
Yeah.
So supply issues here are going to be a real problem because the demand is there and they can't keep up with it.
And that was the negative. If you remember a couple of days back, we talked about this as well. The delivery on that, I think it was Air India that came through with that order.
Yes.
The delivery was 10 years out for some of these planes. So not exactly going to affect things right now, guys.
Yeah, we'll jump back to chips in a second because I do want to mention Intel.
Yeah, we'll go back to those guys and talk about chips. We'll do it like in reverse order.
Yeah, exactly. But Boeing, look, yuck for Boeing, obviously. But if it's now beneath the 50 period. It just has to close underneath. Every time it's closed underneath, it's tended to test 200 and break 200, and then support's been down at like 195. So that's a possibility today. But, you're at that 50 period on the daily, and I think you can always go in both directions when you're at a major moving average. You can get a lot of noise up and down off this 205, and maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. You're playing a guessing game. I just look to see which way it would trend off of that 05 number and know that if it breaks 05, it's got room to 200 and then 195 when you pop that daily chart up. And if it starts running, I don't want to be long. I don't want to be trying to go long on Boeing today. So if it were to start running, I think you just wait for it to get to some of those bottoms from yesterday at 09, and then look for a short 9 to 12, something kind of along those lines for Boeing. That's about all I would have for that name.
Yeah, I still think you want to buy Boeing. I think you want to buy Boeing on all these dips, man. I mean, just like what Sharif just said right there, there's a lot of supply. There's a lot of demand issues for it. So once they can figure out the supply side of all of this, then I think you want to be in Boeing for sure. I mean, when you have this kind of a business where it's virtually a monopoly, we've talked about this over and over again. You're either going to Boeing or to Airbus. It's the barriers to entry. It's not like someone's just going to open up a foundry and start making planes, right? I mean, this is not something that's going to get done. It's Boeing or Airbus or bust. So that's as far as I know anyways, especially here in the United States. So I would just say, you want to buy this name. And, worst case, like if you're kind of scared of it, the 200 period is right here at 190. So it's kind of like if you were to buy some Boeing down here at 195, 200, something like that, and then we really break this 190, like I don't think you're going to come in one day and it be down here at 155 or 160 or anything. So you do have some tops here around 175 that could get supported. Since we've broken it out, it's been some nice upside moves. I still like to buy Boeing here. I don't know if they had to cut a dividend or not. I'm not sure. Let me just go over here and check, because I own some Boeing shares, not a big position, and I don't even think, right, I was going to say I never thought about a dividend for this stock. So right there, no dividends. You're not going to hold it for yield. They have the forward PE here of being 40. That seems like it's pretty high. But again, if the demand is there for these planes and they're making them, then yeah, I like Boeing there. SPR, a little bit of a different story. Whenever you're talking about unions and things like that, it does become pretty difficult. So, again, liking Spirit, big supplier for Boeing, but you're going to look at the chart here. It's now trying to break a little bit lower, but like Boeing, maybe there is some support down there. So let's just wait. Let's let this sort of play out here for Spirit and for Boeing. I'd rather buy Boeing. I just feel like the moat around them is just so huge. So, all right, let's go back. I like Boeing. I don't know if there's a trade today. I mean, if you're talking about today's trade, then I think maybe 200, right? I mean, that's going to be a pretty key level. I don't think we get down there that low. I feel like this name gets bought up. And if anything, maybe it's a break of 207 to go back upside here for Boeing. But the market's down. The ES is also down today. So with both these markets heading lower, I feel like there's a little bit of a risk there trading Boeing to the long side. So I wait for dip buys. I'm a buyer at 190, 195. All right, let's talk some chips. Frito-Lay.
Ruffles? Maybe?
Lay's?
Whatever. Rundown, guys, as always, brought to you by TradeZero, the award-winning broker-dealer specializing in short selling. TradeZero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and has an extensive inventory of hard-to-borrow locates. TradeZero.co/TraderTV.live for more info. Yeah, not much in the way of additional news here as far as chips are concerned. Jeffrey's raising their price target on Intel, very, very small though, 35 from 32. After what came out yesterday, a bit of a rejig as far as these words are concerned from Reuters. Rejig as far as their manufacturing is concerned for Intel.
Yeah, they were updating investors yesterday about the the trajectory of the company, and it looks as if they want to become basically the North American version or the Western version of Taiwan Semiconductor. They're obviously opening plants in Europe. They've got 2 under construction in North America. And yeah, Neil and I were talking off camera about this morning. Him and I were going back and forth. Has Intel given up on its own brand, the Pentium? I mean, go Intel Inside. This thing goes back years and years. Are they just going to become a manufacturer for other people's designs?
It seems like that's the direction we're heading anyways. Worth a note here, guys. Oil pushing day lows, down almost 3% now, 2.8 for crude. So I just saw a few oil names flash by as well. But yeah, here we go, another 0.5% on top of what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, oil definitely worth a watch. I think, look, let's get to the chips for a second, because this whole play for Intel, when you talk about like the foundry play, that's years it's going to take. Like, there's so much infrastructure that has to be built, and they're building multiple plants. They can only do 7 nanometer when TSMC is down in 5 and able to do 3. So there's a lot of catch up that they have to do, a lot of building. So I think that's the long-term kind of notion. Cost cutting is great. It's down right now. I'm just looking at what an opportunity at 35 yesterday, but it is what it is. You're not here. I wasn't here. If you look at the setup, it's very similar. So it had a consolidation bottom, flat bottom break, and you essentially have the exact same setup, which is only usually 2 ways I want to play that. Inside of the range, if it's trend down, which it has been the last couple of days, look for the pop and fade idea off 33. It can always flat bottom break as well. That's 32.65. That's the low. And if we're clearing out the 33 level and holding and trending above, I think you abandon the short until it's back underneath, or at least gets to another $0.50 or even dollar. Because holding above 33 to me would be a strong reversal play for Intel. Just that AGLE really wants $1 at the open. That's the one thing to mention. That AGLE could be a halt candidate, by the way. So if there is an early halt at $1, I might try to take that one long just to get that out of the way.
So yesterday we had AMD up here at 119. What a great trade that was. Everyone saw that. We had this short, and then it just went like this all the way to the downside. And it was the #1 stock yesterday. And we'll see if we can do it again here today. I'm looking at this 114. We talked about that, so that's going to be a good area there for me. We're already sitting there to offer it. If it takes 114, we can get out. So no stubbornness here. We take 114. We look to like 114.25, something like that, to get out. If we break this bottom, then I still think we go short again, which might happen right away off open. That's 111.76 right now. Although AMD is up, the market's trying to go downside right now. So that's a trade that I like. And then, of course, I love the Intel short as well, up here to 34.35. So we're going to be looking Intel short, AMD short, Amazon short. So, yeah, it's a short day for me. And then the other name that I want to look at, too, we talked about this yesterday, is going to be Shopify. We looked at $64 yesterday, and I still think that that's a short as well. If we can get this up there, there's that 64 spot where we just sort of danced around, went down, came back up, went down again there. So watch out for Shopify there at $64. But there's buyers. The problem with Shopify is if the market rips, we know this is such an aggressive move back. Like someone came in here and bought this, I don't know, someone, but there was a lot of buyers here. And the afternoon, the market went up. But you saw names like AMD and some of the other names not really recuperate too well. But Shopify did. And it was led by Shopify, led by Apple in the afternoon yesterday. So, this is another name that we'll look at around $64. We could put 100 shares or something there to test it, to see what happens, but we don't want to miss Shopify at $100. So that's another name there. And then Apple, we talked about that. How could this market roll over if Apple's at all-time highs? Well, that's a good question, and I'm going to answer it right now. It's not going to roll over unless Apple does as well. So I'm looking at 185 there. We've already made that top. We made it again at in the midday. So anything for Apple around here at 185, 185.50, I think is a short there as well, although it was pretty strong yesterday. That's what I was talking about. There's Apple leading the market back. Whoa. When 25% of the NASDAQ is involved with 4 names or whatever it is, you're going to have a hard time doing anything unless these names get to go. So, all right.
Coinbase is going.
Yeah, what is?
Coinbase, I'm not seeing
because 30,300 just got breached.
Yeah, I mean, we're up, but Okay, we're going to get close to that $60 mark on Coinbase probably at the open. So it's already at 59 here. So, 60 is a pretty decent level. There could be a nice little pop and fade opportunity there. That AGLE, I show it having broken $1 and getting to 104 and back underneath. So it still has a chance to run that high. But Coinbase, if it gets to $60, that can be a spicy little fade trade. Do want to have it out there. If it breaches, it does a false break, I want my stop at the high, the local high. NVIDIA bounced off 420 yesterday. It's at 422, so that could come into play as well. That's the chip name that we didn't mention, obviously. NVIDIA down 2%, weaker than both Intel and AMD. It is 30 seconds to the bell on this Thursday. I don't know why I almost said Friday there. I'm going to be watching some Intel off the open. Obviously, AGLE is going to be of interest as, wow, we're pennies away from breaking down on Intel here.
Yeah, we are. We just got in and out by accident there on AMD, so I put the wrong price. We're waiting for 111 break to the downside here, but there's only 10 seconds right now as we go. So there's CAT.
Styling.
Yeah, styling and profiling.
Always styling, profiling
right
in
there.
2 and 1 range.
Why does it keep on punching you short? I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on there with those orders that I just keep on putting in there. But okay, here we go. AMD, we just took a short there, but we don't mean to be in this. So we're going to have to get out of this quickly here because that was a mistake trade on AMD. But right now, we're going to wait for it. The stop orders just kept triggering, and I don't know why. But we're going to wait for this little bit of a bump up. We did take a hit there by accident on AMD, but we're just short temporarily right now. We're going to see what's going on. Yeah, I don't need a refill on those coffees, Rob. There's something wrong with the coffee today, I feel like. Okay,
It's,
up to 113 right now
I don't know how to describe it.
on the upside. We're going to wait for it, but that was a mistake. So we're going to wait on this one. Watch out for 114 coming through on AMD.
Well, we'll see if it's a mistake, but I took the bottom break on Intel. I got slipped. I mean, it was a 65 break, and I got 60, so I got a little bit of slippage on Intel, a little more than I was used to. AGLE, no run at $1 off the open, so I have my eyes on it. If it bases out and gives me some kind of a consolidation long, I don't mind trying to take a shot at this, but it did reject $1 already once. Coinbase was on the rally. It didn't even make a shot. It just went 59.15 and then already came back in. So I thought maybe we'd get 60 off the open on that one. Intel starting to work into the downside on that flat bottom break. So I'm going to take a little bit of profit underneath in front of 32.50.
Damn it.
NVIDIA's going the other direction. No, it's already back to break even. I get one fill, it's back to break even because look at NVIDIA flying.
Yep.
NVIDIA
AMD's
up
flying.
$5 off the bottom.
What?
It bounced 422. Okay, check that, 4.5. Wow, so NVIDIA, big bounce to the upside. I'm going to have to watch that Intel. I do not want that breaking even 80s. I don't think it's worth holding to 33 if we're getting that big of a bounce into the upside. So big move on NVIDIA just there. Tesla did not get to 250 on the pullback. Wait a minute, no.
What's the market?
I have a
doing?
wick underneath 250, but it's back up at 253, as it might have broken 250 very briefly and settling here above. Yeah, the AGLE could be a bit of a nothing burger. And Lucid, that was the other one. Lucid tests, bounces off 601. Part of me said I should just try the 01 long before looking for the 6 break. But I'm going to take that 6 break short. It's just a matter of whether I want to be long 01 before I do it.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is getting a
What the heck,
little bit
NVIDIA?
insane right now as NVIDIA goes to the upside. That sucks because I was getting triggered into all this stuff here early on AMD. So we'll take a little bit of a hit. There goes Lucid right now, finally breaking through 6. So
There it
this
is.
is we added this
98.
to our watch list there through $6.
You got 99?
Yeah, man.
man.
So we got 99 on sale today.
do I get
99.99. Right now, we'll see. I mean, it honestly doesn't matter whether you get 98 or 99.
Well, it's just because we're on the same platform using a similar key. It's weird. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It's the same.
It really doesn't. But we'll wait to see there. I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know how we got it, but we're going to wait there. Oh, there's Lucid right here. So that high, 604, 605, something like that coming into play here. So we'll see. Hopefully get some downside movements. I think we could probably wait for 610 to break. So we'll put in our stop order right now. Oops, again, I'm fumbling with my keys today. 611, we'll just get out of 100% of it if it does go. Okay, so Amazon does come up right up to that top again of 126. We're going to short it, but we are waiting for more. This is not the right price. We're just shorting it right now because it did have a wick up here to 125.70, which was good enough. Well, we're going to remember, 126.50 or so is where we want to get out. Maybe that exact high. That was yesterday, though. I don't know. I feel like we need to get out of this a little bit earlier if there is a problem. So let's Yeah, 126.50 is right there. Would feel bad getting out at this 120. We can get out at 126.20 and then regroup it at this high. So, all right, let's do that. Let's try to get some more short here around 126 and see what happens at this 126.20 there for Amazon right now. But there goes Lucid. Hopefully that can fall down. I am bidding some 95s to get out of a piece. Hopefully that can hit. But right now it's Amazon on my mind. We're letting AMD go up. We don't have a whole heck of a lot of shares on this one. But here comes 114 right now for AMD.
And here comes 127. 427 on NVIDIA just got ticked there. So I'm going to try to roll into this one if I can in front of 427. What a huge rally off the open. I just want that even dollar stop as things try to calm down here. If you think the market's going to go down, I mean, it's hard to imagine. Of course, now it's going to break. Yeah, well. The second I'm trying to get the rollover trade, it continues to go. I do want to find a spot. Oh, there it is. I just added into Intel's. That just rolled over past 80. Lucid just printed 94s, was able to take some out there. I'm going to get some at 91s, and then we're going to get some bids at the 80s. On a flat bottom break like this, you want to make sure you're taking profit. AGLE. This I thought was going to be another run at $1 at the open. It has not done so. So it's just flushing off that failed dollar break. Has to consolidate first, and maybe we'll be able to work into some kind of a long trade if it's able to hold anything. Oh my goodness, go Ape? Yeah, bro. Well,
what's happening?
Ape's up 12%, but it's not really doing anything. Just remember, Ape and AMC going to move in different directions. AMC's down today. Ape is up. I think there was some news about the. I think it wasn't an affirmation, or it was news yesterday about the date. It was like a lawsuit against the combination that I think was probably positive for the deal going through. So that's why you'll have AMC going down and then Ape going up. Because if that deal happens, if that conversion happens soon, then that's all you got to do is put the hedge trade on. But I haven't really looked at it too much. Intel's starting to move upside here, so I haven't got anything out. I have one leg out, and I've added back in underneath 70. Doesn't feel like it wants to roll over. There was a rejection of this local high briefly, so I added to the position. It has to start rolling over now, or I got to start covering this. As good as Lucid is, Intel's starting to give me some worries. And my goodness, NVIDIA, that was a big miss. Tesla, by the way, you got to be kidding me, 255. On a dime, 255 was your curl and turn here on Tesla. That has a chance. You have a wick underneath 250. That gives you some support at that price. Now that it comes back in off 55, if there's a bounce off 50, that's a long that we should try to have. Then it's tipped its hand and wants to be trading above.
All right, so yeah, we unfortunately Amazon did go through, so we do take a 20-cent hit on that. We did get our big positions at 120. We can see our position right now, 126. So yeah, we get out at 126.25 break right there right now. So yeah, I mean, this market, again, I was thinking bearish, but it seems like it wants to take 15,000 and just did, and now is holding a bit higher. So like we said, let's try this again right now, but it's right here right now. I'm going to try it against that 126.75 area. Obviously, there it is. Then we just got the short in right now. So a little bit of a bigger position right now. You know, the thing is, we've stood in front of Amazon many times before, and it got run over. So you got to watch out for this one, because here it comes upside one more time. And yeah, this one, we're just going to keep on getting sort of stopped out here as it rips up. It's not a good sign to get stopped out, that's for sure. But right there, try to be patient with this. We did only lose that 20 cents, but now we're back in this name, and looks like it just wants to keep on going upside. I just was not expecting this of the market, and you're going to get, you know, when this happens, and you know, there it goes. I mean, the NASDAQ right now is just blasting. So yeah, I'm expecting everything to start to go up to the upside right now. So the only thing that's been really great for us has been this trade. We took a lot of shares on this Lucid. So this break of $6 has been pretty cash, man. We got our best fill on this one, as we just watched the market go down, was only 90. We actually put an 84 bid. We didn't get that. That only went to 86. But right there, now it's breaking back above 90. So let's watch out for Lucid. Some temporary sell. I don't know if it's temporary, but some sells on Lucid right now to the downside. You always want to take some out, like Neil said, when you get a break like that. So, okay, Amazon did push back down a little bit into the 30s right now. Let's put some bids around the 20s again, just because, you know, that's where we got in trouble. So we'll see if it wants to pull back just a little bit. And here comes finally AMD starting to break lower now as well. So this is going to wind up being a banger for us. So nice trade here on AMD. Let's just see, or sorry, yeah, on AMD. Let's see if that can work. There's the 114, man. We screamed that there. It's too bad that we had that keystroke error, but AMD 114 short sell looks like it's paying off again. So Amazon not, though. Amazon upside right now. AMD pretty dramatically to the downside right now.
You're going to ring registry rate here, and congrats if you got this the first time. Because 427 on NVIDIA, it bounced the first time and gave you 20. It looks like it got underneath 25 pretty decently. The higher low just put in 425.5. So I just grabbed 26.58 is actually my price. Got a $1 scalp trade in here. It is trending up. If 427 goes, I think you got to get out of Dodge. Super strong move up there off of that 420 level, not even getting to 420 on NVIDIA. Here is Tesla still battling that 255. I think 55 is setting up for a bit of a breakout. I thought maybe we'd test back again and be able to try that 250 long. Hasn't really happened. You have a wick underneath. That is Fugaze, the actual bottom since the open. Looks like a 252. So 252 support there. Yeah, that AGLE looks like it's possibly done. LCFY, Locify here just halted as we'll go to Brendan.
Just going to mention that one. They announced a new agreement this morning with media publishers. So this is a software as a service company, online advertising based. So a new deal for them, focused on SEO technology, guys.
I don't know why I can't get anything at the bottom.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I can't get anything at the bottom of Lucid here. I keep putting bids like 87s and stuff like that, just not filling right now. So I just wanted to update that on Lucid. Right now, there goes Amazon. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet for Amazon. That one does not appear to be right, but damn, we're making some money on AMD. Holy shoot! Right now, spin that money for AMD, man. This is the name of course. We don't even have we have Amazon on here for a 126 short. That's at 127, so that's missing for sure. But this AMD again today, wow, big time movements happening, and we're happy as hell for this one, as because there's that 114 that we talked about, and that just came into play right there off of that. So that was been huge. It's too bad that we ignored Intel. I know Neil was on it, but actually that's not doing anything. So that's, you got to trade the right names. We talked about that. But here we go. Now 127 for Amazon. We're holding a small piece. I cannot believe how excited this name's getting. 127.50. That's a 5 minute, sorry. I'll throw it back to Neil in 1 second. It's this 127.50 coming into play again, but you have 128, 129. Wow, Amazon, I was completely off on this one, man, but we got it back with Lucid and with AMD, but that sucks to lose that on Amazon. But there it is, AMD just, wow, $1.20 now. The Dollar Club has its first member.
So another halt here. If you remember this from last week, or well, actually this week, what am I talking about? A couple of days ago, VCIG is halted upside. 580 current open is basically flat. This got to $11 and then turned pretty big. So if it does make a break of yesterday's high, it's got lots of room to run. I haven't double checked locates or anything like that. The NASDAQ might be red, but we're on north side of 15,000. So we're holding 15,000. You're back above. Looks like we're potentially breaking out. I'm not going to reload NVIDIA. I think if things start blowing off the tops, you got to look for some longs. And speaking of blowing out the top, there goes Tesla through 255. I should have just taken the breakout trade. Always looking for the dip buy, never looking for the breakout. So 255 has come and gone here on Tesla. If it does give a pullback in, I think this is worth it to try and grab the long here. I might be even thinking about a long on a break of 427 on NVIDIA and reversing that trade. It just looks almost like above 15,000, we should be looking for long trades. There's so much room to get to 260 on NVIDIA that I think you want to respect it. Intel might be blowing the top off here. That's that 33 level. If it does, I'm out of this. I don't know about reversing long here. I'd rather pick a stronger name. Tesla might be it if we get back into that 255 level for a bit of a reload. Lucid's going fine. It just, there's a buyer at like 587 to 590. Every single time it gets down there, someone tries to pick it up. And one last one for you, Coinbase. Remember, we're like, yeah, just fade Coinbase if it gets to 60. It barely broke 59, right back to negative. Coinbase is now down on the day.
All right, watch out. Yeah, Coinbase. Yeah, it's funny because Bitcoin's still at 30,200 right there. So, but the market, the NASDAQ is just saying, you're short the NASDAQ? What are you, crazy? Nice move to the upside here. Looks like it is going to go green. We talked about the Bears and the Bulls today. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls, by the way. And where we were going with all of this. And it just seems like right now, I mean, can you believe just one minute ago, or well, I guess now it's 3 minutes ago, we were buying 112.20s, 112.40s, you know, getting these all, like, look at this, let it drop. Like, you want to talk about letting it drop. We get a 113.80 fill. We don't take our first fill until 112.90. I told you, man, we're trying to be changed man around here. And wait for these trades to come through. So we don't even take a fill until it's $1. This was a mistake down there. I don't know what was happening. I'm gonna have to look at the logs and stuff, but I was putting in stop orders that just kept on triggering. So
That
I guess,
happened to me the other day.
But I'm guessing they weren't stop orders is my guess, and I was just putting in limit orders, but I'm gonna double check the keystroke. So I take, no matter what happens, man, you gotta be responsible for it. And the problem is that I went short and then I couldn't get out because it just ripped off the open. So we wind up taking a little bit of a hit early, which is not great, but that's okay. It's not okay, but it's okay. Right there for AMD. So let's reload this if it gets back up to 114. We already know we're going to get out if it does take that. So we do have some risk side of that as well. We did take back some Amazon.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're in this one too. So Lucid, that buyer that was in the low 90s to 80s, they just gave it up. They released the bid. That's the only way to think about it. Like, they were buying up here. They released the bid. I had bids already at 85, 86. I couldn't cancel them. Trust me, it was just filling everything really quickly. I got some 82. Exactly. I'm now bidding in front of 575. So that continues to flush. I did get stopped out of Intel, though it's only at 33 now. So I don't know. We're still above 15,000. We're trend up in the NASDAQ, which is about to turn green. That's the reason, even though I stopped out, it looks like I must have keystroked it out. I don't think that probably saved me 10 cents, if anything. And because we're holding higher and going green on the NASDAQ, no need to jump into that position. So yeah, my stop should have been at this line instead of just underneath it. But jumping back into the short, only if we start rolling over. If we hold red on the NASDAQ, maybe I get back in off this 33 level on Intel. And there goes NVIDIA. That just broke 427. So we're able to get $1, and then we lose 50 cents on the way back as the market continues to break higher. Everything except for Lucid is going absolutely ham. I shouldn't say that. Literally not everything is going ham. AGLE, this was one I was looking for a nice little consolidation zone to join. It just bounced off 65 cents once. So giving a little bit of an opportunity here. If it gets to $1 again, I think this could go absolutely nuts. Super small float here, just keep that in mind. So it's not as liquid as some other penny stocks that you might normally trade. Just keep in mind. Like 5 cents is reasonable risk. You're expecting this to move a lot, up 500% plus.
We talked about Tesla. We talked about Tesla earlier, and wow, what a move off that 250. I mean, it's so stupid to not have that because we talked about that it was going to be a key area there. Breaks through, then breaks back above. That's a long there at 250 for sure. It's just getting caught up. Again, we talked about day trading here and the markets and being on the right names at the right time. Well, that was the right time to be on Tesla right there. So congratulations, anybody that has that. I'm just going to let Lucid just continue to fall down, man. That was, again, another name that we added to the sticky note. I guess we'll take something at 80 if we can get it, which we should be able to get in a second. They're breaking lower. There we go. We get it. So, excuse me. Hopefully 80 will fill. Well, he did fill, but hopefully we'll fill through 80, and then we'll get through that 79 right there, as this has been an absolute monster. It's a good thing that we upped our shares on that, and we talked about it being at its all-time low. So good trade there for Lucid, and it was free to short. So that was another big thing for us on that one. Coin short keeps on pressing. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin right now is at 30,200 and not really doing anything, but there it is, man. Good run up early, which we were like, what? Why is that going up there? And I was like, yeah, Bitcoin's going, but it doesn't look like it's going too crazy. There it goes right now. Watch out. Okay, so Amazon, one more trade here. We did have some size there. We're going to give it to 50. So this is our last shot here on Amazon, being a little bit stubborn, trying to short this name, but the NASDAQ just turned green. So yeah, it's tough day here today to do anything short on the NASDAQ. So congratulations to everybody that's been long. As there goes the NASDAQ right now, up and away on the 30-minute chart. You are definitely bouncing off that 15,000. Next area, I mean, you got to probably wait for here, 15,150. So you still have about another 70 or so handles to the upside before you get to any kind of a support. I mean, you could use 15,1 as support, but that hasn't been that great. It's this kind of an area right there, 15,150 on the NASDAQ. But wow, there goes Amazon. Aggressive moves here happening in the NASDAQ. So we're going to give back a little bit of what we made yesterday here on this kind of a play. But there goes Amazon. Oh, wish we had stayed away from this name. Up 3%. Wow. Bad read on Amazon for sure today.
Yeah, and here comes that AGLE. I got that. Oh, whatever. I can get out of this one manually here. It looks like it's going to not hold out at 65. So we took the long off this consolidation. There's still a chance it can get it back, But get kind of my chart for a second there. I was long AGLE off this 70 into like 69s. Took some out manually when my stop. You got that position mismatch order, which is weird. So I'd watch out. Don't use that other stop. Use like the primary two. But I just punched out manually. It can still hold, and if it does, I'd probably jump back into this. I think there's lots of opportunity for this to still break up, but I want to have tight stop. I don't want it halting to the downside on me. So I'm usually looking at about 5 cents worth of risk, maybe a little bit more. Lucid still holding up pretty okay. It's going to be Tesla that I think is coming in here next. So Tesla, it broke that 55, got up to 58. All of a sudden, the dip buy at 55 is not really coming in. So I want to see this bounce somewhere. The second I see it consolidate and try to bounce, little green in this world, I'm going to go long on Tesla because it hasn't even gone green yet. So there's still room to that 260 close area that we had yesterday if it wants to continue trend, Brendo.
Biotech super strong as well. EXAS, few people mentioning this one. New collaboration announced this morning for a colorectal cancer treatment that EXAS is working on. So a nice look, 4%. Just took out day highs there.
EXAS, definitely a good one to watch. Okay, do I just pull the trigger at 56 on Tesla?
I don't know. We 56 long or short?
I mean,
the market's
it's
ripping.
It's trend up. We're above 15,000.
Right.
We just went green, so
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
going to look for the long initially, at least on Tesla here.
Okay, Day Trade the World Campus is back, baby. It's back right now. So trade real money, gain real experience. Only open for those of us in Canada, unfortunately, right now. But trade real money, gain real experience. Apply now. Join the exclusive community of like-minded individuals. You guys want to trade on a prop floor, this is your opportunity to do that. Unfortunately, it's not available to anybody in the U.S., but go over to campus.daytradetheworld.com. Have a look, see what's going on. Even if you are not located in the lovely country of Canada, send in your interest, and then maybe we can expand this. It's 12 guided online training modules, so some Q&A on there. Hopefully Neil and I can get on that Q&A as well. But yeah, so far so good with what's been going on right now. Software markets, TMS trading, which is exactly what we have here. Same platform as us, but fake money, paper trading. It's a great opportunity for everybody to join Day Trade the World at a young age, of course. And then we talk about no education as far as trading is concerned. Well, there's your opportunity right now to grab some. So get it from the best here at Day Trade the World. It's Day Trade the World Campus available now. So go to that website and check that out. All right, we've been going, and first of all, by the way, also,
Hola, like and subscribe today.
I wouldn't be here without Day Trade the World, and we all wouldn't be here without Kat. So hit the like and subscribe.
That's true.
For that one right now. Yes, Kat Mandu. We're gonna go. We're gonna take one. This is not even one last shot. It's just Amazon is up here right now, and it's just I'm going to short it in front. I'm going to do this no matter what, even though I know that we're wrong on the short. We were wrong on the short earlier. Maybe we can be right on the back of this Amazon short. I don't know what that to. Well, we are almost green. Look what we just did on AMD. You want to talk about making some cash? I mean, AMD right now on a reload. Yeah, man, we are reloaded on AMD. You can go to hell, Amazon, amount of money I spend on you, and then you take all the money away from me. But look what we just did right here. 114 short again. The killer's back, and we're killing it right now on AMD. But Amazon and Jeff Bezos, I want a cage match. I want Bezos in there to get destroyed by somebody.
Bezos is jacked, bro.
I know, that's not happening.
He's whooping at. Come on, son.
Yeah, but
Bezos,
I think it's that fake jacked.
Yeah, but versus
Yeah,
you're
he's on that
talking
Joe
versus
Rogan shit.
Zuckerberg. I don't know. I don't care
the
what
hell's
kind of.
TRT?
I don't care what kind of belt you got, Zuck. If Bezos comes at you,
No,
the
man,
gun
no,
show.
man.
It's
Zuckerberg
it'd be like
could
Steiner.
deal with Bezos.
No, you can't even start me on that one,
Yeah,
man.
you're
I
probably
think
right.
I think he's whooping. I'm just saying.
All right, Brendo.
Are we going to market positive, guys? Notably weak name here this morning. Hood, downside to the tune of 3%. They announced this. Today they're picking up this fintech firm X1 for $95 million in cash for Robinhood.
I just missed that, but just quickly, I did get the long in Tesla at 56. There's a bit of a seller here at 56.5, so I did scalp some out. I'm going to go rinse and repeat. There's been some kind of money fills just underneath 56 at 55.80s, so that's where the reload is going to be. And if it breaks the half, I'll get out. Like 55 half breaks, I'll look for a little bit lower. So trying to work the range in here on that. I have not even looked at Robinhood in forever, which is a shame because we usually think this is a short, don't we? I mean, it's underneath $10. It's trend down. By the way, Tesla now, okay, the second I get some out, I have to go back to Tesla, guys. The second I decide to take some out at that $0.50, it makes the run right up to 257 even. So I was just able to ring and register, grab some up there. I don't think it's necessarily a home run until we get to the close price from yesterday. So I'm looking to hold this into 259 to 260. That's where the out's going to be. You're rejecting lower highs as we stand. So we'll see what happens. What? Did I just get wicked out? Yeah, I just got wicked out, and I don't think it broke. Maybe I keystroked that stop order. That never broke the half. That's a little weird.
Which?
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I can check on e-signal, but no, I'm only worried because of the same reason you are. I want to make sure our stop.
No, look, like Tesla actually held there, and I got out basically flat. That's
yeah, the same thing happened to me on Amazon, but Amazon, I believe, did break 128, but then it just resisted it and came right back in. So we'll just take the short again on that and now try to cash out a little bit on that name as well. Yeah, like I said about Amazon, man, I mean, that's just a big, huge move today. Was definitely wrong on that. We had that all over our sticky note, and we'll just cash out a little bit here on the short back in, but we're just making back what we've already thrown away in the garbage today on some of that. But we were just, the AMD is really something special to trade. I can't, like yesterday was an absolute monster. Today we're right back in the name again. And I mean, the fact that this thing, we just got 114 twice up there, right back down. And this 114 was off of yesterday's level. It was just pretty clean. Like, I mean, we just shorted that perfectly. And it worked. So, that's what I'm talking about with trading. Sometimes you're going to have these ideas that are absolutely great and you want to be able to put risk on them. And that's what we did with AMD, right? We put some risk on this name. We knew we liked this position. And now it's coming in again. So I'm going to put another bid here at 95. Might as well just take the fills as they come through and then hold for the bottom here. The market is huge today. It's up 0.2. It doesn't feel like it's huge, but we get that good jobs number, right? That was actually weaker, more expected jobless claims, more jobless claims than expected. That's good because normally you would think that would be bad, but with the way this market's moving, they're trying to break. The only thing left to break is the jobs market. That hasn't broke yet, right? We've seen banking, obviously, some of those banks getting obviously destroyed. They're the regionals. Now we just wait to break the job market, and they tried to do that. Not trying, but they're trying. They are trying to do it right now and not working. So that's good to see that that's up there. Maybe that does lend something to the whole idea of a rate cut rather than a rate hike. But it's almost 10 o'clock, so it's almost Fed speak time. So let's not forget that they're about to march out a couple talking heads here in just a few seconds. What's up, Brendo?
Yeah, the first one right now, Fed's Bowman, right on schedule. In fact, making some comments on the overall market, so just be aware. 5 minutes, as you mentioned, until Powell is back in the hot seat.
There you go. So look, make sure you're taking profits if you got something inside of a range. We always say the same thing, have a stop. Don't look any gift horses in the mouth. So I jumped back into Tesla. I actually end up with a slightly worse price than our last reload, but it never broke 255.5. So it's not a bad stop out, but it is what it is. Just jump back in at 56. It works back above 56 to give one more scalp trade. Let's keep working this range. I want to be buying just underneath 256 like last time instead of the overs. The unders have been better. You're getting a little bit better risk to reward. It's still a trend up for now. NVIDIA, by the way. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA. So 430 on NVIDIA is the new current high of the day. 430 on NVIDIA is completely insane, given we're just at the 20s. I don't have a long in this. If it gets up to 35, 36, that was the resistance from yesterday. I think you can work that. Watching out for Lucid as it just hit 75. I got a fill at 75. Congratulations! On an even dollar break, you watch out for those quarters and those 50s, and that's where we're at right now, bouncing off Lucid. This is the first possibly consecutive green candles on the 3-minute chart. It can always get back to the 80s and continue the trend to the downside. But yeah, if you haven't taken profit on this, I don't know what you're doing, quite frankly. That VCIG, oh my goodness. Hopefully people are having fun with some of the small cap names. It's back above 7. It opened up at 6. Took a couple of minutes here, then broke out again, through 7 even. I should probably look for locates in the off chance it gets back up to 10, because that was wild when it failed $10 last time. $8 break may be in play here. I haven't really seen an entry outside of, I guess if you took it in front of the halt price, that was your entry off $6. So VCIG going wild again.
122.50. I don't know, man. This market, like, I want to go short something, but I don't think that's the right call right now. I mean, we're already sitting in this AMD short that's printing, obviously, and we're sitting in Lucid. We've already talked about that. So, yeah, the Amazon short is not working. So we're out of Amazon right now and gave back our AMD money on Amazon, which sucks. But right here, Palantir bouncing off 14. I was going over here thinking that we could have done something here on Palantir today, but it's not as exciting maybe as we would like it to be at this level. So Palantir right now is really not doing anything, and we got to wait to see about that stock. And maybe a 14 bid if it gets down there again. That's the only thing that I was thinking about for that one. Wow, Amazon is right at 128.50, which has been its day's high over the last little while. So Amazon just continues to make huge moves up. Now it's trying to reject. I don't know. That was 128.50 on the daily right there. So that could have been, something to look at right there. 128. That's one. Yeah, it's one. Well, that says 129. That might be more accurate there, 128.50. But anyways, Amazon just eating lunch today for me. And there goes AMD again. Just to stay in AMD, like we would have been monstrous, but we didn't. So that's the difference right now. But there we go, AMD down to 113 again. It just like, look at that wick, 112.76. We got to put a bid down there. Let's put a bid at 112.80 in case we can get that. We need to make some money back here that we've lost. Lucid retracing back again. So my best fill is 77. We'll wait to see if we get some more love down here at 75. But we have Brendan again. Remember, this is time for Fed. So there's going to be some news rolling out. So watch your positions and pay attention to what Brendan's got to say.
Hey guys, just getting U.S. existing home sales as well. 4.3 million versus 4.25 expected there. That was really the big number that came out there at 10 o'clock. Didn't really move much, but Fed's Powell just getting set up here. I was watching the video feed. Keep in mind, remember yesterday there was a whole bunch of introductory speeches that were given. So they didn't get into the Q&A until about 20 after, 25 after yesterday. So we'll keep that in mind for Powell. But we got those Bowman comments that came through there as well. Didn't really have much reaction to the overall market. Here is how things are looking right now. It is tech on a bounce back here after what happened yesterday, leading the way, 0.36, 0.21 for the 100 and the composite NASDAQ. Russell 2000, notably weak, a full percent to the downside. The Dow and S&P trying to get back to break even as well. Just noting, Amazon day highs. This came out earlier. We're up already on pretty heavy volume, but this unfortunate name, Omnicom, teaming up with Amazon to use generative AI machine learning for advertising campaigns. So joining what Meta is already doing. From that front, here's Google as well, trying to get back to about 0.5%. So definitely strong here for Amazon, guys.
So I don't know why Omnicom.
Amazon never heard of it.
Omnicom is an unfortunate name. Is it that bad of a name for a stock? I don't know. Or a company? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I have to get to Meta here because you look at big tech, and obviously NVIDIA is down. NVIDIA, one of the strongest names in terms of trending at the open. Meta's also up, and they don't really fall into the big tech by market cap as much anymore, but up 0.5%. It's getting into resistance. It just broke the afternoon high from yesterday. Once you're above 83, you get into the 84, 85 zone. I have my nice little lines drawn here. That's the area I'd be looking for a fade trade. The market is pretty strong going into this, but I think you're starting to come back in earnest. My goodness, Boeing is actually breaking out, believe it or not, on some of that news, breaking higher. I was looking at 9 to 12 for fade, so that has a chance to definitely get there as Coinbase is just flushing now. You gotta be kidding me. This was the one we wanted up top. It broke 59. I'm like, get to 60. Once you're above 59.5, I'm just getting into the short. It just never happened. Now you're at 57 and trending lower. If there's any kind of a bounce off yesterday's low, I think that's going to be the chance to maybe get into some kind of a short. But looking at Meta, I want to roll over somewhere up here. I would rather play it off 84, but it's running into trouble right here at 83. So it can't seem to clear out this 83 level just yet. I feel like we've gone a little bit far, looking for a little bit of a, just like one of those scalp trades off the high of the day. Meta is the one that looks like it's setting up.
I mean, we're just taking more and more and more right now, and just ringing some cash registers here as we go and hitting some bangers on AMD. I mean, I've really focused on just trading a couple names, and obviously we've talked about Amazon today. Shout out to Hamster in the chat as well, talking a little bit about Amazon there. Brendan brought us that news. Right now, 112.50 though for AMD. We just got like. This is $1.50. Like, this is what we're talking about. You could be wrong on some of the ideas, but as long as you're right and able to trade, we live to see another day all the time. And that's why you got to have stop orders out and things like that to take other shots and to try to, keep your account in balance, because there's going to be opportunities all the time in this market. Like, we don't know what Fed Powell's going to say. He's at the Senate today, right? So almost could be a completely different round of questioning, and we'll see what happens here today. As yesterday, he indicated possibly 2 more rate hikes. So let's see if that questioning can happen again here today, and then maybe he eases off of that. But then if he eases off of it, then that should be dovish, which would mean the market would go back up, which is maybe what people are thinking right now as the NASDAQ's up another 0.32. I had all the shorts. Oh, you know what we didn't look at here? I'm still waiting for Amazon. We took short again there. I'm making like 20, 30 cents. Like, I'm making money back here on these shorts. It's just getting blown out early on it. That's really the bad part about it. So that's fine. We talked about waiting for things, right? And so we didn't really do that there with Amazon. Well, we did. It came up to my price. I took it and it got hit. Shopify did not get to our price of 64, but it is making a nice move up. We are definitely right about this name. Is it still red today into a market that's ripping? So I do think that Shopify does have some potential there. Right back into yesterday's close. Maybe 63. If we can get into here, 63. 30s or something like that, then I think that's worth a short. But because we're net short right now, 3 names, Lucid I'm not worried about. I'm sure you're not either. As that just keeps on, talking to Neil, not you guys out there, as that just keeps on making new lows. So I'm almost out of Lucid. I have about 15% left, which is not that much. So we'll wait to see. We've just been getting out at 75. Here we go. Another move down. I actually have a 75 bid. We'll take that if it fills. There is some size there on Lucid. But what a great break of $6. We tweeted that out at about 9 o'clock. And since then, it's as soon as we noticed it, that it was down there. We talked about that with Tesla. Nice move to the downside. I know, are you still in? Okay, Tesla, I guess, has come out.
Tesla's shaking.
Has it? Okay.
It just keeps shaking me out there. Like, it gives you like dollar scale trades, but then the last time it broke at 55.5, it got to 54.5. But I'm just,
there goes Amazon.
As
finally.
I looked up, that's
AMD.
hilarious. I just looked up to check to see where Tesla was at, and might have just missed that punch in on Meta. It might come back to pick me up here. That rejected 283. We're looking for something a little tighter to 84, but if the curl's going to be here, then that's what it is. I want in front of that 83 for the short. Coinbase is attempted to bounce off 57. You can see the success of that attempt right now. It is continuing under. If this doesn't break back above and the market rolls over, I'm just checking to make sure Bitcoin's not doing anything crazy. I mean, it's still above 30,000. It's not. So this is all about Coinbase. If it cannot get back above 57, I guess it's just a short that I maybe give to 57.10. So go short underneath, maybe like 56.90 on the way back down here, give it 20 cents. Yeah, that's just going to be the play. We should have had Coinbase above 59. That was the go zone. But if it's this week, I have to take a shot at some point. Look at the size of the gap down if it cannot hold on to yesterday's bottom. That's 53.5 down there. Got to take a shot at some point.
Yeah, we're taking a shot on Oracle as well. I mean, this is what I mean about consistently trying to take shots at something. Like, we just took 50 cents on Amazon, 40 cents as we got it out at 52s there, right there. So like I'm saying, we are making some money back. You might have saw me get a little excited there. Why? Because come on, man, we just took $2 on Amazon, on AMD. So that's a big trade for me. There's no doubt about that. Look at Oracle. We just took this one on board as well. Oracle, wow. Okay, Oracle. I got to punch some of this out. I didn't realize we just tanked, bang, that much right now. Yes, sir. Hallelujah, man. We're making it back right now. We've got 4 bangers on, and we got the big man himself. What's up, Brendo?
IRBT falling on its face here. 7% downside. Amazon said to be unlikely to offer remedies during the EU antitrust preliminary investigation into their deal to purchase Roomba. So not a lot of volume behind this yet, but just a heads up on IRBT.
Yeah, that's positive. Obviously, that's positive.
So much shit about Amazon, man.
I mean, Amazon has all the cash in the world, so it doesn't matter that much, but that's a good sign Well, I mean, it's a positive and a negative, I guess. The deal doesn't
Get
go
another
through,
piece
but then
out.
they get that remedy. So this is getting absolutely flummoxed. Not a lot of liquidity down there, unfortunately. I don't really have any levels for something like this. I think you usually just look for a dead cat support bounce, so it could be 45. My daily doesn't want to load. Apologies. It could be 45. It could be 40. I got to get back over to Coinbase, which is still going down. So we get into Coinbase. We are literally $2 away from where we wanted it.
Oh my
But
God.
immediately, like, just instantly continues to flush. So 57 to 56 and a half, pretty much right away. We got the meta short in there. That's starting to roll over. I have a bid in front of the evens. That's 282 even. I just stepped it up by a couple cents to make sure I got the fill. Didn't get a chance to add to this. I think we're looking VWAP. Meta's a bit of a stronger name here, so I'd rather give this to VWAP on the retrace, whereas coin, I think we want to hold on to. Like I said, you could, every single 50-cent move down in coin, look at the daily chart where you're rejecting from on Coinbase. You're rejecting 60, you're rejecting both the 50 and the 200 period moving averages simultaneously, and support's down at 53.5 to 54. So I can see all the reason why we're going to those levels here today on coin. The market's still green, by the way, so you really got to pick and choose what you're short, because I mean, a lot of things are looking strong. I did get trailed, not trailed out of Tesla's the wrong word. I got shaken out of Tesla like multiple times on this long. Randy's saying driven out of Tesla, but like I had it multiple times in here, was doing some scalping, and then it did this real stop out. So the first one was BS. Maybe I keystroked my stop order, who knows? But it really took out that 55 and I got out there. Now it's right back to the upside. So Tesla is relatively strong into this. Meta working, coin working. Obviously, you guys know Lucid's been a good short. But wow, Tesla is pretty strong. Look at Ford, Mr. Lisa J and M. That's an interestingly long name. Look at Ford. We'll look at Ford.
Sure.
Okay. 14 break.
Are you done looking, or?
Well, I mean, $14 break on Ford wasn't that bad.
Congratulations!
If you happen to have it.
Yeah, we love Ford. I love Ford. Good play there.
It's got room to go. Another 20, 30 cents maybe.
F. Yeah, 1450 was a level there. Meanwhile, I saw that on Colbert last night. I know it's from like 8 months ago. I hate this writer strike, man. I wish this would.
Everything's old
finish
now,
itself out.
which is great if you haven't watched most of it.
Yeah. But late night though. Well, you're not watching late night, but you can't. Late night is all
It's current news.
current.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay. Anyways, all right. I'm going to take one more fill at 112, man. I mean, AMD, nice downside move. I don't know. It's just at the bottom of the day. But if this market just keeps on doing what it's doing right now and trying to get higher and higher and higher, then there it is. Did we just cashed out? No, we did not. What am I bidding? I thought we just got that fill. We're bidding 03s. Oh, it just went to 05. Okay. Hopefully this can come back in. It is starting to go back to the upside right now on that play. So we'll wait to see. I do want to short some more AMD, but I'm just going to be patient with it. Why not? It's definitely printing for us. And this is why we take profit almost ASAP, right? Like Oracle, we just put this on at VWAP, and then it came right back in. We took it out. We only took out a half because it was like, hey, who knows? But look what the market's doing right now. There's 15.1. We actually drew these lines. I don't remember having this line there yesterday at 15.1, but there it is. Just took it out. Upside alert right now in this market as we continue to rip right now. The short's not right. Buy dips. I'm going to lose when I'm looking short and the market's doing this. So there's Oracle. I'm going to wait now. I do have another offer for Oracle right here at 122.40. So if we can get up to that level, then we'll take the short again against this high. But until then, let the market let me take this back. Trying to let the market settle down a little bit here, but that does not appear to be happening for me. So there we go, market upside. The last of the Mohicans here, Amazon for me. We've given a lot of money back that we've made today, shorting this name that just keeps on ripping up on that iRobot news, on whatever that we were just talking about right now with Amazon and the EU and stuff. Same news, but there it goes, upside right here, taking out. These are highs. Look at Amazon. Like if this was up here at 128 earlier, then I'd be like, let's go long on these breaks. But I cannot believe the move upside for Amazon, up 3% against this market. What a rally day, and I've learned my lesson on this one, man. We always get run over on this name when we're wrong. Amazon has so much support when it goes, it's ridiculous. We have to be long Amazon, not short. Looks like right here on a break, we get hit now again. So we're short this time at 15s, and it's all the way up here at 50, so a 30-cent hit on Amazon incoming for sure. Good outs for us, though, on AMD. We just missed, like, as if we missed that out. Oh, there it is, coming right back up to the 50 period. Maybe another short opportunity there.
Yeah, so it was just a break on NVIDIA. I got in and out pretty quickly the first time. I opened it up a little bit more because the buyers are stepping up at that 430 level. So I'm in it a second time here. You can see kind of clustered. I was back in it, and then it just made another run at that stop. I feel like they're triggering. I'm going to use a different stop order because they're triggering a little too early. I want this to calm down. I didn't see any volume above. I've gone for the break a couple times here. NVIDIA is obviously a strong one. The other thing you're working with at 430 is the closing price was 430.5, so it might just be cleaner above that price. So 430 is a nice round number, but you have to watch that half. I think that's going to be it. Allow it to get above that and then work it. You're back upside in Meta. We did take the scalp trade. It got to 282. I don't want to add to this unless it actually fails at this high. If we break the high, I think you just get out, take the L on the second half. Thankfully, it'll still be a positive trade because we took profit, but quite frankly, this does not set up as much of a reload here. So it's about to break that 40. If it shows a bit above, I'm going to be out there. Definitely, I should maybe just be back into that NVIDIA. There we go. So we're out of Meta now. It's NVIDIA. Yeah, I should be back into this one. I did not give this one enough room. And now all of a sudden, now that it's breaking yesterday's high, the confirmation I wanted, I could have been in the money going into this move on NVIDIA instead of chasing it through the break of yesterday's high. So I should have just given the 430 more room. Coinbase is hanging on by a thread. I'm going to try and get into that NVIDIA. I don't want to chase it too far. Coinbase is hanging on. It just wicked 57 again. So I should be short this. I should definitely be short more shares of Coinbase when it wicked that 57. I did not get a reload there. That's kind of frustrating because that's a really good entry point on coin. I'm into NVIDIA here off of yesterday's high. Now all of a sudden it gets binary, right? Like you broke in yesterday's top. Well, if you can hold 430, then we just hold this trade.
Yeah. Oh, man. Amazon, man. This Jeff Bezos guy is killing me right now. Okay. Lucid, Oracle's still waiting to get a better price up here. Hopefully that can come through. We'll have that right now. Coinbase with the Bitcoin up to 30,300 right now. I know Neil's talking about Coinbase, so we don't have to really look at that too much.
How bad does it have to be doing this when Bitcoin is breaking out every day?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like
that's what I was talking about yesterday.
That's so bad for coin.
About Coinbase yesterday. That's for sure.
I'm just saying, like if you're a shareholder in that, like what's your catalyst for it to go up at this point?
Right.
If breaking out time and time again on it's not just Bitcoin. I mean, a lot of cryptos up right now.
Oh yeah.
That's a bad look, man. It's a bad look. So, anyways, enough bad news. There's finally a long in the building. I'm mad at myself. So, I bungled that 430 trade, and then I end up with a long off yesterday's high at 430.60 when I was long twice at 430. And kind of close to flat both times. That's a mistake, right? So I should have been a little bit more confident with that long. We take it. We end up getting $1, and then it just broke 432 and rejected, so I took another scalp trade there. As long as we're above 430, we hang on to this one, maybe reload it on the way to 435. I mentioned possibly reloading in coin. I did not get that fill on the over under 57, but it just bounced twice off 56.5. So when it did that, I take another leg out there and take the scalp trade. So I like this short. It's continuing to work out. Lucid, there's some caution on Lucid, as I was saying. If you've been short this name, it has been only good for you. But a double bottom at 575. When a big buyer, a decent-sized buyer, showed up at 580, I took some out at 582. I'm still holding on to 20% of this position, and we're beneath VWAP, so I think it's been okay. But I want to see this back at those lows. It's a good sign that this is trending down into an up market if you happen to be short it. Meta, we did not reload the Meta short. We just stopped it out. That's continuing to trend up. It is getting into the zone of resistance for the last couple of sessions here, for 84 to 85. I think that's a better zone of resistance. Carvana's testing high of the day there. Eddie Chin just said, is that going to squeeze? Are we some squeeze names going
It was
today?
moving a little bit yesterday in the afternoon.
25 maybe? Oh, it failed 25 big time yesterday.
See, and that's basically what it went to today, 24.75.
I think you're looking, yeah, if it takes out yesterday's high, that's probably a squeeze long. So give it another 60 cents, maybe consolidate up here around 25, and then go for the breakout because there's lots of room if that one wants to break. But I'd be sitting, if you're long from 23, I mean, congratulations to you. But you got to pick your spots here. And so coin short because it's obvious and it's obviously weak. I think I'd be looking for Carvana on a breakout if it wants to go. Tesla has been tricky. NVIDIA cleaner than, I don't know if you can call NVIDIA cleaner than Tesla, but sometimes you're a little too biased one direction. Like I was just only long Tesla and managed to not be long when it gets to 260 here. So it just over-undered that price. Broke 260, flushed under. If it begins to hold 260, I think you have the same situation as NVIDIA, where you're just looking for the long, and once we're above it for good, slap the stop at 260, and then move on. 261 even looks like it's the high. Sorry, 260.88 is the current high of the day, so 61 breaks also available.
Oh, man. So we got back into Oracle, but it's not really moving. 122.20 right now, just hovering around. Man, Amazon's giving me feels at 129 again, but I don't know.
Oh, I love this one.
What happened?
NFTG saying hell yeah. First of all, you gotta say it like Tropic Thunder. Hell yeah. That's how you say hell yeah.
What was he saying it about though?
No, he says he calls this show the ESPN of trading.
Well, that's the whole idea. Yep.
Are we not better than ESPN?
No. For trading, yes, but ESPN.
You watching ESPN lately?
I don't have to know that ESPN is a multi-billion-dollar.
No, they're great. Look, I'm not. ESPN obviously had a lot of success, but let's just
a lot. Yeah,
it's been a lot better
to say
in the
least.
past than
they have
than
8
now.
channels. So okay, right now watch out for one ESPN Ocho. No, we have one channel.
We don't have the Ocho.
And we actually don't have any channels. This is YouTube. But we don't have the Ocho. And when we do have Dodgeball, we will be on ESPN 8.
Our floor dodgeball team back in the day, we were vicious.
Yeah, we were very, very good.
We were vicious.
And we could be
You
vicious
didn't want
again.
us, trust
we
me.
could be vicious again. I mean, the thing is now, if we have Sharif, then I don't know. Have you played dodgeball before, Sharif?
I did in like grade school.
How are your hands?
All right.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Man plays, bro.
We're just recruiting right now. So shout out to everybody who wants to play dodgeball. Okay, I can dodge a wrench. Yeah, trust me, my wife throws them at me all the time. More like hammers. Oh, by the way, I got down that microwave. Huh?
Dodgeball trampoline.
Hammers. Yeah.
What happened to the microwave?
Oh, I'm replacing my own microwave, and I couldn't get it off the
because it was
the
the
bracket there. And
Those are a
it's an
pain in
over
the
the
ass,
range.
man.
Yeah, but I just was like, screw this. Yeah, exactly. And because that's part of the problem is when you don't do it enough, you don't really know how rough to be with it. Yeah. So, the YouTube videos and everything I was watching is just do. The guy unhooks it no problem. But then I was just like, that's it. Bang! And it came down, and no one was hurt at all, and that was really good. So now I got to get the new one up. I think it's going to go on the same bracket. The problem is the anchors at top are different holes, so I got to drill those in tonight. And we only have one thing to do tonight: soccer from 7 to 8. So I should have enough time for that. As Bitcoin trying to break lower now, 30,200 just breached.
Get down, Coin.
Yeah.
So ringing the register on Coin. I wish I could say I was wrestling with a microwave yesterday. We have an ant problem. We have a big ant hill in our backyard in the grass.
Those are okay to solve though.
So there's that. Then there's another one in the garage. So I was trying to kill some ants yesterday. That was one of my big tasks. We just got to 56 on Coinbase. That just continues to flush to the downside. Let's go gates of hell for this one. Mostly because we wanted to short into 60, which just didn't end up happening. Lucid continued to work. NVIDIA is holding on. So it's above 432. I'm in the 430.60 long because I took the long off the high that yesterday's close. If it gets up to 34, 35, that's an obvious out for me. I'm not holding this past that. I'm just going to, I'm going to get an order. Once it breaks 434, oh my goodness. What's the thing again?
What now?
No, I just punched out.
Okay, good.
All right.
Well, not good, but
You punch out,
at least it's not.
you
that
get
much
back in.
problem.
No, it's like it's one of those. Like I just punched out, and will I even be able to get back in at the same price? So I went to put a order at 434 and then put 432. So I'm out. I want to get back into this. I'll probably have to give it some room because I wanted to be holding this trade in the money. Obviously, this is one of the few strong names, but it's only up 0.4%. So what I was about to tell you is I want to hold it to 434 and then slap a trailing stop on it. So I just jump back in, and the trailing stop will just be a stop on the new position. As we go to Brendan, it is already, it's past 10:20. I guess that means it's time for the small cap recap, or is it crypto?
Yeah, crypto.
Hey guys, a few moving around here today. Shift Pixie, we mentioned briefly there in the pre-market, still holding on to a decent gain here, 64%. Was up nearly 150% at the highs there for Pixie, but all the way back down. Really wasn't much in the way of news on this morning. Relatively small float on that one. Just keep an eye out for it. Root back to the downside here, back to 13 right now, coming off that huge move from yesterday when we got that takeover report from the Wall Street Journal. Again, if you missed it, 1934 was the suggested price of that, but no deal even remotely close, it would appear anyways, for Root. TALS merging with this Tourmaline bio, so they're higher on that this morning, up to 280 for TALS. AAOI was up on this deal with Microsoft they announced this morning. It gapped to 475. It's come straight back to where it was yesterday and is already red now on the day, 2.5% for AAOI, guys.
Yeah, so I thought we'd mentioned Root, but apologies if we didn't, that 1934 offer that they got, which is the equivalent. If you go pre-split, reverse split, that's $1.07. If you adjusted for the recent split they just had.
Yeah.
So like I would think, given the float and given the still like decent short interest, all that good stuff, the longer it holds this low, it's wedging to the downside. The longer it holds above 13, it's got some reasons to maybe squeeze there. But if you're wondering why it's on like an auto accept for the company, well, because it's $1.07 pre-split. That's a tough pill to swallow. If you're management. So it's not an obvious thing that deal will get done. But yeah, if the longer it holds that low, I think there's an opportunity to get into it. Lucid continues to work, but it's back. Now it's having an issue at 580 again. So it bounced off VWAP. That's good. Not flushing back down, but rejecting VWAP. It needs to break 80 and retest the low. I will get another leg out in front of 575 if I have to. Does look like it's running out of steam a little bit. Carvana, we mentioned there. Aben in the chat asking about Vana. I was looking at 25, I want to say was a high yesterday, somewhere around that range. So it just got to 25 or close to it, still trending up. That's the big breakout price, I think. So if I just left it at the accidental, maybe it was like a Freudian slip when I keystroked out of NVIDIA. I just jumped right back into it. That was a keystroke getting out, so I jumped back in. But I would have been trailed out anyway, so it doesn't really mean anything there, so I end up getting back in, and it ends up being essentially flat on that re-entry if you consider the profit take that we don't want to have. So trend up on NVIDIA. If it bounces back down, I'm looking at 430. I think that's a decent re-entry point. The breakout price from the even dollar, and it'll be right around where we had that previous close. So I'll sit it out till we get back down to 430 to make a judgment call. Coin about $1 in the money as it breaks 56. I think we'll hang on to that one. And Tesla, still strong. However, it's having trouble at the previous close. So 259.5 was the previous close. 260.80 is about the current high. If this can hold fort and the futures want to go higher, you got to figure all roads lead to Tesla breaking. But this is 15.15 on the NASDAQ has been rejected. Until we get through that, till Tesla breaks the top, maybe NVIDIA again, I think you're looking for maybe some short entries off some of these highs on the weak stocks. Brendo?
Marking on a bit of a pullback here, guys. Powell just saying it will be appropriate to raise 2 more times this year. So the Q&A is underway here for Fed Chair Powell.
I mean, they already said that.
Times.
Oh, that's what I wanted to get to. So with the markets kind of straight up here, C3 AI is about to go green again potentially. Watch out for a 40. a 40 breakout here on C3AI. So obviously everything got squashed yesterday. Afternoon resistance, 40 evens, nice little numbers, stair-stepping to the upside. I'm going to like this 40 on C3AI. Another one that we want to look at. Renata saying short NEO at 902. That is an oddly specific and perfect price entry. How could you possibly have such a...
Maybe that's what she's saying she should have?
So it just breached 09 even, got to 903, so you could have 02s. So get that fail break. I guess the previous pre-market low was 03 there, so that's where you're looking for the curl. That's a perfect entry. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. I wasn't looking at NEO. I have a line drawn from back in the day at 885, so maybe don't pay too much attention to that, even though it looks like it was significant. It's a level from back way back when. So yeah, 9 even. Give it to 903, 905. That's not a bad short. You're still down on the day. It is trending upside if you look at it since the flush at the open. That's the only caution, is it's kind of a relatively strong stock out there.
Yeah. We have one perfect entry. Well, we have a couple perfect entries today at 114 on AMD, but that could come into play again right now. So let's watch out for that one. Congratulations, Renata. Obviously, the more entries, like if you could be patient and wait for those things, that's really the key. We do have a new position alert. You might have saw me shaking my head. It's because like I look over here and I'm net short 5 names here. Like I'm obviously short 5 names. Obviously, I've been short this market for the last like 2 weeks, it seems like, right now. But which has been fine. Yesterday was a fine day for the short. Today, not. Today the market's starting to go back up to the upside. But all this Fed speak, I sort of thought they would start to throw some cold water. I mean, you get to hear, 2 more rate hikes and this and that is happening and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. What does the market do? Thank you very much. We're just going to go up on that news. So, we're going to hold out that we can make a little bit of money on this short, and we are right now. We're back into Amazon against 129, so I keep on getting more and then getting out. Amazon's been a disaster, but when you're looking at these prices right here, the thing is like we're making money back on the short. It's just keep getting blown out on the way back up. So we keep on taking small cuts here because we're trying to scalp out. When you're wrong on something and it starts to go in your favor, obviously it's just sort of human nature to say, okay, let's just start taking out some profits. So, I'm not going to be screaming and yelling once this name comes down to 128 because I won't have any shares left, and that's on purpose. Like every time we drop down, if I could take 30 cents on a name that's up 3% in this market today, short, we should do that. And I know I've been wrong on it. So no problem. Whoa. Oracle, huge move down on Oracle there. We get a great couple fills, man. 60s and 70s off of this. So Oracle's definitely been money today. So has AMD. Everything. We're up on everything except Amazon. So Lucid, Oracle, Intel, Amazon, all cashing in right now. And there goes Intel again. We just take some bids at 51, short 58. Let's see if it breaks. Intel is at the bottom of the day right now. We are shorting the bottom here for sure, but it's against this 80. We'll regroup if it goes back to the upside, but let's just continue to play the short. Here comes Amazon again. We missed our 70 bid last time, so we'll put a 74, take that. Now we'll see if it wants to come back to the downside. Let's hold out hope that this market does want to crack. There goes Oracle, there goes AMD. Dollar Club for AMD has been there all day.
There you go. It's all about finding weak names, relatively weak names, I should say, and to stick to them. I have my stop order now to break long in Carvana. So if that takes out the quarter, 25 quarter, you will see me go long in that. Bit of a bounce here on the 2 names I'm short. They've been pretty much the easiest ones. Coin broke 56, but now you have a bit of a wick bottom underneath. A couple of green candles in there, and that's going to be me getting some more shares out there as Coin's starting to run out of steam to the downside. It'll be about 75 cents that we're taking on that last exit. I do still want to hold for a big push down into 55 or even breaking 55. And then Lucid as well. That was looking like it was about to break back up. I took a couple of legs off there. I'm still holding on to 15% now. Now we're taking some at 85, so we want to give that a chance to work. Tesla broke 260, then it broke 261. It's already starting to come back in. I think the defense on Tesla is at the previous close. So 259.46 is that close price. I think as it comes back to the downside here, you're looking for it to hold that level. If it holds green, I think it can still be a long, but the market is still rejecting 15.15 over there on the NASDAQ. And yeah, Carvana is at that 25. I think this will be likely next. The high of the day yesterday, 25.24. That's why I'm looking at that quarter break here. So it hasn't broken 25.25, even though it's been through 25 even. Time to go to Brendo for the crypto update.
This portion of the show, guys, brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breffni, O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Yeah, Fed Chair Powell even making some comments on crypto markets, saying stablecoins are a form of money, and says the CBDC is far from being a reality at this point. So, I mean, back to the upside as we've seen overall for all of these. Once again today, we're positive again. Coming back in a little bit, you can see we got up to 30,500, tested above it, and then right back down to 30,000 being tested as we speak, but still green on the day, ever so slightly here for BTC to the tune of about 2%. Ethereum about the same, 2.5%, all the way back to 1880 today, 1900. A huge level for Ethereum, guys. Bit of a mixed board, though, as Powell continues his Q&A.
Yes, sir. He definitely does. Bit of an oldie, but a goodie. SoFi showing a bit of a double bottom here that could be of interest if he gets back down here. So double bottom. Actually, you could almost call it like a triple bottom on SoFi. Failed to break out yesterday to get it to $9. Kind of trying to break this 835. It's rolling over at least a little bit here. My daily doesn't want to load. Yeah. So watch if this makes a push, breaks a high and fails, I think that's an entry, but also breaking down at 835 as an entry as well. I guess Carvana doesn't want to make that break. I said it's likely to be the next trade. It was breaking 25. I thought that 25 quarter was going to come into play, and then we'd be in a position, but that's pretty slow. It's still up there, about 30 cents away from the breakout. Tesla about to test that previous close price. So once that's down around 260, I want to see it hold, look for the patient entry. We did a dip buy. We're doing dip buys earlier that we should have hung on to. We'll try the same thing in front of that 60 level. Just don't want to chase it too far above.
No, we, first of all, Amazon just broke higher, so we were able to get out of that one. But we've made money back on that since the beginning of the show off some of those crazy moves that we had. We take AMD. Like, I don't know. I should just stay trading chip names. I mean, there's Intel, another monster winner right here to the downside as that just continues to go. Here it is right now, 20 cents in a matter of 20, not even 20 minutes. Nice downside move there. It breaks the bottom, and here goes Intel. Relatively weak today, as we thought it would be. We wrote down Intel. The only thing we've gotten wrong today, we have Lucid right, obviously. We have Intel right. We have AMD right. We're crushing Oracle, but it's Amazon that's the problem. So Intel, Oracle, Lucid, AMD all positive, and Amazon not, as it's up to like 129. Wow, like this name just keeps on chugging along, man. Eventually, obviously, it breaks and goes back down, but 129, do we just want to go 129 to 130? I mean, I could see myself holding that trade, but
29 is the local resistance.
yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like we just shorted it off 29 there, and then it ripped up against us. We'll try, whoops. Okay, we'll try it one more time at 129, but it hasn't worked. So we just did it the last time. The best outs, here we go. All right, see? This is what I'm saying. So there he goes. See, we just got 84. So we just took 15 cents there again on this name. So we'll lose on the way up, but make it back on the, holy shoot, right now. We are doing quite well right now today. Give me those 76s. As if that happens to me right there. Darn it. That sucks because we just got stopped out. We got back in, but of course this has to happen afterwards. There goes Amazon. Man, we bank city right now. Look what's happening with Intel here getting absolutely crushed. Like, if you guys didn't take profit on Intel up there at $36, $37, like this name probably, well, I don't know where it's headed now, but down to $32.50. Good name there to short. We short Intel. We make good money on that trade. So that was a great one for me, Intel. Brought back to life here. And then this one as well, Oracle. Lucid not doing anything, so that's a sleep. I just got some more out there on Lucid. Let's take another out on Oracle. We'll see about getting a 63, something like that in the middle and take that out right now as it makes a move back up. So we'll punch a little bit out there at 63. We're out of now half of our Oracle trade, so we're still in this, holding it pretty good. It's AMD that's collapsing again, so that was a good one. We just took a piece out on the 50 period. period, and now it's coming back in even more. Like, what if this market collapses? Where are we exactly going to go? We're 25 cents in the money on Intel. We're $1.50 in the money on AMD right now. Oracle going downside as well. That's 50 cents. It's just Amazon that continues to be the thorn in this guy's side, and that sucks. Talk about crypto. We just did a crypto update. I don't know if any of you saw my tweet the other day. We talked about it live on the show. We bought more Cardano at 26 cents. So right now it's at 29 cents. So we get 10% or so in 2 days. Not getting out of it. We didn't buy that much of it, but that's a nice little altcoin. I almost called it something else. That's making a move to the upside as well as Bitcoin and Ethereum, my two largest holdings. But nicely done there if anybody bought some of these coins in the last couple days. It's been a nice run. There goes Amazon again, 129.20.
Yeah, just going to get to a couple of things here. One, we just broke, well, not we, but it just broke 30,000, it being Bitcoin. Back every time I do this and I try to make it full screen for you guys, it does this on my Binance chart, but we just got to 29.9 something. So you are continuing to break down. I didn't see a reload spot per se on Coinbase. Worth mentioning, underneath here, like 29.8 has been kind of like local support. So it can always break 30,000, hold 29.8, and then maybe go back to the upside. I got to watch it because I'm still in Coinbase, but Coinbase has been going down regardless. Root is working its way back toward this double bottom. It's 12.50. Like, that's where I would like to be looking long here off that double bottom. It's gliding down. It's kind of in no man's land. I think the risk to reward's pretty solid if it wants to make a push there. That AGLE from this morning, so I had the long off 65, in front of 65, it stopped out. I guess you could have held it to 60, then it rejected 75 anyways. It's now holding 50 cents. So as long as it's above first support, it's got a lot of room if it wants to go. It's just a low float runner here. 50 cents has been holding on a couple of times. For the same trade we had, it's a little bit more calm now off 65. I might look for a break, either a fail break at 50 cents or just a straight bounce off 50 cents. Put the stop underneath, and then Bob's your uncle. Carvana doesn't seem to want to break, so I guess.
I do have to shout out my Uncle Bob on that one. So.
You have an Uncle Bob?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
yeah.
nice. See, there you go. Bob is actually Sean's uncle.
Yes.
I don't have an Uncle Bob.
Yes, I do.
So it's just the saying for me.
Shout out.
Nice.
Yeah, shout out to Oracle as well, because we are not the Oracle of Omaha. Maybe we're the Oracle of scalping right there, because this is coming to the downside right now. And Oracle, good trade, man, for sure. We talked about this. Not only that, but we also reloaded it a couple times. So there it is right there, man. We just stand in the front of Oracle and take it. Boom. The Oracle's, I'm not lucky. It's actually not lucky, because if we got that fill up here where we wanted it, we talked about waiting here at 35 against this 60, then we'd be $1 in the money right now. But we got it. We got half of a fill that we wanted there at 122.10, which is fine. It was just adding to this position. So there goes Oracle to the downside. Let's see if this market finally wants to break. I don't know, man. We're making. I was just saying, like, if I don't have Amazon today, then this is a monster. Amazon continues, man, to go higher up. But look what we're doing, man. We just shorted this at 07s, and we just got it out. Where are we getting this out? 90? Like, what happened to my thing there? There it is. 90s, like 94s. Here's another short rate there. 82s, 73s. Like here we go again. Another one. 01s down in the 50s and 60s out. So it's bad because we went short. I understand that. We went short a name that's up 3% and at the day's high. But look, there's another fill at 82 off of an 07. Sorry, we're short 03. I don't know why I said 07. Short 03 there. So yeah, it's going well. Yes, sir. The market be breaking down right now. Oracle down with Oracle. Down with Intel right now. AMD down with AMD as we continue to go to the downside. But someone who's always positive and never really down too much. Wow, AMD, I'm going to take another fill right now. Crypto's breaking lower as well here, 29.7 on Bitcoin right here, breaking lower. So watch out for that name as it's heading southbound. Crypto lower, everything lower. Hells yeah, man. We making that money back right now. And if it's ever time for a hot dog gun, it is right now as we continue to make moves. There goes Amazon to the downside. And here goes Brendan with yet again another update.
Just keeping my ear on what's happening here with this testimony, guys. They're talking about commercial real estate right now. So a little bit of a reaction overall for stocks in the market But the Q&A continuing here for Fed Chair Powell. Point one, right now for the S&P, about as mixed as you're going to see this board. It is banks that are leading to the downside. Speaking of commercial real estate stocks as well, under significant pressure today. So these two groups offsetting a little bit of green elsewhere, including Amazon 3% to the upside, Expedia, EXPE, I should say, 2.5% to the upside as well. Booking.com, some of the travel names are positive on the day. Ford, positive on the day, 1.2%. Where's Randy when you need him? Still struggling for Tesla, though, at this point. FedEx, back to the upside after a couple of days under pressure, 2.4%. There's PanW, Palo Alto having a nice day, 3.6%, leading software names. But you can see the size of the tech group today, not really influential on the overall market as it has been past couple of days. Notably weak, these two material and energy stocks. Oil still, at this point, downside, guys.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you said crypto breaking down. It continues to flush. It broke that 29.8 support that we're mentioning. So who knows where it goes from here. I'm just talking about Bitcoin in particular. I found a new short, just looking for a patient setup on something that's weak. Easier to pick on a weak name, I think. And yesterday's low on coin, Virgin Galactic, 532. Consolidation twice at 532. So I'm short here at 26, 25 half actually. Give it that 5 or 6 cents and then work it down to 5 even. Obviously, you know, Coinbase is continuing to have a flush to the downside. Again, relatively weak name broke 57. We're about to get to 55. I don't think it would be crazy if Coinbase saw 53.5 today, let alone down at 50 even. So there's a big gap to be filled. I think there can be re-entry points if we take out 55 even. A bounce off 55 could give a re-entry off 56. We're holding on to this short for dear life. So this has been weak pretty much from the jump. And then shorts you could have had off the top, but it's just been a hold on to your short. You don't have to fight it at any point. So I got 3 shorts on. Haven't been in a long. I have a buyout long. Who cares about that? Haven't been only 2 longs, and neither one of them are still in. You just took out 430 on NVIDIA. It was a good break on NVIDIA. We joined it above 430. It got to that 32.5. Now we're out of it, and it's starting to roll over here. Tesla, which was relatively strong, that is continuing to pull back in as well. We had some 56 longs in there. Now it's just all about the short and holding on to the short. It's been a good day if you're in the right short names, to be sure. And even the names that were strong are back into the red. Tesla red on the day after briefly going green.
Thanks, John Riz. Thanks, John Saunders. Thanks, everybody out there, man. This is what it's all about. This is why I come to work every single day. Love it here. Love trading, and love being able to show everybody, the sort of the ups and downs of what trading's all about, right? Because some shows will show you they win every day and yada yada yada. That's just not possible. It's going to be impossible, pretty much, to win.
Unless you cheat.
Unless you cheat, which, I'd like to cheat to win, but I don't know any cheats. So right now, look at Amazon, nice downside move. There's the push, right? Look at like you want to talk about AMD? You want to talk about trading? Let's go. Look at this AMD chart. Like this is what it's all about, man. A holding for these big moves to the downside, trying to show everybody out there that, hey, you could take your lumps, and we got lumped up on Amazon. Amazon can go directly to hell and not even pass go. We've talked about that over and over again, but look what's happening right now. Now we're $1 in the money on Amazon, so we're making back money here on this name. I'm going to, before I get too cocky with this, let's get something out here in the teens. And we're down on Amazon. So we've already talked about this, and I'm already ashamed to be shorting this name when it's already 3% to the upside. But you be patient with it. You get some money back in. You ring the registers on stuff that you've been crushing. That's AMD, that's Intel. And by the way, a name that has just entered the building for me in the last couple of days, and you guys know this, is Oracle. So look what we just did on Oracle right now. So I like this name. I'm adding it to sort of my hit list right now. Down goes Oracle. Down goes Amazon. AMD now $250. Like we made $6, $6.50 yesterday on AMD. I said I wasn't as confident with this short. Well, it came up 3 times, like 1, 2, 3 right there. I guess that's really one time. That's the second time. And down goes Amazon, AMD, Lucid. I don't even care about Lucid anymore. Well, I don't even know what is that doing? Nothing. Okay, fine. Oracle joins the dollar club right now. So, I mean, this is what trading's all about. Giving you guys these bangers, focusing on a couple names, and there it is right now. We're going to have one red stock today, and it's brutal for me. It's Amazon. But back into that now. $3 Club members on board right now, including Amazon, Oracle, AMD, all joining the club. Thank you for watching. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe, because that's honestly what it's all about. Growing this community, getting it as big as possible, and just sitting here having some fun every single day. Thank you. I will be the CEO of the Dollar Trade Club. That is great. That's a great one. Maybe that's another. I know Fabian's super busy, but we can get some more graphics for that as well. Oh, and I'll throw it back to Neil, but the next segment that I've come up with is what's for lunch, and we'll do that when we get back from Neil, because
Chicken.
yesterday, everybody was excited for that. I got it right here today. Wow. Sorry, Neil, I'm going to give it to you in a second. But look at what's happening with Intel right now. We put this bad boy on, and right now it is print factory. This is not a gigafactory. This is a print factory right now on Intel. Downside movement. It's a party over here. Join the club or get left alone. It's the CEO of the Dollar Trade Club.
Dollars here, dollars there. If any of the things well, I guess Coinbase can go $1. If Lucid goes $1, that's just a different story. $1 on Lucid would be like yeah, it's a $5 stock. So it's all relatively speaking. I did want to mention, watch out. Carvana was probably as good as short at 25 off that 25 high. I was only looking for the long break, so if you have it, congratulations. I just thought it's a little bit easier to get into something that is weak. So rolling into that Virgin Galactic, if you wanted to, it's about 5 cents worth of risk. So when it goes 5 cents of the money, you start taking it out, right? If $5 is going to be the target, we're looking for that quarter, and we're trying to risk 5 to 6. It's all about R&R at the end of the day. If this breaks above VWAP, it has all the chance in the world to squeeze. Coin it has not broken 55 just yet. I think it's just a matter of time before it does it. And shout out to Solid Visuals saying short Palantir.
Yeah,
I haven't looked at Palantir today, and I don't know why I'm missing the majority of yesterday's data, but there you go, my 15-minute will show you. Palantir, what a rejection of 16 yesterday, and then you had a lower high at 15 even. It's bouncing off 14. So the reason I would not be looking to short it here would be every even dollar has been pretty significant for the stock, and it just showed you a wick underneath at the open, and now it's putting a higher low in at that same 14. So it's kind of like it's reestablishing the even dollar. So either short out the high of the day, or if it breaks down, short it underneath. Kind of play an over/under game on that. Agile, it's not Agile, it's AGLE. It does make the bounce off 50. Oh my goodness, I got into Virgin Galactic, so I wanted to add to a short, and this is making the run off that 50-cent move. Congratulations if you got that one. That's why I look for setups that give you good R&R. That was giving you a shot to risk 3 or 4 cents. And if it happens to run, it was over $1 before. If it bounces back in and maybe I can get 55s, I'll take a shot again.
All right, guys, it is now, that's the thing. Take some shots, make sure you have the right risk to reward profiles and everything, all that. So, all right, let's go. For now, we'll just do the hot dog. Oh, no, you know what we'll do, actually? We'll do chicken dinner winners, because it is now time to talk about what is for lunch. And if you guessed chicken, you are 100% right. Yesterday was sweet. We didn't even have this yesterday. Yesterday was actually a good day. Sweet. I never heard of this combination, and I didn't have any of it, but it looked pretty tasty. It was sweet chili roasted salmon with tandoori vegetable rice. That was yesterday, okay? But today's lunch is herbed grilled chicken, not bad,
Shocker.
with country potato salad. Okay, so I think it gets saved a little bit with the potato salad. We'll see how that goes down.
What is country potato salad?
Probably just bigger chops, I would think.
Yeah, like what's the difference?
Chop, bigger chops, I think. Bigger pieces, I would think would be for that. But that is what? Grilled, grilled chicken breast?
They do the potato salad really well here.
That's what I'm saying. So you might have the save there.
Yeah.
We just took a piece out on Lucid here at 79. We'll see if that can continue to go lower. We got out we got a lot of Amazon down here at 128. I mean, that was a great push to the downside. So we did get out of that. And yeah. That's what that is. And right now, it is not what's for lunch update. It is money talks. You need money to buy lunch. So pay attention to this. Then go get yourself some grilled chicken roasted, herbed chicken breast today for lunch. All right, Brendo, it's money talks. Let's go.
Hey guys, pretty quiet for the dollar right now as this testimony continues for day number 2 for Fed Chair Powell. They're still talking about commercial real estate and the loan market and how what they're doing is adding some pressure. Meanwhile, if you missed it this morning, Bank of England surprises, with a full, not 5%, but 50 basis point hike in their interest rate this morning. So a little bit of pressure coming into the pound. It was higher on the week already, but you can see this is a weekly chart. It was higher on the week already, but we've given all that back and then some back to the downside after being really strong to end last week. The dollar, as I mentioned, pretty quiet here, kind of back and forth, awaiting maybe some developments, if there are any, to come from this testimony from Fed Chair Powell today, but just kind of chilling out at these April lows and then January lows once again coming into play here for the DXY. Just positive on the day, so a lot of these going to be red so far. This is a 12-hour period now. For BTC, 30,000 has gone. We're back below it, 29,600 right now, guys.
Yeah, once that went, it was almost like the floodgates started to open up in the overall market. Like that rollover that we're sitting, like the market got to 15.1 in the NASDAQ and was just chilling out. But once 30,000 was gone and support was gone underneath it, you really started to see a bigger rollover. One thing to watch, if you do look at the overnight, I guess, top 15.05, the market just bounced off of that. So like, previous resistance, maybe turning to support on the way back in. So what you want to see here, if you're short, is if we do bounce off this, either consolidate right at that bottom and then press down, or if you're going to bounce, make a lower high. So I'd like to see a lower high in here for the shorts to really end up working out. Otherwise, if we hold this for too long, you might have another push back to the upside, and then the strong names can come back into play, like your Teslas, Nvidia, Meta's fallen out of favor, I think, for that opportunity. I did, so I said 55 was about to break in coin. It still has not broken. We got 5 minutes when we send you guys to Mad Max and the professor. But the 55 fail break is an exit for me on coin. So 55 breaks, and it cannot get under here like the first 25 cents of the move, and then reclaims 55 instantly. I'll be getting out of that one, trying to take the $2. Virgin Galactic was the new one that we got into. And I'm sad to say Carvana, probably a bit of a nothing burger. We're looking for that top-end break on CVNA. Maybe it's a lunchtime type play. It's bouncing off. It's trying to bounce off VWAP right now. I shouldn't say bouncing off VWAP. It is at VWAP. If it bounces and takes out yesterday's high, I want that long. I should just cancel the stop. If it holds under VWAP, we're $1 away. I should cancel the stop right now. You don't want a situation where it runs $1. Like, what if there's one candle running $1 and then I get triggered into a long? That's probably not a good entry. So I cancel the stop order. If we get back up there, I'll put it back in. Now, Carvana's still green on the day, but giving it up like pretty much everything else.
Micron, new trade, instantly in the money, 12 cents right there. So we'll take out a piece. We'll hold the rest for the dream, man. There goes Micron. I mean, when we're 250 in the money on AMD, when we're absolutely, like, have you guys seen Intel lately, by the way? 32.15, like, you want to talk about doing damage on names? This one, boom, to the downside. Huge move on Intel now, just down 2.5, 250 in the money over here. Micron right now downside again. Oracle's downside. Amazon's trying to battle back, but we've already talked about taking that money out of that name again, and we'll probably short it again out near 129. But man, this has been such a fantastic day to trade. I want to thank everybody for joining us one more time here today, because there's Micron. It's your newest position, and I want to say a big shout out to Max again. Maybe CFO of the Dollar Trade Club. So welcome Max for that one. I have to give him a job offer. See if he wants to become a member there. But look at Intel right now. I mean, this name just boom, collapsing all over itself. Like Neil said, it's just all relative. But here we go on Intel, another 50-cent winner on a $30 name, right? So that's like $3 on some of these other big ones. So we can. There's still not a Dollar Club. You cannot join the Dollar Club unless you go $1. But that's a huge move for Intel, and that's one of my best trades here today for sure, by far. AMD, I think, is the best trade by far. But that one, we pegged that to the very top of the day. So shout out to you, Renata, who had the top wick. So do we here on AMD as well, or yours was on, obviously, on NIO right there. But man, what a great day this has been. And I'm going to hit the like button myself right now, or whatever this love Like, what is all this stuff here? Like, I'm just hitting love, 100, 100. I don't, celebration, happy face, love. We're just going to hit all that. You're welcome, Renata. Thank you for watching as well. And there you are right. It is.
Another one.
This is what we're doing, man. As long
Another
as you
one.
just ignored my stupid
Another
Amazon, you're probably done for the day like we would be as well. But anyways, you can't ignore trades. You gotta trade what you have right now. And there it is right here. Big movement down on AMD. Let's just hold that. Only a couple minutes left, baby. But what a great day it's been here again today. So thank everybody as Amazon's come all the way back up now.
Yeah, I'm still looking at that 15.5. Like, if we cannot break down here, there's always a chance the strong names can come back. So I'm looking, when you're at the top, you want to look for shorts, but when you're at a higher low, you want to look for some longs. I got a reload in Virgin, so we're just going to, Virgin Galactic that is. So we're going to short in front of VWAP, go right back, high 20 short into the 20s to the downside. Tesla is holding up pretty decently here. So if we are going to put in a higher low, Tesla's at VWAP. I would much rather it break VWAP. I find at this time of day, if I just sit on the bid here, usually you get run over. So I'd rather it break VWAP, get right into where we were long before, that 55.5 to 56 range, and then if 55 holds, you're getting the underneath fills, and then it can ramp back to the upside. So when you're starting to trend back down, you want to be a little bit more cautious on where you're getting the reentry. If it ends up holding all afternoon or all of lunchtime, I think it's kind of an easy go there. The other one that I think can be setting up for a bit of a long trade is NVIDIA. It's back underneath. VWAP itself probably has support closer to the 25 range. So this needs to get back above and maybe a reclaim of 430. Those are the two names I know we liked to the long side. They were good longs. You had to have some longs on board, just trend up all morning long on a few of these names here. But NVIDIA is now red. Meta is in the other direction. Meta did not hold on to VWAP. It's back down into the red. I think you want to slap the fail on this. As long as we are underneath, so here's the previous close at 281, like half or so. But as long as we hold underneath that cluster there, I think the 281 into that 281 half looks like a short for any pop. So if Meta gets a bid and the market catches a bid, I think a rollover at VWAP is in play for Meta. So that's what I'm going to be watching. I want to be very specific about what we put on at lunchtime. That's how it's always going to be. Coinbase seems like it's found support at 55 cents.
Yeah.
If it breaks this consolidation, it's a big round number on Coinbase at 55. So if it doesn't end up breaking it here, I am trailed out if this breaks this consolidation off of the low. I don't know that I automatically reload at 57. That's $1.50 away. So it's not an auto reload if it gets back up there, but that's been good trend down. If we break 55, we can always just take the breakdown trade as well. So lots of things to watch. SOUN, we'll leave you with a small capper. Soundhound, it's at 420. Of course it's at 420. To the upside, let's go. It's just breaking the highs right now. Quickly go over to the higher time frame. This was a $4 break. So I think a 420 here, if it were to fail, anything above 4 gives you some great reload zones. 12 million is not bad for volume. I've seen it do more than that. So decent, but not overwhelming relative volume on sound. Is it past 11 o'clock? Wow, we're over time. Let's get you guys over to Mad Max and Sharif. We're back at 2.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That is the Mad One. I am Sharif, and we are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy a relaxed trading environment with relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use code TTV for 10% off. Shout out to the folks there at Surge Trader. Oh, baby, what a morning it's been. Papa's on the mic again. He's talking about bank capital requirements. He's even throwing his hat into the fiscal spending ring, saying that the current path that the federal government is on is unsustainable. Usually you never really hear too much from Fed governors with respect to that, Max. But yeah, another interesting morning. How's it been?
It's been pretty good. Pretty good. Had a, I only got one symbol on the board today. That's Tesla. Got a little smoked yesterday trying to go long all day, so I decided to do it again today, and it went up.
Worked.
So I don't know if
baby.
I don't know if I'm good or if I just go long, and if Tesla goes up, that means I make money. But yeah, it was pretty good today.
There you go. Let's go through it.
Basically, just bought that 250 price. And
let's go to his chart if we're able to.
Yeah, come to my chart, guys, if you can. Yeah, so basically was looking at that 250 price. That's like a key price on the, I mean, 250 is 250. Everybody knows that's always going to be a key price. But I really wanted 248 to break and then blast back up. But the liquidity down here was crazy. I couldn't see what was going on. The tape was all messed up. I missed a fill at 249, so end up kind of paying a little bit to get long early, but I get my 250.50, I get 251 breakout, and then, you know, we're just managing a good position from there.
Fantastic
End up
trade, man.
adding around 254 and punching out of that. So, but then get
That's
like
the kinda
this
green
reload
arrow
right
you like,
here, which,
right there. Bottom wick on every exit.
yeah.
I mean, entry.
It's,
With respect to these guys right here, there you go. Your entry points are good. I really like them. They're solid ads. Because it's not really just about the first initial, even though your initial one is absolutely bomb. But look at your ads, bro.
honestly, like I think the trade of the day on Tesla was right here at this 253 price when, you know, it's very easy to get smoked in this range. And once it makes the move up and kind of shows you that this is not going to go down today,
Right.
and then does this little dump and stops and breaks that 253 and then can't hold below it, I think this is where you can really put the size on. I didn't. I had like half the size of this move. So probably should have put more size on this one. But yeah, it ends up being pretty awesome. And then I walk away from the desk, walk back. It's trading at 260. I'm like, well, time to short. And lose some money shorting, then scalp it back. So yeah, I don't know what to do with this one.
Market, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look at it right now. Like that 257 kind of liquidity grab down there. That's a perfect entry to get back long if you're looking long still. I mean, we got a long way to go up. We do have a long way to go down on Tesla.
We've got a long way every which way you
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
it because we're so extended one way or other. All right, my trade. I'm on the SPYs. You guessed it. I've been on the future lately. Why? I like this 4,400 hold. I punched, and I punched at 56s. We're now going through the $35 level. I'm about to go 50 pennies in the money on this future trade, but we need continuity. Now, quite frankly, looking here, the NQ looking stronger than the ES. It's obviously up on the day, half a point, while the ES now looking to go flat as we come into that 44.09 area. That's break even on the day. We're about to go green on the ES. Now, I was having a look at oil. You know, been keeping my eye on oil to see its influence on the ES. Well, it's not a good day for oil, and hence why the ES underperforming the NQ. You have oil down 3%. You also have Papa Powell talking about 20% increases in capital requirements by the too big to fail banks. That's going to affect their balance sheet. So looking at banking, what's banking up to? Well, Morgan Stanley's down 2%. JP Morgan down 1 1/3. Schwab down 2 1/4. What's Citi up to? 1 3/4. So these are going to weigh on the ES more than the NQ, I would say. So I probably won't overstay my welcome too much. And then I'll also look to possibly get in the Qs as we pump up here through 15.1, now 15.1 1/4 on the NQs. We're going green on the ES here. There's a lot of power to the upside as Papa is still on the mic.
Wow, look at Apple. I didn't even notice Apple today. I mean, I was kind of laser focused on my one thing, but Apple at 186.50, is that recent highs? Where did Apple get to recently? 187 is a breakout price on Apple.
This is
so
a monster trade I'm in right here, man.
That's kind of a crazy breakout to take at this time of day, but I mean, Apple breaking all-time highs. I feel like you kind of got to take that. I'm gonna be watching this one. Might just get this very, very shortly here as the NASDAQ is ripping.
We are pumping to the high side here on the way up, but we're not taking profits quite yet. Waiting for that dollar in the money. In fact, let's go. And yeah, we're going to sit here because old man hands can't handle the heat. We're going to sit here with a resting order should we make it up and then get filled. We're dancing at the $0.25 now. I'm talking about the 4.35 $0.25 here on the SPY as we just go green. The NQ pumping to the high side. It is going through 2/3 now. 2/3 of a percent on the day, looking to come into highs.
Is this a short squeeze on the market?
15,149, Mr. Demon. Here is the high of day on the NQ, and we are at 15,142. So we are very close to going through highs on the day. As I don't know what Papa's saying. I have closed captioning on, but I can't be talking and reading at the same time. Like it's just it's an impossibility. But we are at highs. Max positing good short area. My friend Luca would like that. He called this a mean reversion play.
A mean reversion play, huh? Okay. I'm kind of at a loss for what to do here. I didn't really expect everything to just go ahead and break out all at once when we just did that dump down. I mean, that's got to be a bit of a short squeeze over 15,150 on the NASDAQ, right? Mm-hmm. People just jumping in, you know, Powell's on, let's short it because Powell always kind of ruins the market. I did actually just see the last stock that I traded when I was sitting here, VCIG, just broke out. This one above $7 now, and trying to make a move towards 8. Did I take the 7 breakout? I did. I took the 7 breakout on this the other day. And what is the breakout price now? Like $8 could be a break. No, I'm not going to take that. But yeah, this one's starting to go. People were yelling at me in the chat to take longs on this one yesterday when it was down at like $5 or something.
I was looking at this earlier.
Comes
I put it on
back
the
up.
chart.
Was there a short float on VCIG?
Let me have a look. You have the same thing
Yeah,
I
I'm
do,
looking.
so.
No short float, but it's a 2 million float, and this one was AI, I believe. So interesting name for sure. If we break $8, I might look a little closer at it.
Yeah, and they've been going again. Like you saw what happened yesterday. I don't know if you saw that sub $1 stock this morning. It was up over 600 points.
AGLE.
AGLE, that's it. Because it was like filtered by my scanner. I filter out anything $1 and below.
I
so
like to
can see
go
it.
like 85 cents or
I know.
80 cents, and then you can take that $1
You can
breakout.
see them. Yeah, I know. I've been meaning to do that. I'm too stubborn, bro.
I was thinking dollar break on this AGLE, but it did it pre-market. It wicked it pre-market like $1.04. So that kind of takes all the edge off of that trade, I think. I mean, you could still probably take it and assume that people are short now above that $1, maybe wanting to get out. But I feel like less good there. I think Apple 187 will be my next trade if we do get there. Yeah, Tesla. I'm kind of annoyed here. I should be long Tesla right now because this 257 price was a huge problem in here, and it kept wicking and getting just above 257. Some of these wicks are real, some aren't, but it was getting just above and then would slam back down, and then it finally breaks it, and it like blasts off another $3-4 there. So coming back in and giving you that little wick bottom there at that 257. I mean, that's as far as retracement longs go.
Yeah,
that's kind of exactly what you want. So I should probably be long right now at 257, $3.50 in the money, cheering myself on. But you know, good day regardless.
Cheering myself on, I like that. We'd be cheering you on too, bro. Don't worry. You've got cheerleaders here. Yeah, dancing at these levels. These are key resistance levels on both the NQ and the ES. We're at break even on the ES. That's going to be a resistance level. Yesterday's close. We're at high a day on the NQ. Going to be a resistance level as well. Essentially 15,150, 15,149, technically the high. But yeah, the reason that's important is because I was thinking maybe do you trim some off here, looking for a retracement. I've got an ad at these lows. I don't know if it makes it right back down here though, because we are actually rejecting for the moment off these levels. So I would be looking to see, is this a fake out breakout? Simply because, you know, we're down on the day, we are in a downtrend. So any, you know, whatever, any opposite move is against the trend. So today, if it's going to be an update, it's going to be against the trend. We started red on the morning, and yesterday was a red day. I think it's been 3. It's been 3 red days now?
Yeah, it was 3 or 4 red days in a row.
So yeah, we are definitely in a retracement. So, you know, first green day. Before today, on the week, it was down, the NASDAQ was down 1.3 on the week. So
it's interesting today how NASDAQ is stronger than ES when it's been the other way around for the past little while. So
yeah,
the large caps really waking up. I mean, Amazon today, did you see Amazon?
Yeah, what Sean doesn't want to talk about that. Oil is just really
130
tanked here, and I think that probably has something to do with this move. Go ahead.
129.99 is the high. I didn't even see this. This
Yeah,
is
it's
ridiculous.
exactly 130.
I was talking about like 128 breakout yesterday on the morning show. I didn't have it today because we had just made this huge move up and I wasn't convinced. But like, we get that lawsuit, SEC or what is it, FTC?
FTC, yeah,
FTC lawsuit news. They buy that back up, and then the next day you're up 4%.
I just don't get
from that price.
how that can happen. Really, like what?
I
how are they
mean,
signing people up without
by the
knowing?
news?
They wouldn't do that purposely. You don't think?
Have you ever tried to cancel an Amazon Prime membership?
No, I haven't.
Oh my
It's
God.
that hard, eh?
No, I really have no idea.
It's like 10 steps. And the button, like the big yellow button, is the cancel, like stop canceling my membership button. And then you gotta
Okay.
press like the little small text to actually cancel it.
What
Like
in
it's,
the hell? That's funny.
it feels like a scam when you're trying to cancel an Amazon Prime membership.
Really?
Yeah, legitimately.
Yeah,
and
I'm
then they're
getting,
like, stay on for another 3 weeks for free or something.
Oh, they try to pull you
They're-
back. Well,
it's-
yeah, I mean, they're gonna throw that your way.
It's
I get that from
borderline,
everybody.
honestly. It's
when I came
borderline.
to when I canceled my Fubo membership because Prem is over,
They give you a discount, like at the cancellation point. They're like, stay with us. We'll take this much off.
Yeah,
the next,
yeah.
You know, they always do that.
So you just do that every
No, I don't want them. I don't want them.
anyway, we are tracing down here on the ES. It's a bit of a pullback on the NQ, not as pronounced though as the one that's developing here on the ES. So we'll continue to watch and see, is this just a momentary retracement in what's otherwise going to be an up move, or are we going to do much like we did for the majority of the afternoon yesterday, which was consolidate? We got that big move later in the afternoon, but that morning, that early afternoon part was, yeah, it was a bit of a consolidator. We ended up giving money back on our ES position yesterday as a result of that. So don't want to get caught in that kind of trading range again. But here we go, looking like we might have found some resilience in this up move as Apple continues to pump highward, and it is not far off high a day. I'd say 15, 20 pennies, if that, off its high a day. That's looking like it's the strong one in the big cap world. Obviously, Amazon right there with it, up just a little bit less than 4%, knocking on the door of that 130 level, 129.99. HOD. What else we got?
I'm going to
Nvidia's
take this
strong
130
too.
break on Amazon if it comes.
I like it.
It got up there. I saw the size. There's about like 6,000 lots up there at 130. So I'm going to take the breakout, assuming that some people get squeezed. We haven't been here in
Oh, you know what I can
like
do?
a year, over a year, right? When was the Amazon split? Where's my Amazon chart gone? Man, I am disorganized this morning.
I'm going to just take a random position here so the position board can update. There we go. The position board updated there. Now you can see our positions. Yeah, just had to. I got into Li Auto. How appropriate of me to get into Li Auto to update the position board. But there it is. Yeah, market still dancing at these levels, man. I don't know. I think we may be curling back down here, Mr. Mad One, because
That way.
yeah, I think we may have found a bit of a top, maybe a double top, a brewing on the NQ. Definitely one wants to happen here on the ES. It's been relatively weak on the day, but yeah, let's just sit on our hands for now and let this trade pan out.
So it's September of last year that we were last at 130 on Amazon. We do
Okay.
like a big, kind of dip down into the 80s, come all the way back. I mean, we're high up, but I love the fact, and I was talking about this yesterday, that we've been consolidating above this 120 to 128 kind of area, and really it's been like 120 to, or 124 kind of to 128 area for quite some time now. Not really doing anything. Amazon's been lagging everybody else, and it's just like, when is that update that Amazon decides to extend and start moving higher? So today's that day.
Bump it.
Individually strong as NASDAQ does start to kind of come up here as well. I wonder if Amazon can push the NASDAQ through that 15,150 maybe. ES, is ES really flat today?
Yeah, Fed Chair Powell speaking now about the capital requirements for the banks that he is proposing and how he's really going to try to have that
focus largely on the bigger banks and spare the mid and smaller banks so that they're not burdened anymore. And so I don't know if that's really the market reaction. But yeah, it's going to be, it's just going to be, like he says, data dependent. It's going to be statement dependent, these indexes, what he says and how he says it, I guess. South MC, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Amazon is cutthroat. We used their seller program to sell motorcycle parts. They contacted our supplier, used their images, and undercut our pricing. You are not the first person I have heard say that. No,
Really?
They were investigated by the FTC for directly competing with their own customers who are also resellers. They provide reselling platforms, much in the way that Spotify does, but more, centralized. And I don't have to tell you, drop shipping is huge.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah, because they have their Amazon Basics or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's
right.
been much in the same way that Google was accused of also being, running the exchange and the bidding. You know how like that for their ad sense or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
So they were running two entities that to keep conflict of interest clean should have been handled by separate arm's length individuals, right? And they do both, give themselves an advantage, reap the best reward, artificially pump prices, you name it. They've been accused of doing it. And they're pointing the finger at Microsoft today for doing anti-competitive things. It's so funny. It's like the pot in the kettle, dude.
Oh,
I couldn't
yeah.
help but laugh. And
That's
the thing
always
is,
the case.
those CEOs are going to meet tonight for dinner. But Neil, being as facetious as always, he's like, yeah, they're going to talk about how much billions they've got. Because they do, quite frankly. It's just like, two huge quarterbacks meeting up and having dinner. Like, there's that mutual respect, even though you
exactly.
compete.
They're all friends.
Yeah.
It's like how Walmart used to be. They used to They used to basically say you got to discount your prices or we'll make your product ourselves.
Oh,
Apparently.
that's a threat.
And then you discount your prices because you're a small guy and Walmart's a big guy. But what's next? What's the next trade here, Sharif?
D-Loaf wants to have a look at Palantir. You want to have a quick look?
Why not? Palantir. Oh,
friend
wow.
Palantir.
14. Where were we at yesterday on Palantir? Okay, so Palantir is kind of breaking down. That's interesting.
Okay.
I caught a couple downgrades, I do believe. So, yeah, yesterday's closed 14.50. We're holding 14 right now. I mean, these are... For someone who likes trading this style of name, these 14 kind of holds are pretty awesome because, you get in 14 with a lot of size, you're risking 13.90 basically, and, you get your 25 cents. That's 2.5 to 1 on a name that's ultra liquid and is not going to kind of buck around on you like a Tesla or something a little nastier, NVIDIA. And then it basically gives you the same trade twice. So it breaks that low, can't go any further. You get in at like 13.90 probably. Then it gives you, decent move and then goes and holds 14 again. So 14 looking like the inflection price going forward on Palantir. But where did we end up breaking out from that was like awesome on the daily here? It was 11 or $10. $10 break good? No. The $11 break was the good one. I think they went. What am I thinking of? 16. Yeah. Never mind. 16 was crazy. Went to 17 something. But yeah, I mean, we're breaking out from 10.50 on the daily, so pullback probably needed here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if people use the 21 on the daily chart.
You trust the teal, baby. Don't call it the 21. Oh, my goodness.
I don't know if people trust the teal on the daily chart, but if you did, you would be looking for this to break back above 14.50 tomorrow and then, come back to the upside and maybe make that next leg.
Yep.
Maybe this has to pull back down to like the 50 period on the daily, this 11.50 price. By the time it gets there, it'll be like 12.50 probably. Let's go Amazon.
Your boy Amazon is, your boy Sean is short. I'm assuming Amazon? Yes, obviously. Well, 129.99 high there. The mad one on the other side of that trade looking to take that 130 break with a resting order. The market at tops, there's no question about it. 15.149. That's the top on the NQ. We're dancing still, possibly a double top brewing here. Hasn't resolved one way or the next. There's been a lot of consolidation at these tops. Usually that means, you know, something's coming. So we'll see. We got a bit of a buffer myself from where we're currently trading and my entry as we find a little bit of weakness, and here it comes. Looks like the weakness is coming in. Is this bamboozlement? Is the real deal? Are we going to come back into the support levels? And I'll suggest to you that the support level on the NQ is going to be that 15.050. It's very much near yesterday's close. Yesterday we closed at 15.043. So 15.050 possibly support there. And much in the same way, we'll find that support on the the ES at 4,400. That was an obvious area of support this morning as multiple dips. This is a 5-minute chart, by the way. Multiple dips were aggressively bought up on 4,400, but we are retracing now, baby. And here comes to the downside. I don't know what Papa is saying or if we just hit a technical level.
I think NVIDIA might have sparked this down move.
Bit of a double top also brewing on NVIDIA.
Well, yeah, double top, clean double top rejection on NVIDIA of 433, goes to 433.18, double top there, and then blast down, you know, $2. Now that NVIDIA is $1 trillion name, I mean, these things become important to the market. So yeah, I wonder if this NVIDIA kind of breakdown might have sparked this move, and we kind of just soak it back up. I mean, it's not easy to trade when Papa is on the mic there.
Oh, he be on the mic. He's still yapping. He was on for like almost 4 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was almost 4 hours.
It was
yesterday.
exhausting waiting for this guy to get off. And,
yeah. Well, they don't let up, right? Everybody's got a political agenda that they have to cover so that they can say, I said this, and I'm on the record for saying that. And he's got to obviously go through all that. So here we go. Apple, very much the most bullish of the, I would say, big six right now. Amazon, no slouch. Don't get me wrong. But you've got that 130 level to contend with. Who knows how that resolves. Apple, where are we here with respect to local levels? Let's zoom out. Okay, so the only area we really need to worry about is this 187.50 high that we made on June 16th. We are above all other levels. Well, we are right at the 15th top here, which was 186.52. So we're right around these key levels on Apple. So yeah, also an important area here on Apple. We'll see how it trades in and around this area. But yeah, making newer highs almost every day is Apple.
Kareem in the chat asking us to check out CISS on Nat. Is that on NASDAQ? For whatever reason, we don't have the symbol yet.
CISS. That is C3IS? What is that?
I don't know, but it won't pull up for me.
Yeah, it's new for me too because I don't have any information on it here.
It looks like it's an IPO today on Trade Ideas.
I got it.
But it has pre-market data from 7 a.m.
This is IPO'd on the 13th. I see that here. It had a big day on the 13th, but I still have no info on it. Here's the chart on it. Come to my screen. So here it is. No, what the hell? CISS. Yeah. Let's go, bro. Oh, this one is the only one that's not linked. Okay, here we go. This is the 5-minute chart. This is the daily. So IPOs on the 13th makes a high of 23, low of 781, down and to the right ever since. Multiple red days, one kind of inconclusive day here on the 20th. But yeah, 280 low today, 520 high. Let's look at the intraday picture on the 5. So a bit of a bottoming out here at 280, and it looks like a break through 360 as there was a lot of consolidation around 360, and then here you go. It
was halted up at 437. It looks like, and then opens and does that false 5 break there.
Okay. Yeah. Let me look at the 1 minute. Because I can't see it on the 5. Yeah, there's the halt. You can see that in the tickers. Upward halt 437, opens higher, opens at 454, gap up, top wick 520. It's above VWAP, but to go green, Max, we got to get up to that 536, 540 level. That's to go green. So still 24 points now to the downside. What's the catalyst? I don't see anything here. Here, there's yesterday. The 21st was yesterday. Announces commencement of trading. Commencement of trading on the NASDAQ capital markets. Okay, so I guess suspension
But
or something.
is that today? What's the date today? Today's the 22nd. So yesterday it announced commencement.
I gotta
so
get
why
on
is
this
there
lead
historical
trade.
data on this? I don't know what's going on with this ticker. We don't have it. Looks a little psychotic. If you're long at like $2, congrats, or $3 or whatever. I think it's a SPAC. Otherwise,
It's a
it's a SPAC.
Oh, it de-SPAC'd?
Okay.
We'll see. What are we doing here on these markets, man? We're double topping here, I feel like. Is it time to end these longs, or is this just a momentary retracement on the way up, Max? I mean, you're the long guy these days. What's the word?
Well, I'm the long guy that tends to get trapped trying to go long on these retracements before they're fully done with. So patience for me. I think.
Got it.
Yeah, I don't know. If NASDAQ wants to hold above 15.1, then there's only one place to go. So we're above that at the moment. We're doing a little pullback on the 5, I guess on the 15 as well. So yeah, I mean, what is this, a bull flag? It looks like a bull flag on the NASDAQ here. Looking to break above that 15,150, which was yesterday's midday high. So yeah, coming into like a decent level here. I think that's probably inflection on the afternoon. Like if we get above there, we make the decision whether we're going to trade higher or not.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, right now, I don't know. I mean, we got to retrace all the way back to 15,050 for to really like jump into any longs. I think we're kind of in the middle at the moment. So we're either breaking out to get long,
I agree,
or we're pulling back to bigger levels to get long. I think we're just kind of in the middle now. You got to be patient. See what Powell says. Maybe he traps some more shorts, and then we fly back up. I don't know. I got nothing at the moment. Carvana did break yesterday's high, but then just faded. When is this one gonna go, Sharif? 60% shorted. 60% short.
Oh, wow! It increased.
Well, I mean,
Hold on. It wasn't
57.
that.
It was 50.
It wasn't it 40 something last time you and I looked?
No, it's always been
It was
57.
always been 50. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe that's like one fund that just has 57% at like $400, and they're like, yeah, we don't care.
Yeah, we're going down with the ship. It's a bull trap, says Dan. It's not a bull flag, it's a bull trap. A beautiful bull trap has been set on the NQ. Yeah, man, we've been talking about the double top brewing here at 15,150, right? Well, there's obvious levels that we're keeping on our eye on, 15,050, like Max just said. That's yesterday's close. Concurrent with that is 4,400 on the ES. Let's see how it pans out. But yeah, not looking good right now because looks like we are headed south side. So we'll see how this one works out, Max. But
yeah, I mean, could be a bull flag, could be a bull trap.
Yeah.
You just whatever you're doing, don't be stubborn with it. If it's not going to go, it's not going to go. If you're short ahead of this 15,150, that's probably a banger position. But if we're up at 15.2, then you're probably wrong. Don't keep averaging in and trying to force the market in your direction.
It's not going your way, buddy.
I was doing yesterday, getting long Tesla all day, but it
by
takes
the way,
those days to learn.
Yeah, it does. Oil, 4% now, south.
4% down.
Yeah. The CL, is it August contract, I want to say? Yeah, it is. The CL August contract. This is the daily. Let's go to the 5. Let me put here, oil. Pretty easy.
You know what's always been a banger swing long?
Been down and to the right, bro. Look at this. 72.50-ish is where we closed yesterday. And it's been down, rejecting off VWAP multiple times on the retracement. It's been heading down 69. We know a local level. This has been a fantastic level to buy. The 67 area, it goes back into March. All the dips below 67 have constantly been bought up.
Well, the U.S. government says they're buying every
They got to
tick
reach
above or below 70.
Exactly.
So, yeah, of course that's a...
You know it.
I mean,
right?
you know that
They've
the
earmarked
biggest
it.
buyer is buying right here.
They've telegraphed it to you.
They have told you what to do. Get long below 70.
Well, they have all those strategic reserves that they got to
that they
refill,
emptied,
right? Yeah.
Which is like I don't really know amounts of barrels, but it's a lot of barrels.
Seems
that
like
they
it was a
need
lot.
to,
Not like I understood much about that.
Yeah, it's all these underground mines that they just filled with oil, right?
I have no idea. How is it set? Are they all mines?
That's what
I
I
have no
was
idea.
told by a friend who tends to look into this stuff. But I mean, I'm
okay.
not going to say that I know anything necessarily. But I thought it was mines that they just filled with oil,
That wouldn't be.
and then they pump it out whenever they need it. What is a banger long usually when you get below 57 is Oxy on a swing, not necessarily on a day trade, but like anytime we get down to this 57 price, I wonder if there's a large, one of the wealthiest men in the world potentially purchasing Oxy below 57.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Putin for a second there.
No. Mr. Buffett.
Yeah. Uncle Warren loves
Uncle
this
Warren
stuff.
loves this stock, keeps increasing his position. I wonder if he's increasing on these days below 57.
It's a very good question. I mean,
Because like every time.
you usually find out like
you
2
find
days
the
later.
base.
2,
Yeah,
3 days later,
exactly.
he does he have to disclose or does he do it like voluntarily, like in the way that ARC does?
I think that because his stake is so big, he has to disclose.
okay.
Right? Because
Yeah.
once you get like over 15% or something.
Oh,
there's,
good call.
there's
Good.
rules.
Yeah. You're right. Now, what is he? He's at a quarter.
He's at like 25, 26% of this thing.
He says he's made it. He's made it like openly known that he does not want to take control of this company. So I mean,
Yeah,
does
sure.
that? I know. Well, but hold on. He can he can get in trouble if he does that. If he can because he misleads investors, right?
Yeah.
So he's got to be careful. Remember, Elon got in trouble a lot. Funding secured.
Did Elon get in trouble?
Well, you know what I mean. You get
Which time?
investigated. Yeah,
Which
yeah.
time?
There's been a whole bunch. He's Twitter happy. We know that. That's part of his charm. But yeah, anyway, talking back about Uncle Warren, if he doesn't really have an intention to take over the company, do you kind of see maybe a cap coming up on how it's been going up? We've been seeing it really lately quite stagnant. Let's have a look at the daily chart on Oxy real quick here, as the market does do a little curl back up, Max, but we'll look at the daily chart on Oxy. Kind of sideways a bit, bro. Look at this.
It
Have a
is
look at the
pretty
chart,
sideways, yeah.
Fabian, if you're able to.
Like,
There we go.
Is Warren propping up this name by himself? Is
I
that
mean,
why
no.
we're staying up
Well,
here? Because it looks like it
good
wants to come
question.
down, and every time it wants to come down, it just props right back up.
Right, we've got this base. You could say the base is in and around, 55-ish, 57-ish, whatever it is. There's clearly a base here. What we have is consecutively higher lows going back to last November. So when did he start adding? I think he started adding quite around that time, maybe I don't know when he started disclosing when he was adding. I think it was right after the war, the beginning of the war. He started disclosing that he was taking positions in Oxy. Anyway, flat bottom. We're right at the lows. There's no question about that.
If we start like really trading below 55 on Oxy,
It's a good look.
that would be an interesting swing
at this
short. But I
gap.
mean, you don't want to be playing against Warren Buffett.
No. I'm just.
I think he has a
from
longer term
technical
view on
perspective.
this one, though.
Yeah, but then isn't there a cap on how much he's going to buy if he doesn't want to take control?
There has to be. I'm right.
Probably a big variance between where we are right now and that cap. So there could be a lot more buying. What is it to be considered de facto control? Is it 1/3 of the company, or is it actual 50%, or is it by voting shares? If
I
they're
should know this,
structured, 'cause
but,
they're finance richer. Or is it by voting shares? Because some of there's A class, A and B and stuff. So there's sometimes you don't actually you have equitable control, but you don't have actual legal control
Yeah.
because you can't vote, but you receive the equity.
I think
right?
honestly, like at this point, he probably has what they would consider to be, what's the term? Some kind of influence.
Yeah, he's
I
like
don't
a
know.
whale.
I don't know. Basically, if you're controlling 25% of the voting shares, you're probably kind of almost in control of the company already. Tesla.
Bump it.
So Tesla, I was just watching this. It does the double bamboozle.
Let's go.
The double liquidity grab. So comes up, does this fake breakout, collects the shorts in, dumps the longs out, and then a fake breakdown at 258.70, can't even get to the 50s, blasts off. Yeah, I could be.
We're
you know,
right
you
back
could be really
near
scalping
those, yeah.
the you-know-what out of Tesla today. If you were energized, maybe a couple Red Bulls or something, and just pop an Adderall and just start scalping Tesla today. Like, it's giving you all these ranges. It's giving you all the trades here. It's so easy.
You crack me up, dude. Oh my God.
I've never actually taken Adderall. I think that could be dangerous.
Yeah, so we'll just stick with the free coffee that they offer here. It's
free coffee
awesome.
is
I gotta
good.
tell you the truth. Like when I came here initially as a trader, I was like wowed by how much they really provide here on the floor. We get coffee, we get tea. I mean, there's an espresso machine. It's a very expensive machine, and it hits the fan around here when it's not working, right? Like, we got to do Tim's runs. Yeah, so the coffee, very much relied on, at least by me. I'm speaking for myself, not anybody else. But yeah, we just had a nice move up there on the future. Look, guys, I'm sitting in front of the $1/2 area. That's where I got long. I want to wait for a $1 profit to ring the profit bell. We're still holding. We've been dancing with this level. Here comes the volume again. Do we get continuity? 15,150 in view again on the NQ, and local highs at 44.12 in view again on the ES, but 44.18 HOD on the ES, 15,149 to reiterate on the NQ, up now 0.2% on the day. Here come the 40s on the SPY. Not quite yet as resistance comes in. I'm looking to see what Papa is saying. They're talking about small businesses. I get the fill there. Max over $1 in the money. Now pumped about this one. We'll let this one run.
I was thinking about buying Amazon on the dip there to 129, but never really gives you like the wick bottom that you're looking for. And yeah, that's probably the way to execute this trade over the breakout. We really do this like kind of wedge down, or I mean honestly like what do you call that? A channel down, and then breaks the channel over, I would say 129.30, and then breaks out. Yeah, I mean, this is looking like a decent long. I just don't really want to be buying Amazon $1 up right away. I want it to consolidate in here a bit. Maybe I can find a dip if it consolidates around like 129.50 area and then wicks down to 45, then I could get a dip there. The teal is kind of now supporting it, but I mean, these trend lines are kind of, trend lines are kind of flat right now. So maybe not necessarily that much edge there, but yeah, I think I'll still take this breakout as we do just kind of pull back. So NQ not wanting to get above that 15,150 price. This is looking like a very strong price. If we start trading above here, it should be a bit of a blast off, but you know, never hold your breath. Got to stay without bias. What else is going on here? So Nvidia's pulling back, Tesla's pulling back. Apple and Amazon are the only ones that look like they really want to break out here. Apple didn't quite get up to that 187 price. I do think I want to take that this afternoon, but if we get there really fast, I think you're just kind of asking for it on an Apple breakout. Those breakouts have been pretty terrible recently. 180 was terrible, 185 I think was terrible too. So may back off on the Apple one if we get there really fast. Amazon's kind of starting to scream into that 130 price now at 129.70. So gonna be watching this one. Should have just bought that dip, I guess. 129.75 starting to go. So let's see what happens here. Hopefully that size is still there as NASDAQ is trying again for 15,150. Come on, NASDAQ, shoot up there. Looking for this breakout. I feel like this tape is a little bit slow for this breakout, but we're gonna take it regardless. Amazon at a key level. Got some size on the offer here, 129.80. Let's see if we break that. And high of day is broken now on NASDAQ. ES still kind of holding back, not wanting to get above that 44.18 price. It is indeed Pump City. Apple's going for it. Apple's going for the high. Oh, Tesla just turned around, so everything is going.
I'm back.
Amazon just struggling with a little size on the offer, takes that size. Now size on, no size really. Size on the bid now.
Oh, I ain't canceling none of these longs, man. We are flying to the high side here.
Oh, okay. Okay, NASDAQ.
Likewise with our
Okay.
position on Lee too, man. We took the dip on Lee. I don't usually intraday trade this one, but I felt some good omens. No, I'm kidding, of course. There was obviously higher lows being accrued here, so I looked to add on the dip, and there it is. Run this one probably to 35s, a bit of a top here, 30s and 35s. Probably ring the profit bell soon on this one. Nice little trade on Lee, but this is the position that we want to let run. 44.18.50 in view. That's HOD on the ES September contract. We're touching 15s now, but not enough continuities. New HOD on the NQ September contract now up 0.77% on the day, 15.160 and 3/4. Oh, baby. Papa, talking about community banks, it seems like it's a big focus today as, you know, he's questioned about the interest rates and their effect on banks, most specifically community banks and smaller cap banks. Sean asking me if I got into Lee Auto yet. No conflict of interest to disclose at this time, but you know that I am interested in getting involved. You and I talking off camera, and I'm looking at waiting for the next earnings report to see how they do. They promised, Max, 50 to 80,000 EVs, not mixed, not hybrids. 50 to 80,000 EVs delivered per quarter this year. Show me.
You think, so you used to have that,
We are flying
those
here, bro.
earnings trades all the time, like after hours, you used to trade those.
Those are, yeah, they're a bit of a coin flip.
Would you use that to get into a swing position? Like you get in there,
I wouldn't, no.
and then if it keeps going, you just
I would
stay
use
in?
the anchored VWAP
Use the-
technique.
okay.
Yeah, because you know it's going to run,
Yeah.
and it's going to have, you know, a little bit of a dip. You get in on the dip.
You find the dip. What if
Yeah.
it just pulls in NVIDIA and goes up like 30%
I mean, that's
in one
the thing.
day?
Yeah, you know, but that is legitimately a thing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
You could lose the position. At some
Yeah,
point,
you
got
might
to
not get it.
punch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
But
Yeah.
you know, buying an earnings move after hours for a swing position, pretty sketchy stuff. But you know, I don't hate it if it never goes out of the money. I could see
Sharif's
myself
conflict
doing that.
of interest is protein and natural sweetener. You stay undefeated, euthanasia. You stay undefeated. All right.
AI is
funny.
starting to go here. C3
I'll take
AI really found a bottom at $37 today. Now going for that 39 level. Sean was long yesterday in front of that 40, and then the 40 break was kind of, I don't know, I think it only went 4 cents if I go find that.
Not bad.
Yeah, but then like that 40 break went like 4 or 5 cents and then just reversed back down. So I'm wondering if we get above that like 40.05 price that it stopped at yesterday. Is that like a bit of a squeeze on people's swing positions? Oh, Carvana is starting to go now, so 25.50 on Carvana. Okay. Squeeze name's waking up. Carvana's got to be above 27, I think, for me to be interested again. Because like this 25 price, all these prices keep getting sold. 27 was like the breakout price a couple of times, and it failed a couple of times. So I think getting above that and trading above it would be could be the next kind of squeeze beginning for
Right.
Carvana.
Oh, baby.
Right now, like not interested.
Yeah, you had a couple of memorable, let's call them that, trades on Vana. They were good.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
remember
There was
that?
one. That's the thing. It was just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I felt like there was more.
There was one on the first day, and then after that, like, just couldn't
It was
couldn't
big.
really get it. I mean,
It's a big one, though. I'm not.
it was pretty big.
confusing
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
right?
yeah. It
Okay,
was
cool.
decent. It
All
was
right.
decent.
Good. Okay, MO Genius, loss on Apple. It's crazy. Yeah, Apple's been, you know, up and to the right today. Now up 1.42%, 186.67 high, continues to head up. Likewise with most of these big cap names. Let's bring in the big cap chart. Let's go to the charts, guys. Meta up 0.08%. Meta has been absolutely flat on the day. It has not been its day until otherwise, you know, we'll have to consider this one a dud on the day. 1.4% to the high side for Microsoft, though. It's at day's highs right now. 338.73 looks strong. A couple of VWAP dips in there get bought up
we're stair-stepping up here. I don't have to tell you about Amazon. You guys already know about this. Almost we're knocking on the door of 4%. And here comes 130 again. Your boy Max sitting on the other side of that trade. Are you?
Yeah,
sitting?
I'm gonna take that breakout. I was gonna try to catch a dip here if it broke 150 or 129.50 and like wicked back up, but it doesn't even get down there. So there are people definitely buying ahead of this breakout, which could be bad actually. That could mean that once the breakout happens, all of those people are trying to sell. But we'll see what happens here. I'm expecting at least decisions to be made at this price, and the market is breaking out. So I think those are enough factors to try to take this breakout. My risk is like 10 cents, and I'm looking for at least like 75 to $1 on this break if it does come. I think if it doesn't break back below 130 again, then you would just hang on to this for the rest of the day, and it possibly trends for you. Otherwise, you just get out at 130. It's the easiest trade of all time.
Oh, we missed a couple of super chats here. Mathis, thank you. €2. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. No attached message, though, sadly. I will look to see if there were any others. Hope I didn't miss any, guys. Woo Will telling me earlier that I think I tagged you. Woo. He said, Lee has no EV product for now. I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Can you really explain? Because if there's something I'm misunderstanding about Lee, I want to know. Right?
If it's not actually an EV company,
yeah,
they just
because
sell cars.
they do make hybrids. But my understanding was these were EV numbers that they were talking about with respect to deliveries. Yeah, they're still talking about community banks, guys. By the way, on the Papa Powell testimony. Sharif Benton, what do you think on Arsenal Havertz deal? Oh baby, look, man. Okay, so I was under the impression that he would be played as a real number 9. He's tall, he's an attacker. I thought that that's how they were going to play him. Apparently, that's not what he played in the Bundesliga, and that's not what made him the great player that got him sold to Chelsea. Chelsea, he was being played apparently as a false number 9, or I don't know if he was in the left wing or if he was in the center. Anyway, it looks like Arteta wants to either play him in a number 10 or a number 8 role. I doubt he's going to give him the number 10 role because that's Odegaard's position. And then Smith Rowe behind him. But I think he may be in for Xhaka, who we know is outgoing. So I think he is going to be the new number 8, the distributing rear midfielder. It's going to be really interesting to see if he can flourish under Arteta, and I will be all eyes, let me tell you.
I second whatever you just said.
Sounded like I knew what I was talking about, but
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe I just spit a whole bunch of gibberish your way. Anyway, Benton says, I will take it. Yes. Veli Sven, Chelsea, complete sell-off. Yeah, they sold all their players to either Saudi Arabia or Arsenal or Man City, who are buying up their players. So it is interesting there. He's a number 10 player, says Berlin. Yes. Sound breaking out, S-O-U-N. Apparently this one's making
somebody asked me to take a look at this one, so I have been in preparation. This 455 level looks very interesting to me. We got the top here. That was the last top recently, and then right here, you got that 455 as well. So I think pretty interesting to see what happens around that price. Ultimately, $5 break and hold above $5 is where this name gets interesting and where I would probably start trading it. And, we have all of these. When was the last? Oh, yeah, it was in February of this year. So this was the last squeeze. The high of the last squeeze was $5.04. I think I took that $5 breakout and got smoked on it. So let's see if I take that one again one day soon. And
oil's quadruking
here,
bro.
Holds, which is quadruple.
Max oil down 4 1/3% on the day. It has not been the day for crude, guys. Holy, taking it on the chin. And you know what? If this 67 comes back into play, I mean, this is an interesting swing play here from like a long-term portfolio, because that 67 has been absolute money going back. Now, look, you're going to deal with some intraday bamboozlement. There's no question about that. Look how deep these wicks go. Sometimes taking you down to 63, you're going to have some real tolerance here. But look where the close always above that 67 level. Funny enough, the big money seems to come in at the end of the day. Max making the inference earlier that the U.S. government buying at those levels because they got to fill up those strategic stockpiles that have been exhausted over the past year and a little bit. So 4 1/3 down on the day for the CL August contract. And I suggest to you that the S&P would probably be a little bit, or the ES, excuse me, would be up a little bit higher if this one hadn't been dragging it down 4 1/3. We also know that banks are in focus as well. There's been a lot of commentary that Fed Chair Powell has been addressing senators with respect to community banking and the continued pressures they continue to suffer, and how, you know, the capital allocation requirements are only going to affect the too big to fail banks. So we'll continue to watch that. But oil, man, I got to go back to this because it looks like a flat bottom break here starting to brew on this is the 5 minute. Let's go to the 1 minute. Look at this. Stair step, curl back up, short to pop. It's been a short to pop kind of day. This is the 1 minute on the oil. But here we go with a flat bottom. Do we get continuity below there? Oil, super weak now, almost down 4.5%.
I got a starter position on Amazon right now at 129.50, looking for this to curl back up. ES kind of double topping though, so I may just bail on this if we go much lower, but looking to add to it above 129.55 and then potentially above 85 and then into that 130 break where I'll add what I really want on the trade. So let's see where this one goes. Not really gonna let it go below this like 30 price too much, but I mean, it's just small size for now. Looking for the ads on the way up. I mean, NASDAQ's not really pulling back. A little bit of a wick candle at the high. I guess like the risk on this one is that, you know, Powell says something and then it kind of dumps, but I don't know. It seems like all the dips are getting bought for now. So this is what I'm looking for this to get back above the teal and the 50 period here and then blast off. Sean is short Shopify?
Your boy.
Yes. It's on the sticky note.
Sure, but it just says S8. It says 64 S8.
Can you get it on this one? No. What am I doing? Oh my goodness. There you go, baby. Evidence. All right, curl down in the market here though, Max. 15,181 top on the NQ. We don't break the HOD on the ES 44.18.5. We get up to, where do we get up to there? How high do we get up? 44.17 was the best we could do, now down into 13. A double top brewing here, but we saw the same double top possibly brewing earlier on the NQ, and we ended up moving higher. Does the ES stifle the ascent we've had? This is what I'm talking about. Let me bring in the NQ real quick here. This is a double top we were worried about earlier. We saw this develop on multiple mega caps, and then we actually had bamboozlement, and the shorts had been had. And they got taken out to the high side there. But here comes a real big move down. Is this a healthy retracement down, or is this the top? I'm going to keep my eye and see what Fed Chair Powell is talking about here, what the subject matter is. Regulatory burdens on the banks. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be kind of the theme of the day and how it's going to weigh on the banks. I'm sure they've got a lot of lobbyists who are pounding the desk right now about any new financial burdens that affects their balance sheets. They don't want that.
Of course. We did get a super chat about Root as well.
Oh, cool.
This one was halted at the end of the day when Sean and I were looking at it. What does it say? Is on fire to go to $19. I don't know about that necessarily, but it is holding this 1250 bottom very well from the pre-market. If we can go back to yesterday after hours, where's my 30?
What the hell?
So yeah, it opened up at like $10 after hours, it looks like. Made the move to this 14.50 price, and that's kind of been, you know, the topping area, that 15. It doesn't want to trade above 15 right now. But this is where it caught support at that 1250, and it's sitting above 1250 right now. So definitely interesting until there's like an accepted offer. I don't think you're going to see $19 on this name. They have to come to the agreement and get a definitive agreement signed for the takeover. At the moment, it's just an offer. So, you know, you're not going to you're not going to get all the way up to that price right away because there's no certainty of this deal actually happening. I mean, I'm kind of liking this $12.50 long though, or $13 kind of long as the support, and then you can give it to like $12 maybe for the stop out. But yeah, I mean,
Was this one the guys traded on the floor today for buyouts? Or no?
I don't think anybody traded this one today. Maybe, but because it's not like a definitive agreement, it's hard to.
I remember Greg was like, always it had to be like above $1 billion, ideally, and it had to be definitive, not like a letter of intent.
Exactly.
Right, yeah.
So this is just an unsolicited offer, if I read it correctly, and those can go away pretty quickly.
Yeah, they can be kind of wishy-washy. Such is the nature of the buyout game. Yeah, you've got a couple more minutes as Pradley is in the vicinity, baby. He's got his mouse, he's got his keyboard, he's set up, he's good to go. Papa Powell, he's talking about the dangers to the financial situation. So keeping an eye on that and trying to correlate that with any major market moves here. It's always nice to have an explanation, isn't it? Where are we here in terms of big tech land? All right, we're near highs, but we're definitely curling back at the moment. A bit of a retracement, healthy if you're a bull, if you want to see continuation through the day. Meta's been the laggard on the day. I'd say to you, for whatever reason, money's staying away from this today. They've been in the other names. It's been an interesting move. Tesla started the day decidedly green. I can't believe it's red. It's green. Decidedly red. Can't believe it's green now. Up 1.25%. Looking possibly here to break through 263 as it dances right now. Apple kind of put in up top at 186.75, finding a bit of resistance at those levels at the moment, Max. Bitcoin also kind of retracing a little bit. We had eyes on Bitcoin today as it's been making moves. Let's look quickly here at our friend Bitcoin. This is the chart on BTC. Kind of a base here at 29.7, forming below VWAP at the moment and definitely below the close of yesterday at that 30,100 level. Definitely a bottom to be had there. There's a clear breakdown from those that consolidation range.
How are we not talking about Tesla right now?
I just said
a new
Tesla.
high of day.
Yeah,
Again.
I told you. I can't believe it just went green. Wasn't it red 3 1/3?
Tesla. Yeah, we're now green. Amazing. 263 high. 262 has been quite a level for Tesla for some time now, so we are now trading above that. Made a new high just above 263, I believe. So yeah, oh no, it didn't quite crack 263. So that breakout is still theoretically in play if you wanted that. There's no size there, so can't really take that, I don't think. But yeah, Tesla's still going. I mean, I think there's room to 265 on this today. 266 is where we turned around yesterday afternoon.
It is headed north, baby. 263
really
is there. All right, we'll let you go, man.
All right.
You gonna trade or are you gonna get some food?
We'll see.
Yeah, you see how it's going? Okay. Mad Max, the mad one. Thanks for being on. All right, we'll let Pradley and them set up, and we'll have a look at the position quickly here that we're in on the SPY as we continue to accumulate at these highs. Every time we feel, this may be the top, we see something else launch to the north side. This time, it's our friend Tesla, who just broke through 263 now, and maybe lifting up or giving a buoy to these markets, but everything else at the moment a little bit curling down. Secular, as we've called it in the past, or I've called it in the past, secular at the moment. Tesla looking to break through. Now looking at 264. This one's moving fast and furious, but the other big cappers not quite. Even NVIDIA really not getting much of a move high at the moment here. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to see what kind of movement we get in these big caps midday. Obviously, less liquid time of day now. We're being helped somewhat with intraday volatility by the fact that Jerome Powell, Fed chair, is on the stand right now and testifying in the Senate. Yesterday, he was before the Financial Services Committee in the House, the other side of Congress. And yeah, it's a whole different political game and how everything is conducted on the other side. Today, much more subdued of an environment, as is typically the case in the Senate. But I don't think any comments he has to make are going to be more subdued. I think that they'll be equally impactful on the market. So we are retracing now, baby. Headed south. On the ES, we are about to go red. Do we hold this 44.10 area, which is very much near yesterday's close, 44.09 and change, and a quarter, I think we closed out yesterday. Also a pullback here on the NQ as we come back down into 15.135. Where's the support level to have? We have a bit of a double top here right where we're at the moment. So interesting to see if we find support. 15.135, that was the former high a day, and we broke through that after this bamboozling double top. 15.1 was the bottom on the trough there into the new high a day. So let's see what we get on the future as it heads back down. Jerome Powell is now done speaking. I believe, I don't know if they're just taking a break or he's done for the day. He has just gotten up, and that is the end of the feed. So Papa Powell, he spoke for, I think, almost 4 hours yesterday. He speaks for 2 today, and that is it. So no more influence from the Fed chair. Now, I believe, is it now or is it later? I know that we had Fed Mester speaking. So let's have a look here with respect to the investing.com thing. All right, what do we got here? What do we got today? So where are we time-wise? Of course, the ad has to come up now, proudly. Yes, of course. Fed OMC Barkin speaks. That comes in at 4:30. Okay, so that is not going to come in until after the bell. The only thing we really have to look for here is at 1 o'clock. There is a 5-year TIPS auction. Everything else has come and gone. So we shall see what the market thought of Fed Chair Powell's testimony today. Bradley, good to have you back.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. You know, market's been great today. Wonderful opportunities all across the board. Hopefully, everyone in the market, in the show, in the chat, enjoyed those opportunities. Right now, though, a little bit of a swing down on said market. Why do I look so short on that camera? But yeah, so you know, we are swinging down right now on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ after making a new high on the NASDAQ market, which is pretty monstrous move today. I mean, I think we were negative to start the day off in pre-market, and then we started off now up 0.6% on the S&P 500. Ladies and gentlemen, monster move. Right now, I'm actually trying to get into Amazon long, which I was already in. I was in an Amazon long, but on the way over from my desk over there to here, I set out to stop just to be safe in case, you know, Amazon does swing all the way down to VWAP, but it didn't swing all the way down there, and it looks like it triggered my stop and moved back up north. So that's a little upsetting. As you guys have probably heard Max talk about it, we're all waiting for this possible 130 break. Market's been monstrous today. Amazon up Amazon up 3.5% on the day, and I'm trying to lean on this 129 area. As you guys can see, previous resistance on the 1 minute, and then support later on the way back down. So trying to see if I can take that fill back at 129.10-ish or so. Give it that support back at 128.80, and have that right up to 130 where we can add on the break and run it up. Couple of my best trades on the day today, if I could just quickly check what is my best trade on. I think it was NVIDIA. So let's pull up NVIDIA. I tried to take the 430 break long on NVIDIA. Didn't really give it too much risk on it, so I missed out on most of the monster move that NVIDIA gave out to the upside. Later on in the day, I caught the short from 433, took some quick outs for $1 per share in the money, then I took some more, my last exits out at 431s or so, flip long 428 for a quick little $1 per share scalp, and then I got stopped out. That happened to be my best trade. NVIDIA was pretty insane too today. I was bearish. There was moments in the day where I was looking to you know, go long AMD, or short AMD and long NVIDIA, and I was asking myself, like, what the heck am I doing? How am I long and short the same stock and basically in the same sector? Like, this is not making sense to me. But somehow I was making money on both of them. I have profits on AMD too. We'll show that to you. But my second best stock on the day today was actually Pixie. We were talking about this on the after hours show. I told you how the stock might be very much in play today. It kind of was off the open. We were running up almost up to $3. We broke that $3, ran up to $3.32. I had you know, executions at the lower day pretty much. Well, around pre-market lows, not low a day, pre-market lows, ran it up, added around the $3 break. I was really looking for that 320 break, didn't see that 320 break happening, so that was my signal to just take all my profits, all my exits out right around this area. I jumped out, jump ship on that. Jump ships on that position over there.
It's so funny in the chat. Like Sharif is gone. He couldn't wait to get up. Leave. I'm like sitting here the entire time. I haven't gone anywhere. I'm looking at my position. What are you guys talking about? Bradley.
Chat.
I know, right? Bradley, oil is down over 4% today, and I think it is having a bit of a.
No oil numbers come out at 11 o'clock. I'm guessing the oil numbers were bad.
I don't know, but it's still trading below 4%. I didn't see how it resolved. I know I usually get those on what's it called? The financial juice numbers there. Dan's been yelling in the chat, man. He's been yelling bull trap, bull trap, bull trap. And Dan, look, I hear you, man. I mean, I see it, but there was bamboozlement earlier today. There was a double top that formed on the NQ, and we ended up moving higher. So, look, I hear you. I see it. I've got a good entry on my SPY long. I'll take this one all the way down into my entry, baby. And I will look to see how it trades at 4,400. Currently at a resistance, support level now. We talked about yesterday's close on the ES being at 44.09 and a quarter, essentially 44.10. We're dancing with that level now. We're also at an interesting level here on the NQ as we dance at that 140, 137 areas. It was a bit of a top earlier now, acting as an area of support. We'll see how it resolves. But yeah, I hear you, Dan. I see the bamboozlement, and now you know that there's not going to be any more variables coming in from Fed Chair Powell. We'll see how this market ends up trading now that there's no new influences, external influences. Bradley, there we go. Get the right wording there. What do we got? Not seeing much here in terms of anything else. AMD is looking uber weak. Oh, baby, missed this one. I know the Katina man, he was on this one this morning. He was on it short. I think he had actually top wick at 114.
Oh, you mean like this?
Excuse me. Go to Bradley's screen.
Yeah, so I had top wicks AMD short 114. The area was showing up on tape with a lot of weakness. We were pushing up off the open with NVIDIA running up, AMD running up. I'm looking at SOSX also positive on the day at that moment and pushing to the north side. So it was a little scary to honestly punch into the shorts on AMD around these areas. But I think if we scroll back to somewhere around yesterday's levels, if I can just quickly go here, AMD. 5-minute chart, zoom in, and around 113, right around these areas. So if you see, there was quite a bit of looks like support yesterday around 113 until we broke to the south side. So I was looking for resistance to show up around these areas, and they did. Was able to capitalize on that move to the south side. The second time when I did reload on it, I did only take I think a 60-cent profit, and then I got stopped out, and I thought, maybe the stock wants to absolutely take off to the north side. I should just be careful and not just keep risking on it. Right now, Amazon is back under 129. Looks like Amazon wants to flush back a little bit more with the help of the market moving back down. Waiting to see if Amazon wants to, hold this 129.80 area. If it does break that again, most likely we'll jump back above 129, and that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see Amazon fighting for that 129 price, continually holding to the upside, and now looks like we have a little bit of a buyer stepping up too. Oh, they got cleaned out. Some selling really coming in the overall market too. S&P 500 double top rejection. NASDAQ did make a new high day. You saw that coming into play when Max and Sharif were here, but now NASDAQ pulling right back to almost that 15,100 marker. Will that take Amazon all the way back to VWAP? If that's the case, then I don't want to be gambling on this shorts, on this longs over here. I'd much rather, take that quick loss, come back in around VWAP for a possible new long entry, and then ride it for another ride back up to 130. I would love to see the 130 break today, but the way the market's moving right now, maybe it's not possible.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Neil, he just said, he's like, Fabian, we have to do a new one. I really don't know why Neil wants to do a new one there. It's up to him. Obviously, he's a free person. But I like it. I think
I love
Sean's
it.
is good too. I don't
I
know
love
why
them
they're
all.
so sensitive about it. I think they're so good. I hate mine. Mine is horrible. It's absolutely hideous.
I don't have
Like,
one.
subscribe,
That's
and
the
share it.
perfect
The show
one.
that takes you apart the market every day.
It's like I had like a meeting to go to or something. I had to rush through. Why am I talking so fast? That's the real question there. All right, guys. At critical levels, I would say Dan saying don't get trapped. Look, yep, Dan letting us know, man. I like Dan's input all the time, and he may have a point here as we look to test these lows. But let it resolve. Let it resolve. I've got a good entry, and if it resolves south, it resolves south, and I pay the piper. But
Piper gets paid.
it gets paid, right, Bradley? But crypto, hello, 30,000 income, and again on BTC, 29,975. We're quite close there. That's buoying these markets. BTC has been very strong, and we're speculating that there's probably been some institutional money coming into this bad boy as regulators now giving a clearer picture of what they expect with respect to exchanges and how they may act and hold money and what kind of entities they may offer. I'm talking about broker dealers, I'm talking about exchanges, and I'm talking about the separation of those institutions. And so, as the let's call it an asset class develops, so do the regulations, and they become clear. And the EDX was the product of that yesterday, right? Backed by big money. They're putting their backing behind that, and it looks like BlackRock also looking to get in a spot ETF for BTC specifically. So some interesting stuff, and I got to give credit to Kevin O'Leary. He's been saying this for a while. He's like, really, when big money is going to come into this is when regulation hits, and that's just because you have to have that backing, right? If you're going to invest investors' money into speculative stuff, you may have to pay the piper later, right? But then if it's regulated, you can say, oh, no, well, I was investing in a regulated field and this and that. So we shall see. Dan, I'll be the first one to tell you I was wrong if we go and make another high today. Look, Dan, I'm not challenging you, buddy. I'm not really at all. And I hope you win. I'm not really saying that. I'm just saying I have a good entry with respect to my future position here on the SPY. So if it ends up resolving south, which is what you're predicting, I got a lot of buffer room in which to get out, right? So that's kind of what I was trying to say there. With respect to Wave Trader, Sharif, bro, I have been learning CTMC style trading. This perfect for all your styles, maybe what you use, fair value gaps, etc. Money, money, money. Shout out to you. I'll look at that. I'll write that down. Yeah. Dan doesn't take it that way. Good. Just make some things always get lost in text, emotions or lack thereof, emphasis or lack thereof. Proudly get lost when you read and you don't say. So.
Right on.
What you looking at there?
I was watching Amazon battle around this price, honestly. There was a little bit of a size at 128.76s. And it looks like it was an iceberg until it got taken out. I think it was only like 100 lots, to be honest. But they kept churning that price, and they wouldn't break it. And now with the market still curling to the downside, I'm just trying to time the point to catch the long over here. We're still seeing a lot of buying coming in. Looks like that level that just got cleaned out at 128.76. That's where my stop was. If that size broke, I was gonna say, hey, that's gonna be my exit sign. And they did take out that level. So I'm expecting even more of a flush right now. And the market still got about I'm guessing 10-ish points or so to the downside to go test that. 15,100 marker. Let's go pull up NQ/U23CM. So it looks like no, not 10-ish points. We're almost there at the moment. We're pretty much pushing down to the 15,100 marker at the moment. Yeah, 12 points at the moment. Let's see if that area comes into support. If it does, then I think we can time some of these longs around those areas to see if the market holds up. Amazon at the moment still pushing down. That 130 barrier, absolute wall at the moment. Man, I wish I did take some of my profits on that first move up there to 130, but the greed. I think someone in the chat yesterday was talking about the fear and greed scale and how the greed's still high, and that's what got me today, the greed on the possible break of 130. Made me give back some profits over here, but we're still up on the day. We're still good. We're still up on the day. We're just going to keep on looking for the right time to get back into these positions.
Super hard. Sharif, when you close positions, what do you use your usual trailing stop ratio? I rarely use trailing stops. That's first and foremost. And then my stops are based on price action, not percentages, sadly. You know, it would be great if you could have the market respect how much percentage drawdown you can take on a position, but that's not how it works. The stops have to be based on price action. And that's almost exclusively how I base them. So yeah, not based on percentages. I know that there are other methods. I know other people use the average true range to set up stops so that they can get the idea of, you know, what kind of intraday volatility and movement to expect on the name and stuff like that. I know there's a whole bunch, and a lot of people use them to great success. To me, I just found it easier to base it on the price action here. Bradley, looks like we're holding up at these levels for now. Nothing too concrete, but we shall see. The ES is up, the NQ up 0.57, the ES 0.05, all to the high side. Ooh, look at this. NVIDIA trying to hold yesterday's close, which is that 430.54. There's been a lot of action on NVIDIA at this level, a lot of dips being bought in. This level right here, that's yesterday's close. That's the only horizontal trend line you guys are going to see in my charts is yesterday's close. And so 430.50 been getting bought up a lot after that opening range volatility. So keep an eye on that. See if this one presents an opportunity. Been strong lately. It's been a good stock, no question about it, man. All right, what else we got over here? Let's have a look at our position on Lee. Yeah, that's coming right into our entry here. We got in at 09s, retraces. We took a bit of profit up here at 25s. We made like 15 pennies. This is really just a fun trade, guys. This is, you know, very, very small shares. I got into this trade so that it would update my position board, for which for some reason right now is blank again, but whatever. 34.10 being bought up a lot here. An interesting level on Lee. Not that this really matters, but, you know, this is more of like a buyout style trade where you play the ranges. But anyway, Lee, keeping an eye on that. The market very much stuck at these consolidation levels. We saw this happen yesterday where when we slowed down, we really did move sideways. And there was no decision made whether we're going to move up or down until that more liquid time of the period, more liquid time of the day came in. And yeah, you had that big move into the close yesterday. But not so right now, so we'll continue to stay in our position and really not take anything new, Bradley.
I mean, yeah, markets are still green. I'm just trying to see if we see any type of pattern over here on the market. Here's the 5-minute chart on the QQQs, a tech basket. We are getting a higher low at the moment, and we recently got a higher high. Let's see if we can run it back to the north side, test those highs one more time, and I do think if that happens, we could see our position Amazon paying us out. People in the chat talking about Palantir. Palantir, sadly, back to $14, and that's upsetting for a long-term investor like myself. But hey, we're day traders here. We're talking about day trading possibilities and how to put some bank in our pocket. I don't see a setup right now on Palantir just by looking at the chart, especially looking at the 1-minute chart, since I don't really use it to trade. We are back at VWAP on both the 5-minute and 1-minute. You know, if you are looking for possible long opportunities, you could maybe get in over here, give it up to that $14. But what are you expecting? You know, are you expecting a run back to the high day on Palantir? Maybe run up to like the pre-market highs? I don't really like the setup over here on Palantir that's being offered by the market makers. So I'm just going to sit out. I'm going to look for other opportunities. I honestly do believe Amazon's a great opportunity right now. You saw how enthusiastic Max was about it earlier on about that 130 level. Pretty sure other people on the floor over here are excited to see how that stock will behave in that 130. We've already seen it reject that level. So we're watching that one. We're going to keep seeing what other people are looking at in the chat too. So feel free to first hit the like, and then second, put the stocks that you're looking at in the chat, and we'll go attack those stocks. Find some trading opportunities. Find some amazing trading opportunities to be a part of. I would maybe let's show you this stock over here, OSTK. I actually tried to. No way, you're at 24.50. What? Oh my goodness. 15% up on the day now for OSTK. Overstock, I think it's overstock.com or just Overstock. Man, what a monster move. The catalyst was, I think they are now acquiring Bed Bath & Beyond, or they get to acquire their whole catalog or inventory or something like that along those lines. Overall, great positive catalyst. Put the stock up 6% or something in pre-market. And am I muted? Oh, thank goodness I'm not. You guys, Ponzi's saying mute, so I thought I was muted. I'm screaming over here the whole time. But no, yeah, OSTK coming back to the downside right now, though. But this move the whole day was monstrous. I tried that long at the 23 breakout. It looked like it wanted to go back up, but it came down, stopped me out. Ended up being a losing trade for me on OSTK. But that move from 28 now at the new high day of 24.80, 25 almost coming into play. Monster move over here. Looks like the 50-period EMA, which is my teal line on the 1-minute chart over here, coming into support. Awesome. Amazon now marching back to 129, trying to see what it wants to do. People in the chat saying AMD died off. Yeah, no kidding. AMD right back to 111. That short I had at 114, I should have just held it. I don't know why I tried to get Q with that position, but hey, at the end of the day, still a good day on the day for us over here on the stock market, and we're trying to see if we can add to that position, to that PNL, with the help of Amazon long over here, which is teetering around 129. So let's quickly go check out what this position is doing. Maybe we get into another lot size as we get back above 129, or do we just wait and see if constant rejections of 129 do show up, like right now? S&P 500 curling back up, NASDAQ also curling back up. We are 16 cents in the money. I want more. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with what we got. Prad, what do you think about Google? Let's go check out Google. Google at the moment, we had a trade on Google already today. We had a short off of Google at the 121 area and a monster move right back to the downside around I believe 10 o'clock or so. Yeah, around 10 o'clock. That puts Google at our third best trade of the day today on the PNL board. But I stopped looking at Google afterwards. So if we're looking at Google right now, where I shorted the stock, it looks like happens to be now a support on this position. Previous double top, now coming in as a support. We are getting a lower low, lower high pattern all the way to the downside. But now this 50-period EMA looks like it wants to come in as support, push the position back up north. And if Google is moving up north, if Amazon goes up north, if Apple, please don't tell me Apple's close to 190. Oh God, $4. Okay. If Apple is pushing up to 190, then clearly Prad's going blonde first, but Amazon should also most likely go test that 130 very soon. Amazon in new ranges, ladies and gentlemen. If you look at Amazon on the long-term chart, like look at this new range we're now breaking out of. The previous range high, 128.50. So if you are going long right now, you would basically have to give it support up to 128.50. So that's what I'm going to be looking to do. Let's just throw a line over here at that high, 128.41, 128.50. I think I'm going to actually build into longs all the way up to there, and then I'm going to give up on that trade if that area fails, because that means that most likely Amazon closes back under this whole range that we've been trading. But right now, let's see that 130 break. Market showing a little bit of a red candle on the new 5-minute chart, new 5-minute candle it's creating on the NASDAQ and on the S&P 500.
Platinum Prad incoming, question mark? No, that couldn't happen. Well, you got some support from the fact that we have a top on Apple that we haven't broken yet from a few days.
Not happening. People can keep dreaming. This is not happening.
It's not happening, eh?
Pastradamus made a call.
Can I just bring a piece of information your way? Now, you went Platinum Prad how many years ago now, Bradley? Yeah.
2 years ago? I don't know.
2 years ago. What's been the rate of inflation, Bradley, on commodities and on services since that time?
All I know is this is not going to be cheap.
All I'm saying is that it may cost you more than last time, my friend. If you go with the same standard, I'm sure you can obviously find it.
And that's why I'm going to short Apple with my whole buying power. So it's not going to go up there.
Plasterus.
Yo.
Okay. All right, baby. Well, you got Randy back there cheering you on, so we're going to have to see how that works out. All right, SPY popped up, coming right back down. We break the range. We are very much in a consolidation range. I keep expecting it to break out, but I keep forgetting what time we are. Let this one trend. I ain't selling. Still the same thing here on Lee. This is kind of just an entertainment-style trade. Not much in the way of ambitions, except maybe a breakout through the 200 period. It's been an obvious top here, with lower highs. You have to say the majority of this trend here from 10 o'clock onward, I'd say you've been seeing lower highs. I'm out of this trade if it breaks 305. This bottom trough here, that's a newer low. That's the end of my trade for that. But yeah, 310's been a good support level on that. But yeah, that's not really where the trade is at. The trade is at the future. All right, let's see MEDS. This was a strong small cap capper this morning. People asking about this one. It's up 75% now, having just broken through VWAP again. Chart will load in a minute. I'm not sure why this one is taking a long time to load. Halted multiple times to the high side today. Let's see. Let's have a look here. Halt levels were a bit removed from them. A couple of down halts here. Very much near that 950 level. One's at 944, the other at 939. Trading above that at the moment. We're also trading above VWAP. A couple of rejections here on VWAP at that 9.25. Then you had the eventual breakthrough. Does VWAP act as support now that we're curling back down and coming back possibly into that 9.5? You've got 1154 as the HOD. So you've got plenty of room to the high side here if you're looking for some profit taking. A lot of action, though, at that $11. Doesn't actually close above 11 by much. So MEDS 11, 1154, interesting levels above VWAP, which is aces in my book, because I don't usually take these ones long if they're below VWAP. Keeping an eye on oil, still down 4 1/3, very much near low of day. Devon down 2.6. You have Oxy down 1.5. XOM, this is the interesting thing. XOM is only down half
Wait. Did you just call it XOM?
ZOM.
Thank you.
My bad.
Fix it.
Don't
Don't make that mistake again.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Enforcer. Look at this, bro. XOM is barely red on the day. I mean, we got that 104 top essentially, right? 103.89. We're at 103.40. So not much room to the downside for XOM. Shell caught an upgrade today, but it hasn't done much on the day, down 0.87. It's been a weak day for oil.
Weekday for oil, indeed. Someone in the chat saying, what are your thoughts on Kava? Light on volume, 20 imminent. I do believe 20 is imminent. It's just a matter of time. The stock is up 2.73%, almost up on the day today, marching back up to $40. But if you guys remember, on the IPO day itself, that $40 was an absolute barrier to the downside first, bounced right back to the north side, went up to, if I remember, $47. And then the next day, the short off of 40, which Neil had, who threw an order after me and still got filled on Kava 40 break. Congratulations to Neil. But, I pointed the trade out to you, and you threw an order after me, and they gave you priority. You know why? It's because they 10 cents. Yeah, I lost. 20 cents. He crossed 20 cents. He got the fill. I crossed 10 cents. I was, no risk on the table, no Rari at the garage. So that's how it works.
You're not a Ferrari fan, though.
No. No, you're not. But it sounds better it sounds better. You can't say no risk, no Lambo. But you know what?
This guy on Facebook videos, I think you really like what he does.
Facebook?
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I don't know how I found it, but his Facebook videos are actually quite interesting. Talks about his cars, and so he has stories about having to go pick them up, repo them, dealing with like different rappers who put like huge rims and messed up the center of gravity on the cars, and he couldn't resell it. Hilarious stories like that.
Mike.
Oh, jeez. My mic was not on. My bad. Yeah, I was talking to Fabian there. I'm talking about this guy on. Anyway, no point repeating it now. Moving up on these markets, baby. 435.31. We're holding above the consolidation, or we're in the high end of the consolidation range. We're definitely holding above yesterday's close on the ES 4410-ish area. Continuing to print higher lows here. I haven't seen any lower lows print. These troughs have not been broken. That should be a song, bro. These troughs have not been broken. Trough here. You have another consolidation trough here and another higher one here. Higher lows throughout. Looking for that break, though, of the top. The top being that high of day, 44.1850, excuse me. So, yeah, that is incoming, maybe, question mark. We already saw the top blow off on the NQ, but now trying to stay above 15.1. Bradley.
Our friend Randy wanted us to take a look at Ford. So let's take a look at Ford right now. High a day, right back to high a day, $14.30. Trying to break out. Volume coming in and on liquid gateways. Usually you'll see a lot of dark pool coming in. But yeah, liquid gateways. What's that? Yeah, but then you have, buddy Jim Cramer posting pictures and videos on Twitter with Ford. That makes me want to short the crap out of it.
Bro,
so,
you should have seen how thick he was laying it on.
Yeah, Buddy had his show a couple days ago. I was hosting the after hours show, watching him do his show.
You had to
from
the
factory with his buttons and everything. With his button, I'm like, bro, get out of the factory, right? Talk about statistics, which I don't think he was. Anyways,
dude, he was laying it on thick, man. He could not have been laying it on more thick.
Yeah, how much you think he gets? How big are Jim Cramer's bags for talking about these companies, man? And how can we get some of these bags to talk about these companies?
You know why he gets these interviews? And I was talking to Brendo about this. I mean, because he doesn't push back that much, and he's going to let the CEO or whoever's representing the company really kind of have their say. He'll ask a couple of probing questions. I wouldn't be surprised if they had the questions ahead of time. Who knows? I don't want to implicate the guy, but it was just somebody else could have done more investigative work, I think. But.
Amazon! Obi, that one's for you, baby. Amazon's moving right back up to the north side. We are now rocked and loaded. Look at this stock on the 1 minute chart. Looks even better. Oh, baby, let's go. Amazon moving right back up to 129.50 now. Only 25 cents-ish or so away from that level. We are most likely able to turn this stock positive after losing on it. We lost every single attempt that we had on it, but now we are 30-ish cents in the money. Come on, Amazon, don't turn back. We need you to keep on climbing, and I want to see that 130 break. Please, let's see that 130 break today. You can trap 130 break longs and then reverse. I'm okay with that, but at least see the 130 break so we can say that we saw it and we got to trade it. Come on, Amazon, push up there. Now 50 cents in the money. We are charging. I can't really see the market launching the way Amazon is, but look at the volume coming back into Amazon. Look at this, the volume dead for how long now? From 12 o'clock to 12:30 for 30 minutes or so. So, a random surge of volume, giving me a surge in P&L. Let's go, baby. Run it back to the north side. Run it.
Oh, I'm just reading here about the sub. That's really sad.
The what?
The sub that went missing near the Titanic.
Oh, submarine. Yeah. Did you know they use a Logitech $20 gamepad as a controller to navigate this thing? Yeah. Are you kidding me? And it costs. For each person to travel in that submarine, it was $200,000 a ticket.
I think they're just trying to make it simple. They're trying to keep the control simple, like someone would be gaming. There's a reason why PS2 made it that way, is because they found it intuitive, no? If it wasn't,
well, you could have had a way better controller, not a stupid Logitech Joy controller.
Look, you make a point. I mean, if I'm going to drop that kind of money, I should be getting something. But I feel that. I feel for them and their families that hopefully there's something here about. I think they found some debris or something in the field. So
they found it?
Debris in the location. I'm not really sure. We'll keep.
129.50 break-in coming right now. Let's see if you can do that. Can we do it? Can we dig it? Come on, get up there. 129.50. There's a little bit of size up there. The market, it is. Market is moving up.
I'm pleased.
Can we break out the 15,150 area though? And what is S&P 500 levels? King futures.
Pardon me? Oh, sorry. I was reading some of the chat. So when you catch me off guard.
Guys, it says I'm in no positions, but I am in a position. I'm in two. The first one, 434.57 is where I'm in on the SPY. I'm $1 plus in the money on
Holy
that lead.
Microsoft.
I'm long 34.09. It's knocking on the door of 34.23, so we're holding that one. But we are headed to the high side here on the future. There is no doubt about that. So we're continuing to curl up here on the NQ. I'm keeping my eye on oil. Oil still down at 4 1/3, so it is not helping out at all. Oil rejecting all the pops, quite frankly, and that has made me concerned about the ES, but I got a good entry, so if we can get into higher days on the ES, that's 44.18.5, I'll be looking to sell the remaining position, but I know that we probably will consolidate for a little bit before breaking through. That's just my look on it. Ponzi Fonzie wants to know what the Lambo trade is. Michael Lloyd yelling, pump it. Super Heart, shout out to you and your charity. I will give you a shout out, but I just have to go back and look. We need a segment where everyone comes on and are talking all at once, but everyone is muted and you just randomly turn on people's musical mics. Says Saskatchewan. That's hilarious. I think you got Neil as a fan there. So, yeah, we'll take that into consideration. Brendo, the big boss around here now, so he'll have to take care of that. Sharif is more of a G-Wagon kind of guy. Incorrect. I'm no longer a German car guy. I am now an English car guy. Because
Indian.
Well, it's owned by Indian, but it's made in England.
So it's an Indian car.
Well, no, because Toyotas are made in the States, but they're...
So Apple's made in China.
Yeah, but it's an American
So it's
company.
a Chinese company then?
No.
So it's an Indian
American
company.
Well, hold
Indian
on.
company.
Well, where is it designed? It's designed and made in England, though.
India.
No, Apple is designed in California.
India.
Made in India.
India.
Jaguar is
India.
designed.
India.
There we go. Semantics, who cares? Yeah, no, I find English cars have more character than German cars. German cars are more efficient, and they probably have better longevity than English cars, but I find English cars to have more... Oh, Randy's saying not at all, so it looks like I was wrong there. But yeah, I don't know. I just like the character of English cars, that's why. Got character.
Yeah, I do like English cars. I'm not gonna lie. Aston Martins, even though they do cost a lot to apparently repair, I wouldn't know. I don't have one. I'm a fan of also what are those Bentleys? Are those English? Of
course.
Yeah, Bentleys.
Yep.
What is another Rolls-Royce? Of course, but those are now BMW owned, though, right?
Jaguar, Range Rover.
Yeah. Oh, Range Rover also India.
Lotus is. I thought it was.
Lotus
French.
is done, man.
Okay, I
Lotus
guess
is
Lotus
a wrap.
English.
Lotus is a wrap. They don't make cars anymore, do
No,
they?
I guess.
I haven't seen a
Randy's
Lotus in
telling me
years.
Lotus, so.
But yeah, I was a fan of Lotus too. My original first love, Randy might like this one, Dodge Viper. My original first love that got me into cars, I saw Dodge Viper
American
in the Need for
Muscle,
Speed,
baby.
in the Need for Speed video game. I was like, oh, that's the one I need. And my second love, which is now my new first love, 911 GT3 RS.
911. Ooh, okay.
You get me one of those. My heart's
only,
forever
says
yours.
Randy. He's not biased at all.
I'm a
he
Porsche
doesn't
baby,
have
baby.
a Porsche.
Yeah, he's got like multiple Porsches, right?
Yes, exactly. He is biased. Our friend Randy. Randy, are you of German heritage? Yes, he is. Okay, well, there you go. Shout out to Randy. We love
Das
Randy.
Auto, German engineering.
There we go. All right, guys. Lee continuing to hang out near highs. Nothing to do there. Market in a consolidation
GT3
range.
comes with the
kind of
chick
tried.
magnet. I love it.
Sorry?
GT3 comes with the chick magnet, says someone in chat.
Guys, we are right back at lows on the CL August contract here. Here we go again. How many times have we get? We just made a newer low, in fact, actually. 59.25 on the CL August contract, right at lows. Do we buy this dip here? Look at the rejections, the multiple rejections, all off the 50 period. EMA on the 1 minute chart, multiple rejections there. Continuing to hold down some of these markets, I would say. The oil names. Weak. I was about to say strong. I meant weak. What do we got here? Camry comes with. Okay, not gonna
I was
read
reading
that.
the same thing and just dying,
That's
bro.
funny.
I was like, wow. Why would you say that? I used to drive a Camry. That's mean. I'm about to cry.
That is funny. Vipers Rock. Yeah, definitely.
But Vipers are so like hard to drive apparently. You know, I've never driven one, but apparently
Neither
they're so
have I.
hard to drive and they just like throw their backs around. Maybe Randy could come on one day. Maybe Randy could come on my 4 o'clock show and we could enjoy a full hour talking about cars.
I had
and
Randy at the
everything.
big desk, and we did Randy's with EV, and it killed. People were loving
But
it.
you know what? Randy does need to go
Randy's
home.
rant, we called it.
Randy does need to go home early though, so we'll have to figure out a certain day where he's okay to stay back. Hey guys, we'll set up something and we'll
He's
have
gonna
this
do
guy
it.
on.
He
We'll
just
talk
came in
about
my ear and he
workout
said he's gonna
schedules.
do it.
He's gonna do it.
He's
Awesome.
gonna do it,
Let's
baby.
go. Thank you, Randy, for signing up
Randy's
for that.
rant comes to the aftermarket, baby, and get ready. It's not a rant. Rant is just, a fun name we use. It is informative, baby, and it's. I'm sure you must be very happy to have.
I would actually love to do this Randy podcast episode on his boat fishing. Woo! If we can get funding secured for that, that would be an amazing podcast episode.
That'd be nice.
That would be fun. Let's get the funding secured
There
for
you
that
go.
one because I've never fished and I'll probably scream like a little baby the whole time.
You held that one nice.
Like a
There you
baby
go.
the whole time. Right?
There you go, proudly.
Hey, but like Amazon right now back to 129.50, man. We are trying
Here we
to take
go.
out the moves over
130
here. They're
is
coming in.
incoming, Bradley. That looks like multiple times. How many times are we going to curl around 130? Have we been up there lately? What? What are you laughing at? Where
No,
are you
no, no.
laughing?
I'm just laughing at myself over here.
Curl?
No, no, myself, honestly.
What are you laughing
Just
at?
laughing at myself, buddy. Don't worry. Okay, go ahead. What were you talking about?
Curl?
Curling?
I don't know what I
Moving
was
back up
talking
north?
about. Yeah.
You're in Lee
Distracted
Auto
me.
and you're in Spy?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
how'd you trade Lee Auto today? Let's go check that one
Well,
out.
it's
I haven't
more of
really
like
put
jokes.
my eyes on it.
Entry to get bottom wick to show my futures position, but then I'm like, oh, really? I got a good entry.
This
Why
was
don't
the
I get
only
in?
positive stock in the whole sector yesterday for the Chinese ADRs, if I remember correctly. I think XPEV was down, NIO was down, Lee Auto was positive on the day. So Lee Auto today, though, down 1.13% over here, sorry, 1.31%, but holding VWAP to the north side. So it looks like buyers are stepping in, and one of them buyers happened to be our buddy Sharif over here, who is in the money for the most part and enjoying Lee Autos to the north side. Amazon, come on, man, let me see that move to the north side. People talking about VCIG. No way that stock is back in play again, is it? Let's go check out what VCIG is doing. Okay, it's still up 35%. I did not expect it to be back in play today, but looks like it's, as Sharif, what's it, giving up the go or the go?
Giving up the ghost.
Ghost.
And that's Neil's saying.
Giving up the ghost today, getting back under $7 over here. Right now, it is trying to move back up to 7. VWAP a little bit above 7. Let's see if it rejects that area. Looks like we already rejected VWAP on the 5-minute chart over here on the same position. And not looking so good right now for a long for me. Maybe some possible shorts, but keep in mind the stock has been known to squeeze the shorts, so you might want to be careful about that one. What indicators do you guys rely on other than VWAP? So it really depends on the type of situation that you're in and what indicator that I use. I like to use that analogy of going to the garden and having to do your gardening, like your lawn or whatever. If you're trying to take the weeds out, use the weed remover. If you're trying to cut the grass, you use the lawnmower, and then so on. So different tools for different strategies. So first, you would have to create your strategy and then find what indicators work well for your strategy. For example, when I'm trying to catch reversals on stocks, I try to look for how far is the stock away from its volume profiles point of control, which is most volume traded on the day. So if we go to Amazon right now, my volume profile on the 5-minute chart shows me that most of the volume transacted on this day, including the pre-market volume, happens to be around 128.87. So if we are above it, and it looks like we want to keep on trading above it. I also have this anchored VWAP, not normal VWAP, but anchored VWAP coming in from the pre-market, beginning of the pre-market session today. Looks like the stock has actually been bouncing off the anchored VWAP all day. So that comes in as another indicator for me. A couple other indicators that I use are actually the 50 period and the 100 period EMA. So go check those indicators out. See if they can be incorporated into your setup, into your game plan, so you can take advantage of it too. But I would always say, First, make a setup, make a plan, back test it second, then third. Think about adding indicators or scanners to help you find the stocks in that setup, in that game plan. Otherwise, you're just throwing darts at a board, and you might as well just buy a monkey to help you find those stocks to trade at that point.
You good at darts?
I am horrible at darts.
Yeah? Neil says he was okay. Kind of like a bar
I think I played darts like maximum 7 times in my life.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. There's no way I can be good at it.
Yeah, I haven't played that many times, to be honest. Where are we at here? Yeah, in the consolidation range. Still higher lows
How much does the
throughout.
monkey cost? Quite a bit, I would guess. They're illegal to own in Canada, though. You can own a monkey in America, right?
I think there's zoning requirements here with owning exotic animals.
In America, though.
Of course it's zoning. You can't own that in the city. It's not zoned for that. You got to own it out in the country. Yeah. Funny story about that. My sister, in all her wisdom, when she lived in Wasaga Beach, she no longer lives there, so we can say this story. She lives in the States now. Yeah, Wasaga Beach, if you guys don't know, it's kind of like a little beach town here. You don't go to it unless it's midsummer. The only reason you're up there in the city is to take advantage of, you guessed it, the beach. Otherwise, you know, nobody goes up there whatsoever. She lived up there. She had her dental practice up there. In all her wisdom, she goes to a farm nearby because it's all like, it's very country up there. And they're selling sheep. Sure, why not? Let's bring in home farm animals. And so she put them in the boathouse because she lives on the water. She lived on the water. She had a boathouse. She laid hay for them all over. She put up a doggy door that blocked them from exiting. She had like a little furnishing there for them. And then they kept maying all night. All night the neighbors complained.
Yo, someone clip that, please. Yeah. She kept doing what exactly?
There
Clip
you go.
that.
There it is. There it is. They kept doing that all night, and the city came the next day, and they're like, my brother-in-law opens the door, and they're like, "Sir, do you have livestock in the backyard?" It's like, "No." We're like, "What are you talking about? There's no livestock back here. I mean, there's nothing." He's like, "Well, maybe you'd like to go check, sir." He's like, "Well, we'll take care of it." Make a long story short, they had to return the sheep.
What was the sheep called?
I don't know what they called them. The lady was kind enough to take them back. So
that's good. Yeah. That's good. Man, poor sheep story over there.
Dog.
Amazon got up to as high as 129.70, ladies and gentlemen, but we're right back to 129.50. S&P 500 dropping right now, and NASDAQ looks like it wants to drop too. Not good signs for our longs over here, so I'm going to try and take some more size out, take some more profits while I can. Hello, why can't I? Because I have an order to get long more on the break of 130, that's why. So let's deleverage a little bit more over here, take profits, scalp in, scalp out, scalp in, scalp out. I just want to keep doing that way. I don't have Amazon on this screen. So let's pull up Amazon on this screen so you guys can see it. There you go. Scalp in, scalp out, scalp in, scalp out. If we do push back to 128.50, I'll get back in for sure. No doubt about it. So I am looking for that 130 break for the end of the day move, most likely this is probably not going to allow me to go to the gym today. That's what's going to happen. This is going to happen at like 2:30 or so when we're going to be obviously off the show. Neil and Sean will be back at 2 o'clock. But look at this move right now coming in on the market, right back to the downside. A little bit of a head and shoulders maybe, Sharif. You can take a look at the market over here on the NASDAQ on the 5-minute. Looking like a little bit of a head and shoulders incoming. S&P 500 showing us a lower high every single time, but it's also showing us a higher low. So basically that pizza wedge pattern coming in for the S&P 500 on the 5-minute over here, most likely a possible breakout incoming very soon. We want to see upside. Can you believe it? Can you believe Pratt is saying he wants to see upside?
I know. I'm the one wearing a red shirt today too. So.
And I'm wearing a little bit of green shirt.
Yeah, you
so
got green.
market's for sure going the other way then.
Hey man. You said it, not me. We're at these stubborn levels though, Pradley. 15.1 here on the NQ, 44.10 on the ES. It's been much like yesterday's afternoon where we did not really decide at all anything during this lunchtime period, and really the move came in subsequent to 1:30 and took it into the closing show. So whether we get resolution up or down, you just want resolution. But
we can make some observations in the intervening period, and one of those very obvious observations is the relative weakness of Meta. It has been very weak on the day. It is now, it was green for a moment. It is now down 0.75%. Meta breaking through that 280 bottom and looking to maybe print lower. Technically, the low of day was at 277.80, 79 technically, but that was on the opening range print at 9:30. So lesser weight placed on that level, yeah, but it looks like a flat bottom break possibly through this 279 3/4, 279.5, dancing with lows. You think, you know, it would probably correspond with a general market move down, and we may get one, right? I don't think we're out of the woods at all. This may be a move down here. And the Meta, yeah, coming back down into the $0.50, looking super weak. But what else we got here in terms of big caps moving? Amazon not quite able to make it back up to that 129.99 since printing there one time. There's been several attempts, you know, proudly embroiled in this one, 129.75, that local top here. And actually a decent level of resistance. We touched 130, but it was only on a wick. A lot of the closing prints near that 129.75. VWAP, 128.50-ish area. The dips have been bought up on Amazon. So possible look there. Apple also showed its strength earlier, getting up to 186.73. This dip into 185 3/4, bought up for the moment, but 186 acting as a level of resistance, much like the entire market is acting at the levels right now. ES and NQ both looking reddish or destined for red. Who knows? A lot of bamboozlement. Jackson McKenzie, QQQ, riding the MA30. Okay, interesting. I'm assuming you use the SMA. Jasmine Patel, I never do options, calls, nor puts. I only day trade TQQ and SQQQ shares. Cool. Keep yourself a niche there, and you won't go wrong. LMDX, wow, says Raymond Sanchez. Let's have a look. LMDX. Where are we at here? Let's load up that bad boy. LMDX. What is this? All right. Radix. No data on the company. Don't have anything company profile. What is the look? 15 minutes. All right. So we had a big day on the 20th. We shoot up to 80 pennies, and it's been down and to the right. Today we find support at 37 cents and a half, and we're breaking up possibly to touch 50. So sub $1 stock, you know, not my faves. Obviously, the daily, yeah, you get the gist of it. It's down, and you guessed it, to the right, but up 8.35% on the day today as we continue to dance at these levels on the SPY proudly.
Dancing in the moonlight. Just trying to throw some orders out over here on Amazon to take more size, closer to 128.50, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm sorry. All I have is Amazon on my mind right now. I kind of feel like Obi. Obi Trice, no gimmies, real name. Okay, the market is indeed breaking to the downside. Not looking good for our Amazon longs over here. Here's the pizza slice pattern that I was talking about on S&P 500. It's a triangle, basically. I don't know what the technical term is for this, Mr. CMT. Maybe you can compression pattern. So we are fighting on the upside. We're fighting on the downside too, but looks like we are about to break down. Maybe go back to VWAP over here. Maybe 4,400 comes back into play on the S&P 500. NASDAQ looking very similar with that head and shoulders that I was talking about earlier. If that ends up being true, then more downside imminent on the market. And as Dan Emmons would say, I told you. Yeah. And he would be right doing that because the market is looking weak right now. Only up 0.5% on the NASDAQ, man. And S&P 500, 0.01% to the north side. So, I mean, can we even say this was a monster green day? No, we can't. It did give you monster green moves like NVIDIA, Amazon. Was Google positive today?
Google,
I think it was, right?
Is,
yeah, it was positive. 0.73% up on the day. I mean, markets don't really want to go down. And I guess Apple really wants me to go blonde. So it is what it is. You know, markets.
I think Platinum Pride, good look for the summer, man. I know
Platinum
it's just
Pride
costly.
got 0 digits. So how can you even say that?
Okay, well, I was going to say shots fired, but you can't shoot shots against yourself. But I don't know what to say to you there, man. I like the look. All right, what are we at here? Netflix
Platinum
down
fans
the
have
day,
more
too.
dudes from the chat messaging in the DMs than the girls. What are you talking about, bro?
You're funny. Self-deprecating, as
I'm just
always.
speaking facts.
Bradley Beal in the chat.
Bradley Beal.
And live. Bradley Beal, yeah.
Mohawk Pride. Do we try Mohawk?
I've
That's a
never
good
done a
look?
Mohawk, no. I did, well, I probably won't say it on here, but yeah.
All right, let's get back to the market.
Yes, sir. Platinum Prad says steady. Go bold, Prad, says Dad Trader. Jasmine, okay, that's a different message for someone else. Mullet Prad, says Ryan Hamblin. Go mullet, baby.
Never growing a mullet.
Super hard. Demolition Prad, Wesley Snipes. Yeah, because he had his in Demolition Man with. I've
never seen that.
Oh, it's an amazing movie. Amazing movie. It predicted like how people acted a little bit during COVID, but that's neither here nor there. Go watch it. I'm sure it's available somewhere online. Demolition Man. Carvana's moving apparently. Let's have a look at Carvana as I have the Randy one in my ear. CVNA. Oops. CVNA. Let's get off the daily and go into the one. Wow, it's up 5 1/4. It's not a bad look. I know Max was looking at this one today. Started the day off, like that break-even point was at 24.20-ish. It's squeezing now. Oh, baby, it looks like Randy should be sitting where I'm sitting because this one's squeezing 25.64 as we speak. Just squeezed and made a new high a day, now up 6%. Vana, the volume, I know you guys can't see it because the position board there, it's showing up the volume coming in now to support this ascent to the high side on our friend Carvana. Almost a 60. Oh, it's squeezing, boy.
Whoa.
Okay, so now we got to take it more seriously. Let's now pull up a separate window. This one trades on New York. It's a bit of a bamboozlement. It's tech name, you think NASDAQ. Here we go. 2580. It's a new age name, man. It's like about vending machines and selling online. It's not NYSE.
Yeah,
NYSE's like Walmart and anyway. All right, here we go. 26 bucks incoming. This is squeezing here. Volume starting to go as well. Where is the look on the daily chart, Proudly? Let's have a look quick. Yeah, that 26 level, very interesting on the daily chart. 27.5. The ultimate high, though, coming on the 16th when we got up to that 28 and a bit, 28.5. But here we go. 26 possibly incoming here. Finally, some midday action as the future lulls us to sleep. Not so with the Carvana. 7% to the good now. Moving 26 incoming. Shout out to the Randy.
Yeah, Carvana, the car vending machine company. Let's see if we actually do get that 26 break. Apparently, I do have a line at 26.09. I'm not sure where that one comes from. Actually, I see it right here. It comes from the pre-market or the day's high. The day's high of 8 June is where that comes from. Is 26 high. We'll see if we can if that one can break out and go to that 27 number that Sharif was just mentioning, which also could be a level on this position. Clear squeeze incoming and a lot of volume being transacted. I mean, look, biggest volume spike on the day just recently on Carvana. We're also watching the market over here. Show us a green candle. Nice little green candle on the 5-minute charts for both NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Maybe we are not breaking down on that pizza slice pattern that I was talking about earlier, and we do get to push back up and get in that range and actually break out. That would be awesome. People in the chat saying, Pratt, any predictions for Austria F1 next weekend? Yeah, Red Bull wins. Hamilton comes in second. And I'll say, Leclerc wins third. Hamilton second, Leclerc third, Red Bull first. Did you, Sharif, happen to see the Arnold doc on Netflix?
No, not yet.
I think you would like it very much.
No.
It was an amazing doc.
Good?
I enjoyed it. Very,
Is it
very
better than the one that he made in
inspiring.
the 1970s?
I've never seen that one, but it was very inspiring.
Watch
man.
it.
Was,
I think you'll have a different take on who he is as a person.
Really?
You'll get to know who he was when he was a young man. Yeah, he's not
Okay.
that same man now, that's for sure. but it gives you insight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think he actually mentions that doc in the new doc too. So maybe it is something I will add it to my watch list over there. What's it called? Pumping iron or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to understand a lot of the language is dated, right? But then you don't care one way or another. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So it's just what it is, baby. All right. Where are we here on our friend Vaughn? Let's go back to that one. We're still knocking on the door of 26. Not quite there yet. Getting up to 97s, I think here. HOD. Yeah, you gotta like that 26 level. I mean, we could see the squeeze anytime. I know the Mad One looked up the short float for this bad boy earlier. We'll bring in down here the trade ideas. There we go. Shout out to trade ideas. Actually, Michael Noss is on a meeting with Brendo as we speak, so shout out to him. Let's go CVNA, find out the exact short flow. Yeah, 56.97. Could be higher, could be lower. Every 14 days, I think this one updates. Short flow, the float, not much bigger either. Sub 100 million, 84 and a third million, finding resistance at 26, retracing now where support. You got to like that 25.50 area. A lot of rejections around that $0.50, that 25 $0.50 area.
Iceberg identified.
Pardon me?
I'm just trying to be a robot over here. Iceberg identified. So 25.80 iceberg on Carvana on the way down. We're printing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of size on 25.80, and it wasn't breaking until recently, like now. So we broke that. Look how far it slips. It slips like all the way down to 25.73. So slips like 7 cents over there off that 25.80 break. So there was quite a bit of a size that was getting bought up at that level. But now looks like the shorts might actually be purely in on this position, and we are now flying back to the south side. So that big buyer got cleaned out. I don't see buyers stepping in like we were earlier on the way to the north side. Let's see if 25.40s comes in for the support, and then we run back again for that 26 retest. Right now, ooh, look at that wall of selling on Carvana. Market's going down too? Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. Here it comes, baby. Breaking through that low. So this will be close to the end of my position if we don't find a buy up here. Nice move down on the future, breaking that support level of 44.10 on the ES, but 15.1 still in play. We're right back into that 15.1. If you're short, be careful. There was bamboozlement earlier, right? Keep your eye on that 15.1 position, but it looks good here. Possible head and shoulders, like you were saying, Bradley, brewing here, possibly on the NQ. It's kind of disfigured a little bit because of it's got like a weird head here. Like this is the head and shoulders that I'm talking about. If you were to look at it like this, but then you've got like this.
Hey man, don't body shame the charts, man.
Well, I can body shame the charts if I want. The charts have no feelings. I have to worry about their feelings too. Like I already have to worry about everybody else's feelings, right? All right, here we're coming down to the future, and that is the end of my trade as we get out through the bottom of that 436.5. Oh, baby, 15.1 comes and goes. 15.050 possible on the downside?
Yeah, we're dropping pretty drastically over here. Again, drastic is a pretty harsh word. We're just down like, what, 10 points in a minute or so. But yeah, we'll just see what happens. We're just waiting to see what Amazon does for myself. Carvana pulling back quite a bit over here, as you guys can see on my screen. AMD now at 110. What? No, man. Why did I get out of my shorts at 114? What am I doing? And why did I not get in on the break of 111? That looked like a pretty good short over there. Hindsight 2020 always, so we missed out on a monster move over here. AMD crumbling to the downside. And oh, wow, NVIDIA. This has to be news related.
I doubt it. This was a technical
Like, what's going on? Like, look at NVIDIA all of a sudden. Look at AMD.
Technical rejection.
Just a technical rejection? Just a technical trade, I guess. If that's the case, then get ready to buy some dippies because we are looking to the Dippin' Dots. We're about to Dippin' Dot over here. Most likely looking to get into NVIDIA long over here in front of 428 like I did earlier. 428.50 right now holding. Market getting ready to go back up already. Come on, just go down to 428. I don't want to risk 50 cents. Go down, go down. Let me get in closer to 428 and then we can run it back up to the north side. That'll be cool. But as the markets are trying to, hold up around VWAP, NVIDIA clearly below VWAP, AMD around $110. Google most likely back to VWAP at the moment. No, wow, Google really strong. Amazon strong too. I mean, look at Amazon just hanging out next to 129 over here. Not really looking to, fall as much as the market just did. But the semiconductor industry clearly getting absolutely slapped across the face. And so if you go to SOXS, which would be your semiconductor 3 times leverage ETF short, ooh, that was a mouthful. It should be launching back up, but no, it's only up 0.18% on the day. It did launch. We did get about a 15-cent pop, but nothing going on
we
over
had
here.
the auction, by the way, the one at 1
Treasury
o'clock.
yield auction.
The 5-year TIPS auction. This is described as the U.S. Treasury has been issuing Treasury inflation protected securities called TIPS. Treasury inflation protected securities since '97. TIPS provide investors with protection against inflation. The principle of the TIPS increases with inflation and decreases with deflation. The Treasury sells these securities at regularly scheduled auctions. Competitive bids at these single price auctions determine the interest rate paid on each, which remains fixed. And that came out, and it came out well above, previous. There was no consensus here. So that came out at 1 o'clock. We often have some of those, so we'll keep an eye on those. But the market looks like it's, I don't know. We'll see if it recovers. The ES below that 44.10. The NQ, though, dancing with 15.1. In my ear, I have information about a new stock, and that stock is Lyft. What is Lyft up to? Oh, baby, 6.07% to the high side, up and to the right at day's highs right now. This is on New York or NQ?
Randy, how are you scanning stocks over there, bro? What are you using?
My man's on overtime over there.
What
He's
are
not
you
only
using?
on the ones and
the
twos.
fact is he's on a phone and he's scanning stocks better than us over here with 4 screens. Like, what are you using to find these movers?
So 1033 is the HOD on Lyft. Let's look here to see what technical levels we need to be aware of. The obvious technical level, that $11 area, a lot of rejections and wicks through. Only actually one day broke through 11. That was on June 9th. All the other days, not much in the way of a break of 11. So we'll see what Lyft brings today as we break through that $10 area and go green on the day. This looks like a nice reversal candle, eh? If you're looking for maybe a little bit of a swing here. So we'll keep an eye on Lyft. Shout out to Randy. We'll see what's going on there.
I'm not a fan of Lyft, man. I'll be honest. I don't really use them as much as I use Uber. I mean,
use Uber every day.
Every day, twice a day, right? So like, Lyft is very rarely used by me. I do have them on my phone. I do have an account. It's only those rare occasions where Uber's price is like, are you crazy? I'm not paying that. And then I open Lyft and I look at Lyft. It's like, okay, so same thing.
Yeah.
Then I'm not doing it. But if Lyft is different, then I'll go for Lyft. But my go-to is Uber for sure. The number 1 market share in that industry, I would say. Ride-sharing industry, the number 1 market share.
It's no question. It's Uber.
Yeah.
It is the big one in the world, and they make it a point to leave markets that they're not number 1 or number 2 in. They recently left Israel, and they're leaving a different market. It was Israel and another market, Italy. Yeah, the 2 I's. Israel and Italy, they got out of both because they weren't 1 or 2, right? And I know in Egypt and in the Middle East, in MENA stands for Middle East and North Africa, which is a general area, right? And they're not number 1 or 2 in a lot of those areas. Right, where they have like Careem. Careem is actually owned by Uber. What am I saying? Careem is actually owned by Uber. That's huge in Dubai, and it's funny. Anyway, they just bought them recently, I think. So yeah, Uber is a monster, and proudly, they went from quarter year over year on the quarter. So last Q2 this year. They reported year over year last year, they reported something like $5 billion loss on the quarter.
Okay.
Guess how much they reported as a loss this year? Same quarter, year over year, 190 million.
Oh wow, 5 billion to 190 million.
Something like that. Yeah, it was very close to those figures that I'm telling you right there.
Are they public?
Uber.
No, the other company, Cream.
Cream. No, I'm not talking about Cream. I'm talking about Uber.
Oh,
Uber is
okay,
becoming
okay,
more
okay.
profitable.
Yeah.
That's
We heard about that one.
That's the look here. Is that Uber's? Well, you know, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Uber will never be profitable so long as they
This
got
market
human
trucking
drivers."
back up north, baby.
Yeah, it's bamboozlement.
Bamboozlement. I love it. Indeed, it is what it is. That's
What was
exactly
the
what it is.
stock you wanted me to look at, Randy? All right, he's going to look up that. But Lyft continuing to head to the high side here as Randy looks up that stock that he whispered into my ear. SMCI, our friend SMCI here, the super microcomputer. Okay. Super microcomputer. Let's find out what they do. SMCI. What do we got here, Bradley? Super Microcomputer Inc. is an application-optimized total IT solution. The company provides Silicon Valley-based provider of accelerated computing platforms that are application-optimized server and storage systems. Okay, it is up 3.87%. Bit of a top there, 241. Not much in the way of liquidity either. Today, only 3 million shares. It's above average. The 5-year average is 2.33 million, so it's above that on the day. Good volume coming in. I have never heard of this name before. What's the daily look like? Ooh, up and to the right, Bradley. Look at that. This one getting a bit of a boost come May. Before that, it was sub 100. Now we're talking 270. Oh, baby. What is this one about? I'm writing this one down. SMCI. Old school, baby. Heavily manipulated, says Glenn Smith. SMCI. I guess you know something I don't. I don't know too much about the stock, Bradley, but we're going to have to look into it. Anyway, what are we at here on the future? Holding above 15.1, below 44.10 on the ES. The last position that I'm in here is Li Auto along 34.09. We're breaking through highs here at 34.27. Printing nice. Bottom wick. Oh, baby. Can we break through these highs? We've had tops here throughout. We just made a higher high. That's why I'm optimistic. But we really need to break through that 28 and then 30. You guys get the drift. We're holding here, and we'll see what happens.
This newsreader is going off. What is going on in this newsreader? Holy! Imagine trying to pick. What is going on here? Like, look at this. India Mutual Fund fixed Hori FD. The newsreader is absolutely wild. I'm just going to turn it off so it doesn't distract me. Okay. TQQ. We are long TQQs right now. It is a 3 times leverage ETF long side for the QQQs, which is a NASDAQ ETF in general. We are seeing a little bit of a pump coming in on the overall market. NASDAQ moving up. S&P 500 bouncing off of VWAP. Amazon back above 129. People in the chat talking about DKNG, Donkey Kong. We haven't actually seen that stock come into play for a little while. Not too long ago, it was in play. Oh, wow. Today was very much in play. What the heck was the news catalyst on this position? DKNG moving right back to some of these levels that we are interested in. This is the 5-minute chart. Let's go to the 1-year chart. There we go. Some of these levels that we are interested in. Looks like a monster bounce that came in today around these support areas of 24.25, pushing the stock all the way up to 25.70. Congratulations for anyone who was able to ride that stock up 3% today. Wow, monster. I didn't hear anyone mention DraftKings all day. I didn't even hear anyone, any catalyst behind it. So not sure what the real news behind the stock today was, but monster move. Maybe we see some of the move over here coming in on its friends and...
Benzinga reporting, obviously, sorry, not obviously, but the same thing you're saying, not seeing company-specific news on the move, up 3%, but, you know, the issue with these guys is, and I think a lot of the online gambling names in general, is their cost of acquisition was so high. They spent so much money on ad sales, so much money on these bet this, we'll give you that, whatever. What do you call those? Parlay
promotions?
Bets? Promotion or whatever, that cost them a lot of money. User acquisition, licensing costs, every jurisdiction. You need lawyers, you need to pay for the license, so there were
licensing costs everywhere. You got 50 different jurisdictions in the states you need to get licensed in. Not all of them obviously have gambling, but the ones that do, each one is an individual state. So many costs. Finally, they're reaping the rewards after the big startup costs. Another name like that, Penn.
Penn National, Davey the day trader cashed out on that one, man.
Yep.
Cashed out.
Yes, sir. Lawrence Rhinecoin lift up 6%. You just joining us, Lawrence, because we've been talking about that one a while. Randy letting us know, man. Sometimes I can't talk. That lift is moving up big. Let's look at it again here since it's being mentioned. Now it's up 6% on the day. It was actually up a little bit more. Bit of a top here at that 1036, healthy retracement. Bit of a top at 1010. You want to see it trade above 10 on the day. So no company-specific news on the name, to be honest with you. I'm not seeing anything here on Lyft. Let me just double-check real quick. Make sure nothing on my blotter. Yeah, nothing coming up on my blotter. Is there anything on Uber that would make this a sympathy move? Let's look at Uber. Uber slashes 200 jobs in recruitment division. Not the type of headline you'd expect for a major market move. And also Uber is only up 1.5%. So Lyft stronger on the day. SOUN, says John Spruill. Soon, the interesting AI name that we've been trading a while. It's up almost 10% today, 9.5%, dancing with 4 at the moment. Let's look at Soon, SOUN. Bit of a 4-4-4 top there, Bradley. What are you laughing at now?
What do you call it soon, man? It's Soundhound?
Is it Soundhound?
Yeah, it's Soundhound AI.
Because it's SOUN. Sound? Should I call it Sound? Soon? Sound?
Hey,
10%, baby. We're dancing with view up at the moment.
We love it. You know, we love the Microsofts, the Zoms, and the Soons, and so on. You are on fire with these name gens for this company's. How do you say not pronunciation, but phonification? Is that the right word?
Phonetics?
Phonetics. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
see what you're saying. I see what you're like. Peter Sun, FedEx looking very bullish. This one has been interesting. They reported this week they were on the receiving end of upgrades and downgrades. Analysts not agreeing in their look on FedEx. And I can tell you that because I'm responsible for the upgrades and downgrades in the morning, and I see these every day. And so analysts mixed in their views. Let's have a look at the, let's see the hourly chart. What's this one showing us? Yeah, so there's the move down on the negative report. Look at that bottom wick all the way to 214. Gets bought up. No closing prints below that 224 level on my 1 hour chart. That tells you big money was coming in big at these levels, buying it up. Where are we here? The pre-earnings high, 238.02. We're at 234 now. So we're right back at the levels that we huadunked off on the earnings day. Right back there. We get bought up. So it looks like money coming in here, buying up FedEx. Now look, they've been on a bit of a, with respect to revenue, they've been on a bit of a downturn. Obviously, we know what happened with the post-COVID era, less e-commerce shopping, therefore less packages being sent. In addition to that, customers are opting to spend less money when they do ship. They're opting for ground shipping as opposed to air. That's less margins for them. In response to that, what they've done is they've instituted several rounds of cost-cutting measures. We saw them cut last year. They're going to cut again. They're looking to take off about $4 billion in costs off their balance sheet with this new round of cutting. So FedEx, interesting story. It's a bit of a bellwether of the economy. You kind of keep your eye on this one to see how all the piston and rods are firing. But Sharif's got the stock pronunciations. Prad's got the nicknames. That's what Nina says. That's what makes us a good duo, Prad.
Just good. Just good. You'd think we would do this just for good. We want to be great. So how can we improve? Let us know if there's anything that we can do over here to improve the quality of the show, improve the retention rate, and grow the channel. We recently hit 400,000.
We did. We were past that now.
So let's get that to 500,000. Let's get that to 1 milli and have fun. Ladies and gentlemen, markets are
You don't
moving
even
back
want to know
up
what's
at
being
the
said in
moment.
my ear right now.
What's
You
going
don't
on?
even want to know. You're lucky you're not wearing a headpiece. I got all sorts of unfamily friendly things being said in my ear right now. Look at this guy. Randy, he's taking over. I'm sorry, Rob. He's taking over for Randy. And yeah, he wants to give the people a show. Let's just put it that way. There he is. There's the man. You guys get a little bit of back office view there. I love that amount of cameras. Mark and Randy and Rob have been very actively placing new cameras out and about here in the different locales we have on the stage, Bradley. So new cameras incoming? Question mark.
Yeah, man, we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna do a lot of things. Obviously, I think what was it? Sean was talking about how ESPN has like what 8 shows or something. You said earlier in the morning. We have 4 shows, so we're getting there. We have 4 shows. We're just gonna add 4 more and get up to the ESPN number and get better than them. No big deal. You guys are on the screen now. Smile.
There you go. A lot of people commenting today about Neil's shirt. They are very pleased with Neil's, the color of Neil's shirt seems to be pleasing a lot of people in the chat today.
Salmon color, I like it.
It is. It's very nice.
It's lovely.
New cameras by Kodak, says South MC. Sharif and Prey, I think they meant Prad, be absolutely killing this show. Great job, you guys. Thank you. Lil Barbecue 8. I like that. What'd you say, Rob? Oh, these are not just regular cameras that are being installed, guys. They are, yeah, they're some sort of magic cameras. So we shall see how that pans out. Renata, Sharif, your T-shirt too. Thank you. This is a golf shirt. It's not a T-shirt because it has a neck collar. I'm not allowed to wear T-shirts on there, probably. Why are you making a face? This is not a golf shirt.
Oh, no, I'm not
It's
about
got a little
not
pocket
about your shirt, not
too,
about
bro.
you, nothing.
Look at this, bro. All right, guys. Chess. There you go. Chess club members usually dress sharp, says Adrian.
Fernando saying happy birthday, Brad. Thank you, thank you. How'd you know it was my birthday? Thank you, I appreciate that.
Calm down, bro. I know you're a Leo. You're late July, correct? I know you are. Don't even try to play around like that. I know you're late July.
But how did you know? Thank you, I appreciate it. Let's get back to the market
Nice
over
try.
here. Amazon is moving up, baby, and the market is also going along with it. So let's go. But keep in mind that 130 wall acting as a wall. Someone in the chat said AMD had size, massive, mega size. I didn't see it. I saw maybe like 100 lots on the 110 area. That's not mega size, but whoa, look at that volume right now coming in on 110.63. Is 110.63 an iceberg on AMD right now to the upside? Let's go check it out again. Looks like there was a massive wall at $110.63 on AMD. We only saw 100 shares being shown, but like there's like massive buying that came into that level. That look at that short off of that level, instantly in the money if you were able to short that level and take a short, 1 cent risk, 2 cent risk. If that level breaks, you would have just jumped out of it. But that was a monster short seller who popped up at $110.60 or so, or 63 cents, sorry. And here goes AMD dumping right back to the south side. Oh boy, that was insane. 30 cents, instant flush. On setups like that, ladies and gentlemen, you could take like, insane size, give it very, very tight risk, and your risk to reward trade just ends up being a monster risk to reward. Like, let's say you take 1,000 shares in front of 110.63, and then if it doesn't break,
yeah, that's one of
you're
the
in the
first
money.
trades they teach you on the floor.
It's so
like
good.
Those very specific breaks. Excuse me.
Sean's right now having a midlife crisis over here because AMD's at 110 and he got out at 112.
And AMD continues to flush the chat, joking, saying nobody likes AMD. Well, today nobody likes AMD, and not even the power of Lisa Sue's blue jacket could keep it up.
I don't think
no
one ever remembers that jacket but you, bro.
That's a beautiful jacket. Give that jacket its respect, man. 112 break to the downside today, Bradley. A bit of a flat bottom here. Come to the screen if you're able to, Rob, because that 112 was quite nice. We kind of consolidated a little bit at this 112 level, and then you get the eventual Huadunk. So it's been a stair-step type thing. You get these levels brewing on AMD, and then you get
I tried to short that 112 so many times today, man. I got rinsed on that 112 shorts, but the 114 shorts that Sean had. Hey, Sean, check the show screen. Check the show screen. Were these your shorts or my shorts, Sean? Right here, AMD 114. Hey, look at that, look at that. You know, learn it from the master. You know, not anywhere that skill set yet, because you know I got out at 112 too, and he was also out at 112. But here is the bigger move, man, at 110. What a ball! The drop on AMD. We did take $7 yesterday, so there you go. And adding to that PNL to the downside on AMD on day 2 is all of us over here. We're having fun on AMD. NVIDIA shorts, I had that one on the board too. That was good, but let's go check out what NVIDIA is doing. I'm guessing NVIDIA might be getting a little bit of an overweighted signal from AMD's drop in front of that $10.63. Amazon back above $129, which is good, which puts us 30 cents in the money. And TQQs gives us 9 cents in the money because the market's going back up. So let's go. I don't think I've yet to lose on the market since I've been on the show. So that's a big win in my books. Let's go.
Stonks only go up, says Ponzi Fonzie.
That's a false statement.
All right, what is the this person? Nita Stonk. He feels like we're not answering his question. So Nita Stonk, I'm calling you out by name.
I need a
What's your question?
That's his name.
Yeah, I know. He says we don't read his messages, so I'm calling you out by name. What do you want?
I know he's the one who said that AMD had big size on the bid, and I just looked at it. I called out. I mentioned it.
They wanted advice on MSTR since a potential Lambo trade. Micro strategies. They're lucky they can turn the lights on after what happened last year. Yeah, they were close. You know, they were close to the end, but they were able to stay afloat. Strong lately with the Bitcoin rally that we've been having off that 265 level. Got up to 337. Now dancing at 326 below yesterday's close. Yesterday's close is 331 and a third. Let me just put in the name of the stock, MSTR. Here we go. So this is the hourly chart on MSTR. Let's look more intraday. What's the 5-minute show us, Bradley? A big red. I don't want to say red to green because we haven't gone green. We still got to get above 331 and a third. But big V-shaped recovery. We reclaim VWAP. VWAP's hanging out at 325. We're above it now. Kind of a consolidation sideways. I think, you know, this is so dependent on Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is at 30,000 exactly right now, it's still red on the day, having closed at 30,118. But if this can go, you assume that MSTR can kind of get going as well. Oops. There it is. MSTR can get going as well. So we'll keep an eye on Bitcoin's price action, because I think a lot of MicroStrategy's move at the moment relies on that. Now, if you're looking for a swing trade, I really can't help you. I don't really chart Bitcoin, and I don't have an eye for Bitcoin with respect to swings. So, you know, no help there. Lee heading up to 34.27. We are almost 20 pennies in the money on our friend Lee, as we got bottom wick there in this compression pattern that now looks to maybe test that 34.30 level. You know, not much of a trade, but we'll take it. ES at 0.05 to the downside right now as it breaks below that 44.09 and a quarter, yesterday's close. It's red on the moment, but still a higher low here on the 5-minute chart when you're looking at that 10:45 trough. Sean, long AMD, he likes 110, I'm assuming, likes a level at 110. He punched long AMD much in the same way that I punched long AMD yesterday off that double bottom and rode that $1 plus to the high side. Looks like that trade coming in again today. AMD 110, Sean's long. You okay, Bradley?
Just trying to find stocks.
stonks.
Trying to find some stonks over here that are moving around. Intel 32.
See what Intel wrote today? Sorry to interrupt you, but this is so apropos because you brought up Intel. Remember how we were talking about how Intel, would they give
the
up?
German foundries.
Yeah,
or whatever?
remember how we were talking, are they just going to be a producer for everybody and they're going to give up their own brand, you know, the Pentium inside, you know, Intel inside kind of thing?
They're doing
Came
that?
out and affirming that they're going to be a big chip. Look what the
So they're just
watch
going to
list
be a
said.
producer of chips, eh?
Essentially, they want to be TSMC.
For America.
And Neil said, I was talking to Neil about it today, he's like, that's just basically a reaffirmation of an already stated strategy, which I didn't know about. Apparently, they have already made their intentions clear to be that, and their actions really reflect that. You're building foundries every which way, 2 in the States, 2 in Germany, 1 in Poland.
Look at this volume on Intel right now. What's going on? Monster volume on Intel coming in, ripping to the north side. Wow, AI conference going on right now apparently.
Yeah.
AMD probably lifting up too along with this. What? Oh yeah, isn't it C3 AI conference? I can't type for my life. AMD. Wow, look at AMD. Sheesh. The man's got ice in his veins. Ice in his veins. What's his name? What's that guy's makers? Who does this again?
Who? Oh, Sub-Zero?
No, Russell. Russell, what's his name? D'Angelo Russell. Yeah, he's got ice in his veins. They call him Sean Katina. He'll punch in long, make money, walk off the table, come back and make more money after anyways.
Bro, look at this.
Look at this move. Wow, man. AMD ripping right now. Intel ripping. Market ripping. Can we get Amazon to rip?
I don't know. You want to give him a call? Give your boy Bezos a call?
Yo, Papa Bezos, Uncle Bezos.
I'm
I
really
need you to get off
disappointed.
your yacht and pump your stock up a bit.
Look at this out, Pradley. This is very disappointing. You know, this was my entry on the SPY. I've got a piece out here. And then look at this.
Why don't you risk the low of the range?
Because it was my entry. Again, remember how it's one of those things where you never follow your own advice, where you say you place stops based on price action, and then you end up placing them where you get in, and you're talking out of your rear end. You know, this is clearly the bottom of the range where I should have had it, but. And yeah, anyway, so that's a no.
What's going on with this whole Zuckerberg and Elon
wanna
fighting
fight.
stuff? What's going on with this
So
stuff?
apparently someone tagged Elon asking what it would be like, I don't know, like trying to solicit a fight with Zucky. And then so what Zucky did, caught wind of it, took a screenshot, posted it on his stories, and said, send me location.
Yeah, so let's go.
So yeah, should be interesting.
This viewer right here are one of our viewers. If we're going to the screen.
Yeah, go to the screen, guys, if you're able to, please.
One of our viewers, he's actually a fighter in one championship, and I follow him on Twitter. He actually is contacting Elon, and he's like, Elon, I'll train you. Let's go. I'll train you on the arts of MMA, and then we'll set up a fight, and we'll have some fun.
I think you're probably trained with like Joe Rogan or somebody.
Easily.
Like that.
But hey, my boy is a good fighter too. He's got lots of wins on his belt and barely any losses. So, hey, Elon, if you want to get trained by my boy Saint Lion Gurdarshan Mangat himself,
hold on,
the pride of Vancouver, Canada.
Woo!
Sign up. And the pride of India too. He fights for Canada and for India. We thank you for all the entertainment that you provide by getting smashed in the face. Thank you for
The
that.
fight is for the metaverse, says Tim. Is in.
Fight is for the metaverse?
Yeah.
Oh, then why isn't Tim Cook in that fight? Send Tim Cook in this battle with his Vision Pro.
Bro, Tim Cook didn't take Elon's call to sell Tesla. He's selective with who he responds to.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tim. He's gonna have a nice dinner tonight. Invited to the White House with some heavy-hitting CEOs. CEO of Google, Microsoft, FedEx. They'll all be there with our friend Joe Biden, and they're gonna be, I don't know. What are they going to be doing? They're going to be eating and talking about the economy and onshoring and friendshoring and decoupling away from China. Isn't that the look? Isn't that why we're entertaining India, so we can get away a little bit from China? Isn't that
Most
the look?
likely, yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. President Modi, Prime Minister Modi made that mistake yesterday. Okay, AMD curling here proudly, 111 incoming. We got a 112 and 112.15 close. What's up with AMD?
Market's just going up. I mean, right now S&P 500 looks like it wants to drop it down a little bit. But yeah, that as we were watching Intel bringing in the volume, AMD bringing in the volume. Some AMD AI news probably announced on this investor conference that we're watching. I think it's not investor conference. Was it investor conference? C3 AI investor conference, I believe it's what's going on. So there could be some possible moves coming in on AI itself, which is down. Down 2% on the day, sadly, on AI. But maybe if that investor conference gets a little active, we are seeing AMD and Intel move around. Maybe AI itself could move around off of that. Someone's saying Tesla, let's go. So let's go check out what Tesla is doing. TSLA on NQ. Tesla dropping or popping? Okay, popped up. Okay, Tesla's trying to break out the high day over here. No, not just yet, but we're pretty close. Only a dollar or two away from the high day on Tesla, trying to march back up. 1.3% up on this stock. Maybe I should have just gone long in front of 260 on Tesla instead of Amazon, because Amazon does not want to go do 130 anytime soon. But this stock is just insane. Wow, monster. Not seeing any ripping or volume on Intel, says Racer. Well, this is the move that I was talking about. This is the move right here. A pop coming in out of nowhere. And look at that big volume spike also on Intel compared to the last few candles. If you can just zoom in right around here. Bang, monster move to the upside. It came out of nowhere. AMD popped up with it too. And I'm wondering why it was. But someone in the chat said it could be. I mean, look at that 1 minute candle. What? That's kind of crazy. That's a little bit of a wild 1 minute candle. And obviously you saw AMD run up multiple dollars to the north side as soon as Sean punched into the long. Amazon now 20, 30 cents in the money for us. We're waiting to see how that trade could work out. MGOL, is that the Messi's company? Yeah, Messi's company. People talking about MGOL in the chat. Let's go see what that stock's doing. 3 million shares on this stock? What? This stock moves around volume like that? I mean, it's a $3 stock. Moving 4 million shares is not really that hard, but I'm surprised that it does volume like 4 million shares in a day. Up 11% today. Looks like we're actually rejecting $3 at the moment. I want to quickly go back to different positions. You know, I'm not going to trade MGOL. No real position for me coming in on that stock. Let's go check out Roblox, because Roblox looks like it wants to take out the high a day. I think it is doing that. Yeah, Roblox at a new high a day, just slightly above $39, 1.3% up. But I think if 40 comes into play, that's the short level that I would be looking for. I'm pretty sure, now that I mentioned it, Neo also will be looking for that possible 40 short over there. Are you eating ice cream, bro? Oh, it's like, where'd you get a ice cream from? I want ice cream. I don't know, I thought it looked like a popsicle stick. So I thought you were eating ice cream. I was like, yo, I want ice cream. Hey, here comes some volume on Amazon, or well, not like crazy volume, but a little bit of volume coming into the upside. Come on, Amazon, let's just see that 130 break already. But like I mentioned earlier in the day, guys, we might not see that 130 breaking until 2:30. We actually have a special guest here. His name is the monster, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Randy. We're going to use Sharif's mic real quick. Set him up for that. Pratt is off the chain, spicing stuff up. I love it. Hopefully it's a good spice and not some of that spicy spice that my mom uses that makes me tear up every single time I eat dinner. Please hit the like. Thank you, Cactus. Yes, indeed. Hit the like button. Randy, what are we looking at, my friend? Check if you're muted first, because you might be muted.
Oh, yeah. Hang on.
Over here at the top.
Hang on.
There you go. Oh, okay. There you go.
Softy. FFIE.
So what is Faraday? Well, like, can you educate me about this FFIE stock?
Small player. They're not a Rivian. More on the technology side. Small player. They're not approaching Tesla. They're not in that category yet. Lots of technology, lots of potential, but they're not there yet.
What's your opinion on Mullen?
Muted. That's
see
all
the
I'm going to
stock
say.
moving every
I
day
know.
in the after
I know.
hours. I see people asking me to pull it up in the after hour show. I just have to kind of like ignore past it because I don't really want to pull up MULN. And I mean, like, those moves are nonsensical.
Muted.
But what do we think about the cars? Also muted?
Yeah.
Yeah, muted.
Yeah. No, I'm not much interest there.
What else are you looking at these days? GM? Oh, what's your opinion about this whole North American charging standard? Are you happy about this?
Super happy with it. It's one of the best ones out there.
Yeah?
I'm glad Ford and others have started to adopt it.
Okay.
The voltage is there. The efficiency of the charging stations is there. The reliability is there.
So does Ford have to now pay Tesla to use their proprietary charging systems or something? Like, how does it work?
So if you look at the deal, it's a value add for Ford. Okay, the F-150 is the best-selling pickup on the market, one of the best-selling vehicles in the world. If you add the charging value to the Lightning, you're adding value to the platform. So now Ford's got a best-selling vehicle with one of the standardized charging facilities with lots of charging stations, which means it's convenient. Your charge anxiety goes away, your range anxiety goes away.
Good.
They don't have to go out and develop and spend capital on their own charging network. Why would
Yeah.
you do that when it's already there?
Right.
It's an adopted standard. It's already out there. Just go and play.
Something that Brendan also mentioned yesterday, there was not going to be ever, like in a parking lot, you would have 15 Ford chargers, 15 Tesla chargers, 15 Rivian chargers. That would just take away so many parking lot spaces. So it would make more sense that we pick one, make that the standard, and we all just go to that part.
When you go with any car to a fuel station, a gas station, there's one type of gas.
Yeah.
3 grades of gas, but
Exactly.
you don't put different gas in a Ford or in a Mazda or whatever. It's a universal standard. It needs to be adopted worldwide. It's efficient. It's reliable. The technology's there. They've already got thousands of stations out there. Roll with it. Get it done. It's a value add for anybody who goes on board.
What's your proposition now on GM? Previously, when I spoke to you about GM, you were very bearish about it, and you actually helped me get a beautiful short on GM one day, and I thank you for that. But what's your take now on GM based on your recent research on the car lots and the dealerships and so on?
Inventories are back.
Inventories
Production
are back.
problems are largely solved on the ICE side. They've got a lot of homework to do on the EV side. It's there, but it's not there.
Okay.
Sales are good. Again, inventories are back. Production problems mostly solved. COVID's not such a thing anymore.
Right.
But we're there. We're good. However, a lot of homework to do on the EV side. They've got a limited EV lineup. Ford's pushing hard. Volkswagen now with an Audi. 1 million battery electrics sold in Europe alone on the Volkswagen platform. They need to catch up. They have a lot of catching up to do. With the charging networks being pushed and being available from Tesla and others, Charge USA and ChargePoint, with everybody getting on board to a nationalized, standardized charging network, it's one step easier.
Right.
Build the car, get it out there, get it standardized on the NAC charging port from Tesla, and you add value instantly to that platform.
What car would you take from the GM's existing car model and electrize?
I think the most potential is probably the Corvette.
Corvette?
There's one coming. There's apparently one in the works after the Corvette ZR1. So you have the base Corvette.
Is that the Stingray?
No. So
Okay.
there's the base Vet, which came out a year and a half ago. A buddy of mine has one. Then the Z06. Then the ZR1, which would probably be the last ICE model. And then we have the electric car.
People in the chat saying Hummer. Wouldn't that just be painful for the batteries? Like that much weight and whatnot?
I saw the Hummer at the auto show. It's 1,000 horsepower.
1,000?
It's a big truck. It's huge. It's heavy. It's monstrous. I don't think the average commuter needs a Hummer, but I mean, you could all use a Hummer once in a while. But it's not for everybody.
Right.
It's a very niche platform. There's lots of Corvettes being sold. I think GM, if they can focus on an everyday car like the Equinox, for example, a more utility, not a greatest seller for GM.
No, okay. I just see a lot of them in
SUVs,
Brampton. That's
utility
why.
is the way to go.
Right. Okay.
Put an SUV out there that's mid-priced, that's universal, that's utility, that everybody can drive with various trim levels. Get it on the market. They'll sell like hotcakes.
Right.
Porsche's got the Macan electric coming in about 16 months, 14 months. Mid-size, really good selling SUV. Audi has the e-tron. There's lots and lots of models out there that will have a broad appeal. That's when you need to put to market. Make some money on them. get a broad appeal out there. The niche cars, let the niche players, Koenigsegg and those guys, Rimac, let those guys play with the niche platforms and charge millions. That's great.
Yeah.
For GM, they need to focus on, again, an everyday platform, a model that will sell to the average Joe.
Last question on this topic over here. You get to pick one or the other. Pagani or Koenigseggs?
Koenigsegg.
Koenigseggs, my man. I love you, Randy. That's the best answer you could pick.
Agera.
Koenigseggs. Even the logo and the name just sounds so much better than Pagani.
It's hot.
So much better than Pagani.
It's hot.
Oh, I love them. They were in that movie Fast Furious, I believe, and there was like 3 or 4 of them in that movie. I was like, isn't that the whole inventory of the company? Like, you guys are just spending it on the movie.
I don't know
over
what
here?
they put out for numbers, but again, niche player. But no, for the big 3 and all the European makers, they need to get products to market that appeal to, again, a broader audience.
I love it.
You can go buy one for 30 or 40,000 US.
A Koenigseggs?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say what?
And it's reliable. You can charge it anywhere.
Okay.
You don't have charge anxiety, range anxiety. You're good to go. They'll sell like crazy.
People in the chat quoting you saying, "That's hot, Randy."
Call the fire
I
department.
love it. Call the fire department, he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is currently actually rejecting one of these trend lines that we have mapped out on the S&P 500. Just want to show you that real quick before we maybe Randy wants to say some other stuff. Just want to show you this real quick. You're going to bail. Oh, Randy. Well, we want to say anything to the people? Okay, he's just bouncing. You want to say anything to the people? Trade well, he says. Trade well. So thank you, Randy, for coming by. Amazing car talk. We'll have more of that conversation maybe eventually in the future whenever Randy can find some time to jump on the 4 o'clock show. So look, lots of fun stuff planned for that 4 o'clock show. I'm very happy to see a lot of you show up in the chat. Make sure that you show up again today. Hit that like button on this show. Hit the like button on every single show. I can't wait to see what kind of trade opportunities show up right now. Amazon at the moment pushing to the north side. We are 35 cents in the money on Amazon. AMD you saw not too long ago push up to the north side. AMD almost $1 per share in the money for King Catino over there. And Tesla pushing to the upside also. Let's see what happens with Tesla at around $264. Come on, baby, push up. I want Amazon, man. I just need
Fur,
Amazon
baby,
to push
fur.
up.
Do you know where we are here on our friend Lee? We are we almost at high days? We're right there, Bradley. We are at that local high, 34.35. Is it time to ring the profit bell on Lee? Ring it. We're going to hit it. And there it is. We are out of our position on Lee. A nice little trade from the bottom wick there. Can you come? There we go. A bit of a double bottom. Probably should have been adding again at this level, Bradley, at 34.08. Didn't do that. That was an obvious defend, especially when this green candle coming in here. That was an obvious defend of that level. Should have been adding. But, this trade really was not a thought-out trade. It was like, oh, hey, this looks good. Let's stick with it. This is the trade that I feel most bamboozled on. I'm disappointed in myself for not having done what Bradley said here, which is essentially put the stop at the bottom end of the trough rather than where I got in. McCormick doesn't care where I got in. I literally end up getting out at bottom wick, and we continue to make newer highs as we reclaim that 44.10 spot on the ES, and now we are in green territory again, moving up 0.1% on the day, Bradley, here as we churn up to that 44.18.5. Yep, that's HOD on the ES September contract. Haven't been up there since around 10:20 this morning, so we'll have to see if we can get there. The NQ also decidedly to the high side as it now is knocking on the door of 15.150. That was a level we had a problem on earlier, and if I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure Dan Emmons is short at 15.150. So is this a rinse and repeat type level? Again, on the stock, he was printing clearly on the way. Dan, if you're in the chat, let me know what is up there, because I remember you being short off that level. So yeah, great move there to the downside off that 15.150 coming in again. So could there be some resolution, which one way or another there? I'm really disappointed on my trade on the SPY. I really should have done better on this one. But hey, that's the way she rolls. Dan saying, I already took half at 15.090 and holding remainder. Shout out to Dan for that good dub. Tesla we need to talk about this one because it is up and to the right now, looking at day's highs, Bradley, 263.75, incoming 73 technically, the high of day, but we are higher highs and higher lows on Stresla after catching 2 straight, I can't even talk, downgrades in a row. Price to perfection, question mark. Analysts seem to think so. They're downgrading it. Buyers don't care. Market doesn't care. It's been stepping up. Dips have been bought. Let's look at the daily on Stresla here to see what we've been working with. Yeah, there's the red day yesterday on the initial downgrade. You can make a lower low today on that new downgrade, but then look at that, like a hammer candle. We're at highs at the moment. Do we close this way? Question mark. 10 minutes left on the show before we send you over to the big kahunas. They'll be taking you into the close. I'm sure Sean will be telling you about his AMD long at 110.
All right. Yeah, only 10 minutes left. Wow, time really does fly by these days on the midday show, and the markets are moving. Back in the day, markets were a little bit dead, and the midday show felt like really long. But hey, now look at this market moving around, not even able to realize that it's almost 2 o'clock. Volume coming in on Tesla around high days. I see people in the chat mentioning, hey, Tesla about to break the high day. I'm waiting for Amazon to do pretty much the same thing. Markets are looking like they want to go higher. That's beautiful. Let's go. I'm not going to complain about that because I am, obviously, as you guys can see, long on one position so far. We are at the highest on our PNL that we made on the day today, so no complaints on that. We have a tiny LFT, about $2 of LFT, which means I've lost $2 from the top of whatever I made today, so no complaints on it. And Amazon right now, if I just cover that position, my LFT is wiped out. Let's go GTLB. Wow.
Who?
Really? Someone in the chat talking about GTLB without me mentioning it first? What?
5%.
What?
5%.
Stop the cap.
No cap. No news either.
No, there is always news for GTLB.
Think
The
so?
news is Prad loves the stock, and that's all the news you ever need to go long GTLB. GitLab, baby, up 5% without any news. A little bit of volume in it. I'm just surprised that the stock is, I'm not actually surprised at all. I did on my streams, back on the YouTube when I was talking about GTLB. I said, watch out for this 53 area, Sharif. Right here when this earnings move came out. When the earnings date popped in and the stock popped up to $48, I said, watch out for 53. It's going to go up to 53 and reject, and that's exactly what happened.
Were you looking at these levels here?
Indeed. So Prastradamus, labeling out that 53 level, all you had to do was, write some puts above 53. Maybe you wrote 55 puts, right? And then someone buys it. You just collect premium on it and cash out.
I've never written a put. Never bought a call.
Don't
Do you
do
buy
it naked,
calls?
though. Naked calls, naked puts.
See, I know a little bit about it here and there. I've never touched an options trade, whether personal or otherwise, in my life. I can be persuaded otherwise, and I think definitely having some knowledge in that game sharpens your ability as a trader, does it not? More data digest, implied volatility is always important.
I'll tell you one thing, though. The more I've known, the less risk I've been taking. So it's been a little bit of an inverse correlation for me. For when I first joined the floor, I knew nothing, and I used to take ridiculous sizes, ridiculous shots. And now that I know more, my risk appetite is way less than originally when I first joined.
You think it's that you know more, or that you have more experience as a trader? Because they're both.
Both.
Yeah. Interesting.
But it's a different experience for other people, obviously. People they know more. Ooh, time to size up and start smashing it. It's all about putting your risk on the right setups and knowing what setups work for you, tracking setups, having a journal, using methods to find out what setups to put capital towards or risk towards and so on. Very, very important. Market right now rejecting. Once again, NASDAQ showing us that same 15,150 reject, and S&P 500 right now rejecting around 4,415 area. Not able to really push too much further to the north side. AI apparently tanking, and that might take AMD and stuff along with it. Let's go check out AI real quick. AI on New York. Tanking, this better be down like $5 from the previous price if you're saying tanking. Let me see. Come on, dude, it's down like 30 cents. I wouldn't say tanking.
You're a hard person to please, eh, Bradley? Just
come on,
joking.
you want
being sarcastic.
You want
Vic.
shorts?
It's not moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down 2 1/4, especially with a name like this. It's usually a lot more aggressive. T Daddy, Sharif. You will eventually, I think they're talking about me dealing with options, at least to hedge a long-term account. Yeah, no questions about that. I know that is a strategy people often use. You go one way on an equity, and then you get the counter, the veiling position. I don't even know what the word is there on the options. So we'll keep an eye on that. Apple moving here though, Bradley. It has to be noted off that VWAP area, 185.70. And yeah, VWAP was very nice to Apple here as it's now pumping through 186.50? Question mark? Yeah, we're right there. 186.73, that's HOD, so that's only about 25 pennies or so from where we're trading now. You must be sweating. I know you should be at least, because Platinum Prad may be incoming soon.
Listen, man, it's not happening. Chill out.
Inflationary costs, my friend, I would suggest to you are going to cause you to spend a bit more money on your platinum look.
Hello, Bogdanov? Help me out, homie. Come on. Where you at? Bogdanov, help me out. Dump it.
Who is
You don't know Bogdanov? What? Boomers, man. Boomers. All three of them. Boomers.
So, yeah, Bogdanov apparently will come to Prad's aid some way, somehow, despite the fact that we don't know who Bogdanov is. Platinum Prad happening 100%, says Faded Trader. Jay Lee, Sharif, Prad, go short some Boyle. It's already quadrunked at these levels today. It's good scalping. Let's look at the triple time leveraged Nat Gas ETF Boyle up 1 1/4. Let's look at Boyle here. What's Boyle look like? Well, this is the 5-minute on Boyle, but that's not what interests me here. What's the 15 look like? All right, so daily quickly. Yeah, so we've been talking a lot about this, how the pops have been shorted on Nat Gas in general going back a year and a half. That's very clearly reflected in whatever view of the daily chart you look at. This could be viewed as one of these, pops. Decidedly more green days since the beginning of June than red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the last, I want to say, how many here? What's up? Bring in the camera.
Hello, Bogdanov.
You got the call too?
I
need to know, who's Bogdanov?
They were wondering who Bogdanov is. It's just a meme. So it's a stonk meme. Basically, it's like the market maker idea, right? The whole tin hat idea. As soon as you get into a position, some market maker picks up the phone. He's like, okay, he's entered into a position. His stops are set. Now dump the stock, and the stock just instantly reverses in the other direction.
That way. I love it.
So it's that conspiracy theory. So it's like, Bogdanov, dump it. He's out of the position. Now that he stops the trigger, pump it.
Okay.
So he's like the market maker, basically, just completely ruining with your position all day, all night.
Dang it, Bogdanov. I mean, no wonder it's been hard trading. No kidding. Where are we at here? We got about a minute and a half left on the show. Let's just review quickly here what some of these main positions look like. Let's talk quickly about oil because it's been a bad day for oil. WTI down 4 2/3%, was down 5% at the lows. 68.93 low, 69.18 now. Keep your eye on oil. With respect to the indexes, we are moving up here on the ES. We are above that 44.10. That's the level we needed to be above to be closed. 44 to be positive. 44.18 and a half. The HOD on the day, 415 incoming. We're moving up again. This has been bamboozlement for the shorts, I think, because you've been looking for continuity through 4,400, I want to say. The NQ, much the same. In fact, actually much stronger than the ES, which is only up 0.15. No, 0.75 to the high side on the NQ as we hold 15.1 the majority of the day. The dips were bought, higher lows throughout. Could we get that continuation through 15.181 and maybe a 15.2 touch on the day?
Papa Powell is done speaking. He spoke for 2 hours today. It was the second day in his, I believe, semi-annual testimony to Congress. He was grilled about a number of issues with respect to banking and otherwise. That variable is now done. Much like we are here on the show. Free for all Friday. Shall I wear another red shirt tomorrow or no?
I'll tell you at 4 o'clock if I think Free Fall Friday happens. I don't know. I have to do my research on it. I forgot tomorrow's Friday, actually. But yeah, stay tuned.
Stay tuned to the
you
close.
guys are going to the close show at 2 o'clock. I'll be back after the close show at 4 o'clock. Don't get Bogdanov in the market. And have a great time.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Brent knows at the big desk.